everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland, Chapter 201 to 250, Chapter 201. 1,643 words. As Sunagakure underwent its reforms, its borders continued to shift. However, due to the village's limited manpower, the established borders of the former Land of Wind were still used as the main defensive perimeter. Any newly acquired territories required further negotiation and discussion. The daimyo of the Land of Rivers, unwilling to relinquish his authority, was naturally reluctant to see his noble retainer's defect to Sunagakure. Compared to the benefits promised by the Kiko Trade Association, he found the pleasure of wielding power far more satisfying. He even refused an offer to extend his lifespan, truly a foolish man. However, feudal lords held little actual control over their nobility. Their relationship was one of hierarchy, not servitude. When 4 noble families from the Land of Rivers defected to Sunagakure, the daimyo was powerless to stop them. Small nations had weak military forces, and any attempt to develop their own armies was not tolerated by the great nations. Even Hanzo, after earning the title of demigod, had gone largely unnoticed. But the moment he sought to strengthen Amagakure's military, the 5 great shinobi villages swiftly crushed his ambitions. Konoha and Sunagakure had tacitly agreed to wage war within the Land of Rain, dragging Hanzo and his forces into the conflict and ultimately crippling Amagakure's military might. For the smaller nations surrounding the great ones, developing their own armed forces was never an option. Instead, they were expected to turn to the larger nations for protection, much like how the daimyo of the Land of Rivers was now seeking Konoha's help. Internally, Sunagakure debated whether to accept the 4 defecting nobles. The village had no issue accommodating more people, especially since it was in the process of expanding into a massive city designed to house 800,000 residents. However, 2 of these noble families controlled territories bordering the Land of Fire. Accepting them would mean Sunagakure and Konoha would share a direct border, removing any buffer zone between them. Some of Sunagakure's senior officials, having retained their cautious mindset from Raza's era, argued against it. They believed Sunagakure lacked the strength to provoke Konoha. If their expansion led to an aggressive response, it could jeopardize the village's growth. Despite this, they couldn't deny the village's transformation. It was expanding daily, with greenery increasing and new residents joining after careful screening. Even though their influence had been diluted by these changes, the village's rapid growth filled them with pride. What past Kazekage had failed to achieve was now becoming a reality. They were determined to protect Sunagakure's progress and feared that accepting the defecting nobles might prompt Konoha to intervene. But Pokora was not one to be easily swayed by caution. To her, refusing an alliance out of fear of provoking Konoha was unacceptable. Sunagakure could lose, but it could never cower. Both the Kiko Trade Association and Sasori's faction supported Pokora's stance. However, given Sunagakure's current situation, the Kiku Patriarch proposed a compromise. The newly acquired territories could be managed by civilian administrators rather than stationed shinobi. As long as Sunagakure's forces weren't visibly patrolling the borders, Konoha was less likely to react aggressively. Besides, Sunagakure was already suffering from a severe manpower shortage. The village needed not only more shinobi but professionals from all walks of life. To address this, Pokora and the Kiko Trade Association recruited civilians skilled in administration. Many required training before they could assume their roles, but over time, they would help stabilize governance. As Sunagakure's reforms took shape, the role of shinobi in administration began to shrink. While they remained better suited for combat and security, the initial lack of personnel forced many experienced shinobi to temporarily take on government roles. Once the first batch of trained officials was ready, these shinobi would gradually step back from administrative duties. For those who wished to transition away from combat, applications were open for reassignment. There were many shinobi who despised bloodshed, but for now, they had to endure until the system was fully operational. Following Hyuga Mirai's orders, Unit 18 had steadily placed loyal personnel in key positions across Sunagakure. Some were from Rorin, others had been transferred from the Land of Tea. With these regions serving as Hyuga Mirai's strongholds, it was easy to find competent and trustworthy individuals for the job. Bakura held the Kiko patriarch in high regard, even relying on him more than Chiyo. Of course, Chiyo's complete retirement from political affairs played a role in this shift. More importantly, Bakura had developed a deep respect for the Kiko Trade Association. This trust had been built over numerous missions, where their contributions had proven invaluable. Unlike Sunagakir's old guard, who constantly opposed her decisions without offering solutions, the Kiko patriarch took a different approach. Instead of simply rejecting her proposals, he outlined potential consequences and provided alternative strategies. His insight had greatly improved Bakura's decision-making. If not for the fact that Unit 18's synthetic double resembled an old man, she might have even found herself admiring him in a different way. At the Kazekage's office, Bakura was buried under a mountain of paperwork. No matter how quickly she worked, the moment she finished one task, 3 more documents would be placed on her desk. With Sunagakir's current pace of development, she would likely have to maintain a grueling work schedule for at least another year or two before getting any real rest. Kazekage-sama, Elder Kiku requests an audience. A Sunagakir ANBU appeared in her office, reporting the visitor's arrival. Is Elder Kaiken here? Let him in immediately, Bakura said, relaxing slightly before instructing the ANBU. From now on, there's no need to stop or report Elder Kiku's visits. Understood, Kazekage-sama. The ANBU acknowledged the order and quickly escorted Elder Kiku inside. Bakura stood up to greet him. Elder Kiku, what brings you here today? I have something to report to the 5th Kazekage, Kaiken replied with a smile. But first, I must say, seeing you handle so many matters personally, you should take care of your health. Bakura sighed, visibly frustrated. If she had known being Kazekage meant drowning in endless paperwork, she would have refused the position, even if it meant fighting to the death. I have no choice. As Kazekage, I have a responsibility to my people. By the way, Elder Kiku, is Sanmoku still busy? If he's free, I'd like to invite him to be my assistant. Bakura had considered many candidates, but she believed Kiku Sanmoku was the most suitable. He was capable and familiar with her way of working. I'm not entirely sure, Elder Kaiken replied. But you can ask him directly. I doubt he would refuse. With that, he retrieved a small box from his robes and opened it in front of Bakura. I came here today because of this. Bakura took the box, her brows furrowing slightly as she examined its contents. Is this wheat? She wasn't just a warrior, she had a solid understanding of agricultural and economic matters. This is an improved strain of wheat that the Kiko Trade Association recently acquired. When cultivated with the right fertilizers, its yield is 4 to 5 times that of standard crops. If we can introduce this to the lands of the Suna Federation, hunger will no longer be an issue. Is this real, Elder Kiku? Bakura's voice wavered with excitement. Having served as Kazekage for some time, she deeply understood how dependent Sunagakir was on food supplies. Even with the Kiku family now integrated into Sunagakir, the village still had to purchase large quantities of food from the trade association every month. She had never expected Elder Kaiken to willingly offer something so valuable. This was an incredible boon for Sunagakir. Elder Kiku, I will make sure the entire village knows of your contributions. Everyone in Sunagakir should thank you. Elder Kiko chuckled and waved off the praise. No need to rush, Kazekage-sama. Implementing this will take time. Every village has different conditions, and the Federation still needs to train more local officials to guide farmers in adopting these crops. Besides, we are short on manpower. It will take at least 6 months before we can start large-scale implementation. For now, we should focus on gathering data and laying the groundwork. Bakura nodded seriously. You're right, Elder Kiku. I'll call a meeting to plan how we can roll this out as soon as possible. Speaking of which, she continued, since you're here, there are a few things I'd like to discuss with you. This report mentions. Oh, that matter? Kazekage-sama, you can handle it by. Meanwhile, the border roads between the Land of Wind and the Suna Federation had undergone significant changes. While the two territories were still officially part of the same nation, a checkpoint had been established at the border. Anyone entering the Suna Federation from the Land of Wind now had to register before passing through. In recent weeks, a steady flow of people had been making their way from the Land of Wind to the Federation. The checkpoint's shinobi and clerks worked tirelessly, often continuing into the night, yet every morning, a new wave of travelers arrived. Next! A checkpoint officer, stretching his sore arms, called out loudly. A man with long white hair, carrying a travel pack and wearing a straw hat, stepped forward. Name, purpose of entry. Speak while facing the camera. The officer pointed to a surveillance device nearby. Ah, hello there. My name is Jiraiya. I've traveled here from the capital. I'm a rather well-known wandering writer, you see, always seeking new landscapes to inspire my work. I've been to. Alright, enough. Move along. Next. The officer, already fed up, waved him off impatiently. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 202, Chapter 202. 1,142 words. Alright, since I've successfully infiltrated, it's time to gather some intel. The so-called wandering writer, Jiraiya, was none other than one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. With security along the Sunagakure-Konoha border being too tight, even root operatives had failed to infiltrate. Jiraiya chose to sneak in from the Land of Wind instead. He quickly realized that relations between Sunagakure and the Land of Wind were strained. Sunagakure had even set up border checkpoints, yet despite this, a steady stream of people continued moving in and out daily. Blending in with the crowd, Jiraiya managed to slip through. To dig deeper, he needed to get inside the village itself. I didn't expect Sunagakure to establish checkpoints this far out. Looks like they're hiding quite a few secrets. Too bad this is a desert. If I could summon the toads, gathering intelligence would be much easier, Jiraiya muttered, scratching his head. Mount Mayaboku had toads skilled in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, but in the middle of a desert, summoning them would be far too conspicuous. As he moved deeper into Sunagakure's territory, Jiraiya followed his map, heading straight for the village. His plan was to capture someone traveling alone, use a transformation jutsu, and infiltrate the village unnoticed. As long as he wasn't surrounded by a swarm of Sunagakure forces, Jiraiya was confident in his ability to escape. With the 4th Kazekage Raza dead and a significant number of shinobi stationed at the borders, the village itself was bound to be understaffed. Before long, Jiraiya arrived near Sunagakure. Someone's there. As he approached, he spotted 7 people traveling together. From their direction, it seemed they had just left Sunagakure. For Sunagakure shinobi and 3 others. That guy in the lead looks familiar. Peering through his binoculars, Jiraiya pulled out the intelligence dossier Hiruzen Sarutobi had given him and flipped to the 3rd page. The image matched. Kiko Sanmoku. A core member of the Kiko Trade Association, second only to the clan leader in status. Deeply trusted, managing assets worth billions of ryo. Damn, this guy makes more money than I have in all my years writing novels. Scanning the rest of the group, Jiraiya used a sensory technique and found that the 4 Sunagakure shinobi weren't particularly strong. If I capture this guy, I can extract a lot of information. We're not far from Sunagakure, so I'll need to trap them with a barrier, best not to alert the village. Kiko Sanmoku was a key figure in the Kiku family and not a shinobi. His ability to resist interrogation would likely be weak, making him an ideal target. Jiraiya also noted that the group was leaving the village, not returning, meaning he would have ample time for questioning without interruption. With his plan set, he used Earth Release to burrow underground, positioning himself along their path to strike at the perfect moment. Lord Kiku, why didn't you accept the Kazekage's invitation? This is the first time the 5th Kazekage has personally asked someone to be her assistant, a Sunagakure Chunin asked enviously. If it had been him, he wouldn't have hesitated for a second. It was the Kazekage, after all. And she was beautiful. Just imagining working by her side every day, it was like a dream. Kiko Sanmoku chuckled. Because no one else can take over my responsibilities yet. Once I find someone capable, I will assist the Kazekage. He was responsible for many affairs in Sunagakure, including the village's expansion and resource distribution. His work often required him to travel outside the village, which was why Pakura had assigned 4 chunin as his escorts despite the shortage of manpower. Sugiki, with everything going on, Lord Sanmoku hasn't had a proper rest in days. Don't bother him, an older Sunagakure shinobi interjected. The escorts were well aware of Kiko Sanmoku's workload. Even when they rotated shifts for rest, he continued working without pause. His dedication to Sunagakure earned him their deep respect. They had no complaints about being his bodyguards, if anything, they considered it an honor. Understood. Lord Sanmoku, please try to rest. Boom! Before the shinobi could finish his sentence, their surroundings warped in an instant. Suddenly, they found themselves trapped inside a narrow, fleshy tunnel covered in pulsating tissue. Enemy attack. The 4 Sunagakure chunin, all experienced in battle, immediately overcame their initial disorientation and formed a defensive formation around Kiko Sanmoku. The other 2 members of the Kika Trade Association were left outside the perimeter. There was no choice. If an enemy could teleport all 7 of them into a new location in an instant, their strength had to be immense. Their priority was to protect Kiko Sanmoku at all costs. Wild Lion's main technique. From the depths of the pulsating tunnel, long strands of white hair shot out toward them. The 4 chunin reacted swiftly. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, beast wave palm. They unleashed 2 wind-style techniques, severing some of the incoming hair, but even more strands surged forward. When they tried to counter with explosive tags and kunai, they found that the hair was both incredibly tough and unnaturally agile. Before they could activate the tags, they were completely restrained. Kiko Sanmoku was next. The hair coiled around him, binding him tightly. Don't bother struggling, a voice echoed through the fleshy tunnel. This is the stomach of the rockin' toad from Mount Mayaboku. No one has ever escaped. And you're facing me, the white-haired toad sage, Jiraiya. Give up and answer my questions. Jiraiya stepped out of the shadows, stroking his chin as he studied his captives. But then, something felt off. Kiko Sanmoku's expression was unervingly calm. Even the Sunagakure shinobi were still struggling, their faces filled with panic, so why was a mere merchant so composed? Alright, let's start with you, Jiraiya said, pointing at Kiko Sanmoku with a serious expression. This is the stomach of the rockin' toad. If you don't answer truthfully, you'll be digested in no time. Kiko Sanmoku, still unshaken, simply replied in a flat tone, so, you're Jiraiya of Konoha Sannin. Meanwhile, in a laboratory in Rorin, Hyuga Mirai was testing a nanospace capsule when 18's voice suddenly rang through the lab. Sir, Kiko Sanmoku has been attacked. Based on fragmented signals, the attacker is Jiraiya, one of Konoha Sannin. Kiko Sanmoku appears to be in a separate spatial dimension. Jiraiya? That guy is such a nuisance. Hyuga Mirai paused his experiment and checked Ayaka Uzumaki's location, only to find that Orochimaru had sent her to Awagakure, meaning she wouldn't be available to help. Fine, I'll handle this myself. 18, send me the last known coordinates. The location has been transmitted to your terminal, sir. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 203, Chapter 203. 1,752 words. A person more troublesome than someone stubborn is someone obsessed, and Jiraiya was a powerful yet obsessive shinobi. He longed for peace but had no idea how to achieve it. So, when he grasped onto a single strand of hope, he clung to it as if it were the key to realizing his dream, refusing to let go no matter what. He was convinced that following this path would lead him to the future he longed for. Jiraiya had witnessed the brutality of war firsthand. He, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had earned the title of the Sannin during the war. Unlike Orochimaru, however, Jiraiya had a degree of compassion for the weak. Yet, when it came to stubbornness, he surpassed both Tsunade and Orochimaru combined. As a young shinobi, Jiraiya had been surrounded by genius teammates. Then, by chance, he stumbled upon Mount Myaboku, gaining the power of the toads and the opportunity to learn Sage Mode. To Jiraiya, Mount Myaboku held a place in his heart even higher than Hiruzen Sarutobi. It had given him the power to reach for his dreams and had shown him a supposed path to peace. Because of that, Jiraiya believed in the great Toad Sage's words without question, almost treating them as absolute truth. Konoha had treated Jiraiya well, yet because of an ambiguous prophecy, he had willingly abandoned the village for years, even before the war had ended. Under the guise of gathering intelligence, he roamed the world, writing books and searching for the so-called Child of Destiny. If any other shinobi had been gone for more than 3 days, Konoha would have labeled them a rogue ninja. Hyuga Mirai paused his experiment, preparing to leave, when 18's voice interrupted. "Sir, Orochimaru is looking for you." A moment later, Orochimaru's voice came through. "Mirai-kun, how much of the bio-nanoparticles do you have left?" "Sasori has asked me to help him create a new type of combination puppet, but I've used up my supply." Mirai raised an eyebrow. "You two met without trying to kill each other? That's surprising." "I still have some extra, but you should use them sparingly, Orochimaru. Bio-nanoparticles are difficult to manufacture, and you exceed your monthly quota every time." And now, involving Sasori. He was probably eyeing the additional supply Sasori had access to. Orochimaru's interest in human modification had long since gone beyond Kekkai Genkai. He wanted to test anything that could be implanted into his body. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter came through. Hee, it was worth it just to see Sasori lower his head and ask for help. Begging for help? Did you record it? Of course. You too, do you have a death wish? Sasori's gritted voice cut in. Mirai had more pressing matters, so he simply said, "I have things to take care of. I'll have 18 deliver them later." Sasori asked, "And Isshu and Tsunade? Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, has infiltrated. With Tsunade's current strength, they have no way to deal with him. If he keeps investigating, he'll soon uncover Kika Trade Association secrets." Mirai explained, "Jiraiya is strong and troublesome. It's best to eliminate him quickly." Orochimaru suddenly spoke up, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Mirai-kun, let me handle this." Mirai shook his head. "Orochimaru, you act cold-blooded, but when it comes to people you know, you hesitate. If Jiraiya is determined to cause trouble, it will be a problem for both of us. This time, I'm making sure he's dealt with. If you want to come, fine, but I won't let him go." With Mirai's approval, Orochimaru only needed to ask 18 for Jiraiya's last known location. Orochimaru chuckled. "Hearing you say that, I'm actually a little surprised. But fine, I just want to have a match with that dropout. After that, you can decide what to do with him." "In that case, I'll come too," Sasori interjected. "If you're both going, I want to see this for myself. With my puppets, Jiraiya won't escape." Sasori was purely interested in assessing Mirai's strength. A Sannin like Jiraiya would make for a good benchmark. But this wasn't just a question of escape. If all three of them went, Jiraiya would be lucky to leave behind an intact corpse. For a moment, Mirai considered leaving the job to Orochimaru and Sasori. The two of them should be more than enough to handle Jiraiya. But after thinking it over, he decided it was best to go himself. If the two made a mistake, Jiraiya could escape. Anyone who had signed a contract with one of the 3 great summoning lands couldn't be underestimated. Orochimaru suddenly asked, "Mirai-kun, should we inform Tsunade?" Both of them were well aware of Tsunade's recent addition to the group. When the platform's terminal suddenly had a new member, one of the Sannin, no less, it naturally drew their attention. Ayaka Uzumaki felt a bit sour upon hearing the news. While on a mission, she suddenly contacted Hyuga Mirai, grumbling about trivial matters, only for Mirai to cut the conversation short. Meanwhile, after joining the organization, Tsunade had barely interacted with anyone aside from asking Orochimaru a few questions. Instead, she became deeply engrossed in the research materials Mirai had given her, burying herself in the T-Country's research facility and hardly stepping outside. Mirai's clone was stationed there, so he had some understanding of Tsunade's situation. She had taken his words to heart. After dabbling in electronics, she had shifted her focus to refining her technique, body activation shock. Electromagnetic conductivity, signal interference, transmission, reception, electric fields, bioelectricity, there were countless potential applications. In fact, the possibilities were so vast that a single developed ability in this field could rival all known Kekkei Genkai. More importantly, it was an ability anyone could learn. As long as someone had excellent chakra control, they could master it. Mirai had high expectations for Tsunade. With her talent, she was bound to develop numerous abilities in the field of electronics. No need to notify Tsunade. She's fully immersed in her research, Mirai said, shaking his head. He. Orochimaru's eerie laughter echoed. Ignoring him, Mirai ended the call and left the Roran base. Meanwhile, inside the stomach of the Iwasaku toad, Jiraiya's expression was grim as he interrogated the captives. What exactly is Tsunade planning? Why did the Kiku family join them? Be honest. The toad's stomach walls had completely restrained the captives, leaving only their heads exposed. Kiko Sanmoku, unfazed by the situation, responded calmly. None of this concerns Konoha. The Kiko family is not a shinobi clan. Only the daimyo of the Land of Fire has the right to question our actions. Jiraiya of the Sannin, on what authority do you detain us and demand answers? Despite being tightly restrained by the toad's flesh, Kiko Sanmoku's expression remained unchanged. Even when Jiraiya attempted to intimidate him, his demeanor never wavered. This unnatural composure unsettled Jiraiya. It was almost as if Sanmoku was under a genjutsu. But there was no chakra signature on him at all. What you're doing could easily disrupt the fragile peace. And as a citizen of the Land of Fire, aligning with Tsunade is an act of betrayal, Jiraiya said, preparing to use genjutsu to extract information. His skill in genjutsu was mediocre, but against an ordinary person, it would be more than effective. Migration among nobles is rare, but it's not unheard of, Sanmoku replied, unfazed. Small nations merging into larger ones, even daimyos relocating, these things happen. Even the daimyo does not have absolute authority over us. As for disrupting peace, isn't that precisely what you're doing? Speaking to this man was exhausting. Jiraiya clicked his tongue. Enough talking. It's time to take action, genjutsu, false surroundings technique. It was one of the few genjutsu Jiraiya knew, though he was not proficient in it. Against a high-level shinobi, it was ineffective, which was why he rarely used it. But when the genjutsu invaded Kiku Sanmoku's mind, it had no effect. He remained as calm as ever, even speaking through the illusion. Using genjutsu on an ordinary person? This must be the great shinobi way of Konoha. How are you resisting my genjutsu? Jiraiya was shocked. His genjutsu skills weren't great, but failing against a non-shinobi was absurd. What he didn't realize was that Sanmoku's nervous system was under the control of an 18 series chip. Jiraiya's genjutsu chakra had no effect on the chip's controlled functions, rendering the technique useless. This is getting difficult, Jiraiya muttered. He couldn't get any information out of Sanmoku, the toad's stomach compression didn't faze him, and now even genjutsu was ineffective. Left with no choice, Jiraiya turned to interrogate the 4 captured Tsunade Chunin. A short while later, under Jiraiya's pressure, the 4 Chunin cracked and answered most of his questions except for the truly classified ones. Details about Tsunade's deeper reforms, the assassination of Raza, and the circumstances of the Land of Wind's daimyo's death were all unknown to them. Only the upper echelon of the village had access to such information, and even most jonin were unaware. Still, Jiraiya managed to fill up half a notebook with what he had learned. I didn't expect Sunagakure to be making so many moves. I need to report this to the old man immediately. But what should I do with these captives? Just leaving them in the desert would be problematic. He still had more investigating to do, but releasing them would alert Sunagakure. After some thought, Jiraiya decided to bind them and hide them for a while. If Sunagakure realized they were missing, it was still better than revealing his presence outright. Time to head back. With that, Jiraiya dispelled the summoning, returning to the real world. The moment he landed, however, another barrier instantly activated. Ninja Art, for Violet Flames Formation. A purple barrier shot up around him, forming an enclosed square-like prison. The moment he reappeared, a 1,000-meter radius was sealed off. Damn it! Jiraiya took a deep breath, scanning his surroundings. The sight of the three figures before him made his heart sink. This time, escape wasn't an option. Orochimaru. A red-haired puppeteer, was that Sasori of the Red Sand? The underground bounty network had been circulating his information lately, with reports saying he had been seen in Sunagakure. And the last person. The one Jiraiya feared most. Hyuga Mirai. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 204, Chapter 204. 2,138 words. Is this how Sunagakure welcomes its guests? You guys sure are enthusiastic, Jiraiya said, feigning bravado while discreetly assessing his surroundings. The four Violet Flames formation covered a vast area, but since it was cast by Hyuga Mirai's shadow clone, breaking through it wouldn't be easy. Should he cause a commotion? More importantly, how had these three managed to intercept him the moment he emerged from the Iwasaku toad's stomach? Jiraiya frowned slightly, unable to figure it out. If Sunagakure's shinobi arrived, he doubted they'd let him go either. And against these three, he had no confidence in escaping. You snuck in through the Rock Sand County checkpoint. A traveling writer, Jiraiya. How amusing. Mirai spoke slowly. Instead of gathering material, all you do is stir up trouble. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi send you? Konoha making a move against Sunagakure in secret. It seems they intend to break the treaty and start a war. Sunagakure has plenty of material worth gathering, Jiraiya laughed heartily. Besides, a traveling writer isn't bound to one place. But internally, he was already devising a way to escape. Mirai asked, where is Kiku Sanmoku? Still inside your toad's barrier? So it was because of him that you found me? Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He had sensed something off earlier. Sanmoku had resisted his genjutsu, and his behavior was far from that of an ordinary man. Jiraiya, Orochimaru spoke as he stepped forward. I've always called you a fool, but the truth is, you're just selective about what you care about. You hold on to that pitiful dream of yours as if it were absolute truth. Jiraiya sneered. Orochimaru, I'll never stoop to your level. Orochimaru chuckled. And what about Tsunade? Even she has joined us. Jiraiya, of the three Sannin, you might be the first to fall. Summoning Jutsu. Without warning, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and summoned several large serpents from Ryuchi Cave. Their scales glistened with an unnatural sheen, evidence of some sort of mutation. Jiraiya, seeing this, immediately countered with his own summoning jutsu, bringing forth the giant toads Gamaken and Gamagoro. However, his mind was still fixated on what Orochimaru had just said. Orochimaru. What do you mean by that? He shouted, his face contorted with anger. There's no need for you to know, Orochimaru sneered. Jiraiya, you shouldn't have come here today. Now, you'll serve as the test subject for my latest research. With that, he formed a one-handed seal and commanded the summoned serpents to attack. Fortunately for Jiraiya, Mirai had cast the barrier over a vast area, allowing enough space for the giant summons to battle. And these serpents were far from ordinary. "This guy really is a genius when it comes to experiments," Mirai murmured as he activated his Byakugan. He transplanted Kekii Genkai into these snakes, and even integrated mechanical components into their bodies. With his enhanced vision, Mirai quickly discerned the nature of Orochimaru's summons. One snake possessed ice release, another wielded crystal release, a third controlled magnet release, and the last had Shikatsumiyaku. Moreover, the mechanical implants had significantly bolstered their combat and durability. "This looks like a fusion of my modifications and Sasori's puppetry," Mirai remarked. Sasori, standing nearby, tilted his head slightly and said, "I only provided a few ideas and some bloodline research. I never begged for anything." He totally begged. Mirai made a mental note to ask Orochimaru for the recorded footage later. Shifting his focus back to the battle, Mirai observed the clash between the two Sannin. Since Jiraiya had chosen to act after putting some distance between himself and Tsunegakure, it had given Mirai the opportunity to deploy a large-scale barrier. And now, Jiraiya was paying the price for that decision. One of the massive serpents opened its jaws wide, spewing forth a gigantic ice spear nearly 3 meters thick. The sight stunned Jiraiya for a brief moment. Summon creatures using Kekii Genkai? However, before the spear could impale him, Gamaken stepped in to block it. The impact sent him skidding backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the other serpents unleashed their own attacks, a barrage of crystal kunai, magnet-infused iron spears, and massive bone spikes sprouting from the ground like towering trees. Caught off guard by the overwhelming assault, both Gamaken and Gamagoro found themselves struggling to keep up. Though experienced in battle, even they were unprepared for such a coordinated Kekii Genkai onslaught. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Jiraiya had planned to summon the two great Sage Toads and enter Sage Mode, but the relentless attacks forced him to fight back instead. He cast a powerful Earth Jutsu, trapping one of the serpents in a quagmire. Where did Orochimaru even find these monsters? If this keeps up, I'll have no chance of escaping. Even so, Jiraiya refused to give up. As long as there was even the slightest chance, he would fight for it. He had already gathered crucial intel. Kiko Commerce and Mirai were deeply connected. He had to report back to the old man. And then, there was Tsunade. His resolve hardened. He had to escape and confront her about all of this. "Gamaken, cover me." Leaping onto one of the massive snakes, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and pressed his palm against its body. Reverse Summoning Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, the snake was instantly transported into the Iwasuku toad's stomach. But before Jiraiya could capitalize on the moment, a colossal snake tail came crashing down toward him. Gamagoro intercepted it with his twin swords, producing a deafening metallic clang. Metallic bones? Just how many of these monsters has Orochimaru modified? Jiraiya muttered. Clasping his hands together, he made a decision: he had to enter Sage Mode. Otherwise, he'd have no hope of escaping. Sage Mode, huh? Orochimaru sneered. Do you really think that will save you? Give up, Jiraiya. It would be better to let me consume you than to die at someone else's hands. His golden, slit-pupiled eyes gleamed with eerie amusement. Orochimaru had long since mastered a perfected version of Sage Mode, thanks to his extensive body modifications. He had even learned one of Ryuchi Cave's forbidden senjutsu techniques. Even if Jiraiya entered Sage Mode, it wouldn't make a difference. Meanwhile, Sasori and Mirai observed the battle with mild interest, critiquing Orochimaru's modifications. Interesting concept, Mirai commented. But the execution is flawed. The coordination between the 4 Kekii Genkai serpents is weaker than your 5-element mecha puppet. Sasori smirked at the assessment, but quickly suppressed the expression, returning to his usual cold demeanor. Orochimaru never prioritizes combat readiness. He's probably the weakest member of our organization now. Even that Uzumaki girl is stronger than him. There was also Tsunade. Even though she had only recently joined, she shouldn't be underestimated. Hyuga Mirai thought about this but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he turned his attention back to the battle. Orochimaru seemed more interested in testing the strengths and weaknesses of his bloodline-modified snakes rather than actively fighting. He controlled them in combat but barely made a move himself. Summoned creatures using Kekkai Genkai were indeed stronger than humans in some ways. Having lived in their respective summoning realms for years and enhanced through modifications, these creatures possessed chakra reserves far beyond most shinobi. If only Ryuchi Cave had more intelligent serpents, bloodline transplantations could have turned them into formidable allies rather than disposable tools, as Orochimaru was currently treating them. As time passed, the two toads, Gamaken and Gamagoro, were covered in wounds under the relentless assault of the Kekkai Genkai serpents. Orochimaru's control over them also grew more refined, discovering ways to combine their abilities. Jiraiya seems to have summoned two smaller toads. What is he planning? Sasori, using his puppet's enhanced vision, noticed the change and turned to Mirai. "Those are the two toad sages of Mount Mayaboku," Mirai replied. "With their help, Jiraiya can enter Sage Mode." "Sage Mode, huh? I should look into that when I get back. Maybe I can develop Sage Mode for my puppets." "Are you planning to make a move?" Sasori had just begun speaking when he saw Mirai step forward, surprised. He had assumed Mirai would remain uninvolved and was even planning to test his combination puppets later. "Yeah, the warm-up is over. Sunagakure might notice soon." Mirai still didn't want to expose his connection to the Kiku Trade Association. Although Sunagakure wouldn't abandon the association, they would certainly become wary. "Orochimaru, leave the rest to me. Your testing should be done by now." Orochimaru glanced at him and smirked, stepping aside. "I was hoping to see how Jiraiya's Sage Mode fared. But if you insist, I'll leave it to you." Jiraiya, now fully transformed into Sage Mode, felt a deep sense of unease upon seeing Mirai step forward. The last time they fought, even in Sage Mode, he had been no match for Mirai. This time, "Big sis. I don't think I'll make it out of this one. If things go south, escape immediately," Jiraiya muttered. But before he could finish his words, he saw Mirai's white pupils shift into a radiant blue. Blue eyes? Both Fukasaku and Shima noticed it too. At that moment, they recalled the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage. They had always known that Mirai's summoning beasts were somehow connected to the prophecy. However, having a summoned creature linked to the vision didn't necessarily mean Mirai himself was the prophesized figure. After all, his eyes were never blue before. But now, he was the one foretold by the Great Toad Sage, the man destined to bring about the downfall of the shinobi world. "Boss, big sis. If I die, you must take this message back to Konoha." Jiraiya's expression turned resolute. Even with his enhanced perception in Sage Mode, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Mirai's glowing blue eyes. "Jiraiya," Mirai said calmly. "Even now, you still have a chance to live." As he spoke, green chakras surged around him. At the collar of his robe, black tomo markings appeared, and 9 truth-seeking orbs hovered behind him. "Kill the 2 toads on your shoulders, and I will spare you." Jiraiya immediately roared in defiance. "Keep dreaming, brat. If you want to kill me, come at me. 2 sages, attack. Gamaken, use oil." Without hesitation, Jiraiya prepared to unleash Sage Art, Gomen, his most powerful senjutsu technique, hoping it could break the barrier and grant him a chance to escape. "What a pity. I gave you a choice." Mirai reached for one of the truth-seeking orbs behind him. As it floated into his palm, it radiated an intense golden light. "Golden will reincarnation explosion." A golden beam erupted from his hand, extending forward like a divine spear. The attack moved at incredible speed, slicing through the air like a meteor. Jiraiya, realizing the danger, attempted to react, but gathering senjutsu chakra had momentarily slowed him down. With a sickening sound, the golden beam pierced straight through Jiraiya's chest. The beam didn't just destroy his heart, it continued, obliterating the 4 violet flames formation and even carving through the distant rock formations in the desert as if they were made of paper. Sasori's eyes widened in shock. What was that technique? I've never seen him use it before. Orochimaru, equally surprised, didn't answer. However, he had a feeling it was connected to Mirai's dojutsu. Jiraiya, mortally wounded, could barely speak. Hurry! His heart had been destroyed, and the energy from the attack had severed his chakra flow. He could no longer feel pain, nor could he control his body. Even forming a complete sentence was beyond him. Jiraiya! Fukasaku and Shima shouted in despair. They hadn't expected their opponent to wield such overwhelming power, able to kill Jiraiya from nearly 100 meters away with a single strike. You two should join him, Mirai said coldly. In an instant, he moved at blinding speed, reaching for the two toad sages to finish them off. Old lady, run! Release! Fukasaku reacted quickly, leaping up and shoving Shima away while simultaneously severing her summoning contract. In a flash of smoke, Shima was sent back to Mount Mayaboku. But Fukasaku himself had no time to escape. Mirai's chakra-infused hand speared through him like a lance, pinning him in place. With two loud bursts of smoke, Gamaken and Gamagoro cancelled their summons and returned to Mount Mayaboku as well. They fled quickly. Mirai didn't bother pursuing them. The two large toads hadn't been his main targets, so they had managed to escape. Fukasaku, however, had made the right call, saving Shima in the last possible moment. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 205, Chapter 205. 1,300 words. Jiraiya was dead. Orochimaru walked over and looked at the lifeless body, his expression unreadable. He stared at Jiraiya for a moment longer than necessary. His former teammate had always been both clever and foolish, reliable in battle yet hopelessly obsessed with an empty prophecy. He had wasted most of his life chasing it, missing countless opportunities along the way. Jiraiya had spoken to them about the child of prophecy multiple times, but Orochimaru had never put his faith in something so intangible. Despite being a summoner of one of the three great sage regions himself, he held no particular reverence for the great toad sage. Orochimaru believed in controlling his own fate. Hoping for salvation from another was foolish, just like expecting an enemy in war to share your desire for peace. This belief had caused many arguments between him and Jiraiya, always ending the same way. Orochimaru, exasperated by Jiraiya's stubborn and naive logic, would simply ignore him. They had never truly been on the same path, and Orochimaru had seen that from the very beginning. Seeing Orochimaru's silence, Sasori asked, "Are you feeling sentimental?" "Not at all," Orochimaru replied casually. "Life is fragile. That idiot probably always knew this day would come. His death means nothing to me." He then turned to Hyuga Mirai. "Mirai-kun, was that just now your dojutsu?" Mirai had not yet exited his Tenseigan chakra mode, and both Orochimaru and Sasori could clearly see his glowing blue eyes. "Yes, the Tenseigan," Mirai replied without hesitation. "The Byakugan has potential for evolution, and the Tenseigan is one of its advanced forms." He had no reason to hide it. The Tenseigan had many abilities, and neither of them were likely to betray him. Even if they were interested in obtaining it, it would take them over a decade to cultivate a pair unless Mirai willingly shared the chakra from the giant Tenseigan, which was the foundation of his power. The Byakugan has multiple evolutionary paths, but it requires extensive genetic experimentation, Mirai added. Orochimaru understood immediately, but Sasori found it harder to grasp. Still, he committed it to memory, planning to study it further when he returned. Sasori's scouting puppet flew back, and after observing the battlefield, he remarked in surprise, "That dojutsu is terrifying. My mecha puppets wouldn't stand a chance against it." One attack had shattered the four violet flames formation, pierced through a mountain, and burrowed over 100 meters underground. If he lined up all his puppets in a row, they would still be annihilated in an instant. "Then improve your materials," Mirai suggested. "Your puppets are already well designed, but their durability and adaptability need work." The materials in the shinobi world are lacking, but we can discuss that later. The three of them, each devoted to their research, had quickly shifted into a discussion about puppet modifications while Jiraiya's corpse still lay beside them. And Sasori was listening intently. He always took constructive criticism on his puppets seriously. Previously, he had been satisfied with their durability, but Mirai's attack had exposed a major flaw: his mecha puppets were not strong enough. Still, this was not the place for further discussion. They were within Sunagekir's territory and needed to leave before drawing attention. Using his Tenseigin spatial manipulation ability, Mirai located Jiraiya's summoning dimension within the Iwasa stomach and released the people trapped inside. "Sir." Kaiken Sanmoku nodded upon seeing Mirai. With the signal restored, Unit 18 had regained full control over him. "We'll leave the rest to you," Mirai said. "We're heading out." "No problem, sir. We lost consciousness and woke up here. Jiraiya must have knocked us out after getting the information he needed." Sanmoku quickly provided an explanation before making himself faint again, waiting for passing Sunagekir shinobi to discover them. As they departed, Orochimaru asked, "Mirai-kun, what do you plan to do with Jiraiya's body? Should we inform Tsunade?" "Tsunade, huh?" Mirai's expression twitched slightly before he shook his head. "As for Jiraiya's body, there's no need for Edo Tensei. Just dispose of it normally. If Tsunade learned about this now, she would undoubtedly hold a grudge. It would be better to wait. Once their organization grew stronger and the dawn of a new era approached, then he could tell her. Until then, he would keep it from her for as long as possible, at least until she had finished her research into the electronic field. The nanospace capsule is almost ready. I'll send you both one when the tests are complete. Orochimaru, I'll leave Jiraiya's body to you. I have something else to take care of, so I'm heading off." Over half a day later, a passing Sunagekir patrol squad discovered Kiku Sanmoku's unconscious group. They quickly revived the San Shinobi but noted that Sanmoku and the other civilians still required medical attention. Upon hearing their story, the patrol shinobi were enraged. Without hesitation, they rushed the injured back to the village and reported the incident to Pakura. Pakura slammed her hand down, shattering her desk in fury. "How is Sanmoku-kun doing?" "He suffered compression injuries but has been treated with the medical machine. He's still unconscious, but he should recover soon," the ANBU reported. Thanks to Unit 18's control over the medical system, they could freely alter his recorded condition. Lady Kazekage, although the four guards did their best to protect Kiku-san, they still revealed some of Sunagekir's information under Jiraiya's interrogation. "Please issue their punishment." "Punishment, huh?" Pakura exhaled. Right now, Sunagekir was severely understaffed. "Send them to the construction site. They'll work on the expansion until it's finished, only then will we discuss their punishment." This was an extremely light sentence. By standard protocol, those four should have lost their shinobi status and been imprisoned. But Pakura had chosen to let them atone through labor instead. And Sanmoku? According to the others, he did not reveal a single piece of information despite Jiraiya's interrogation. Pakura smiled in relief but then scowled, frustrated with her own village. Have those shinobi learn from Sanmoku? It's embarrassing when a civilian has stronger willpower than trained ninja. Assign them the heaviest, most exhausting tasks. Understood, Lady Kazekage. With that, the ANBU left to carry out the orders. Later, Pakura summoned Sunagekir's High Council and Kaiken's Elder to discuss the attack. They unanimously agreed to allocate personnel and form search squads. Letting one of the legendary Sannin roam freely in their territory was unacceptable. Someone like Jiraiya, just like Konoha's White Fang in the past, could wreak havoc if left unchecked. Even though this was not wartime, the fact that Jiraiya had openly attacked Kiku Sanmoku and attempted to extract information was a serious provocation. If they didn't take action, there was no telling how much information he had already relayed to Konoha. Pakura also decided to send an official letter of protest to Konoha. There was still an alliance between the two villages, yet Jiraiya had acted so recklessly. If Konoha didn't provide a proper explanation, she wouldn't hesitate to tear up the agreement. Some conservative members of the council worried that such an extreme response might be unwise, but the majority supported Pakura's decision. They weren't weaklings who would sit back and do nothing. The Kiku family and Sanmoku had done so much for Sunagakure, only to be ambushed right outside their village. If they didn't respond accordingly, they might as well bury their heads in the sand. With the majority in agreement, the letter of protest was swiftly written and handed over to a messenger, who set off for Konoha to demand an explanation from the third Hokage. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 206, Chapter 206. 1,266 words. The arrival of the Sunagakure envoy in Konoha drew significant attention. When Hiruzen Sarutobi read the stern letter of inquiry personally written by Pakura, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiraiya had always been reliable in his actions, so why had he acted so recklessly this time? Kidnapping and interrogating people so close to another village, then carelessly discarding them on the roadside instead of hiding or eliminating them, had he uncovered some crucial intelligence that forced him to take such drastic measures? Hiruzen sighed. The accusations from your village seem completely baseless. While Jiraiya is a Konoha shinobi, he has rarely returned to the village in recent years. I hope Sunagakure will not use an absent shinobi to stir up conflict, as it would be detrimental to both sides. His tone was righteous and unwavering. Regardless of the truth, Konoha could not afford to admit to this incident, especially since Sunagakure had no concrete evidence. The Sunagakure envoy was furious. Did Konoha truly believe their village would fabricate an accusation of intelligence leaks just to slander Jiraiya? So this is Konoha's stance? Hiruzen calmly exhaled a puff of smoke. I am merely reminding your village that another party may be manipulating events to sow discord between allies. Beside him, Nara Shikaku added, that's right. It is entirely possible that another hidden village is behind this. Right now, Konoha and Sunagakure are the only two villages with a formal alliance, making us prime targets for external sabotage. Alliance? The envoy seethed with anger. If this was how Konoha treated its allies, what was the point of their agreement? They might be able to disguise appearances with the transformation jutsu, but could they replicate techniques as well? Who else but Jiraiya could use a jutsu that turned people into frogs? And Konoha still had the audacity to accuse others? They hadn't even confronted Konoha about its ANBU's failed infiltration attempt into Sunagakure's territory yet. It was clear that Konoha had no intention of addressing the issue and was simply shifting the blame. Very well. I will relay the third Hokage's exact words to Lady Kazekage. With that, the Sunagakure envoy left the Hokage's office, preparing to return to his village. Hiruzen's response made it clear Konoha would deny everything, no matter what. Once the envoy was gone, Hiruzen sighed heavily. What was Jiraiya thinking? Shikaku speculated, perhaps he found intelligence so crucial that he had no choice but to act. Now that the Sunagakure envoy had left, there was no need to hide the fact that Jiraiya had been sent to gather intelligence. Sunagakure's internal changes needed to be investigated as soon as possible. If possible, Shikaku even considered using Konoha's ANBU to drive a wedge between Sunagakure and the Kiku Trade Association, preventing the Kiku family from fully integrating into Sunagakure. However, such an operation was too difficult to execute. If anything went wrong, Konoha could end up alienating a powerful trade group and its only allied village. Has Jiraiya sent any messages back? Shikaku asked. He hasn't been in Sunagakure for long, Hiruzen replied, his concern evident. It was troubling enough that Jiraiya had been exposed so quickly, but something else nagged at him last night. The teacup Jiraiya had gifted him suddenly cracked. It was his favorite teacup, and he had spent half the night lamenting its breakage. And now, he was hearing reports that Jiraiya had been discovered by Sunagakure. Two unrelated events happening back to back gave him a bad feeling. I just hope that fool is okay. Shikaku reassured him, given Jiraiya-sama's strength, Sunagakure should have a hard time dealing with him. Right now, Sunagakure's forces were spread thin, with many stationed in smaller nations. All the major villages were aware of this. With their current lack of manpower, Sunagakure would struggle to assemble a strong pursuit force. Just then, Koharu Utatane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura entered the Hokage's office. Seeing them, Shikaku took his leave. Whatever was about to be discussed next, it had nothing to do with him. Shikaku preferred to avoid politics as much as possible. Though he held the title of Jonin Commander, his role only became relevant during wartime. As he stepped out of the Hokage building, he tilted his head toward the sky. The sunlight was warm and comfortable. Maybe I'll go have tea with Choza. Tea Country. This experimental base had been one of Hyuga Mirai's most significant projects. Its secluded location made it ideal for focused research. If not for the presence of the Dragon Vein in Rorin, this could have become Mirai's primary headquarters. The research facilities here were the most advanced in the shinobi world. Many of the machines used didn't even exist elsewhere. Mirai had personally designed and built them after acquiring the land through Unit 18. Since Rorin's Dragon Vein made it difficult to set up large-scale research labs, Mirai still visited the Tea Country base from time to time. For example, his clone. This was the first clone Mirai had created after mastering cloning technology. In the past, Unit 18 had been more than sufficient as an assistant, handling every task with near-perfect efficiency, essentially functioning as an extension of himself. But while Unit 18 excelled at refinement and error correction, it was not as adept at innovating entirely new technologies. Since Mirai also had to train in Senjutsu and Yin-Yang release to enhance his combat strength, he decided to create a clone to focus exclusively on technological advancements. The clone was nearly complete. After numerous calculations by Unit 18, the growth process had been significantly accelerated. However, the clone's physical capabilities would only match that of a well-trained civilian. It was not designed for combat like Orochimaru's clones. Upon arriving at the Tea Country base, Mirai checked the clone's progress. Only 3 more days remained until completion. This clone had no independent consciousness. It was intended to function as an extension of Mirai himself. By using the spirit clone technique to separate a portion of his soul, Mirai could fully integrate with the clone. Since the clone's genetic and physical structure was identical to his own, he would be able to control it as naturally as his real body. A fully functional, flesh and blood duplicate. After confirming the progress, Mirai decided to stay at the base for a few days until he could transfer his spirit into the clone. Then, he had another thought. He grabbed a case of premium shochu from the supplies Kato had sent him. This particular shochu was made from a rare fruit found only in the Land of Rainbows. The fruit was so scarce that only the country's daimyo had access to it. Even Kato had only managed to obtain 15 bottles, keeping 3 for himself and giving the rest to Mirai. Since Mirai wasn't much of a drinker, he had forgotten about them. But now that he was planning to check on Tsunade, he figured they might come in handy. If the shochu was as good as rumored, he might even arrange for some of the fruit trees to be transplanted to Tea Country. As he reached the door, Mirai paused. He took out half of the bottles and put them back. 6 would be enough. 6 bottles would get Tsunade pleasantly buzzed but not completely drunk, just enough to keep her spirits high. If he brought all 12, she'd drink herself into oblivion and waste an entire day of research. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 207, Chapter 207. 1728 words. Princess Tsunade, long time no see. I brought you a little gift. How's your research coming along? As the laboratory door opened, Hyuga Mirai stepped inside and saw that nearly all the equipment was running. Tsunade had even created multiple shadow clones to assist her, and she remained fully focused despite his arrival. Seeing this, Mirai placed the shochu he had brought to the side before opening another door and stepping into the next room. The documents were somewhat scattered. He picked one up and began reading. The effects of electrons on human cells and body energy. The influence of electrons on natural energy. As he continued reading, he gradually immersed himself in Tsunade's research direction. She was still focusing on human biology and had expanded on the principles of her creation rebirth jutsu, exploring broader applications of bioelectricity. Impressive. As expected of Princess Tsunade, Mirai couldn't help but voice his admiration. When it came to human biology, Tsunade was second to none. She had already conceptualized the idea of condensing bioelectric fields within the body to achieve precise cellular control. If she succeeded, it would be akin to embedding a solidification technique into the body, a different approach to immortality, far superior to the Flawdine seal. I'm still far from that level. Controlling electrons remains the biggest hurdle. Generating such minuscule energy units is already an incredibly difficult threshold. By the way, where's my gift? Tsunade suddenly appeared beside Mirai. After dispelling her shadow clones, she felt a slight headache as days' worth of research data flooded her mind. Although it wasn't dangerous, she still needed to process it all. I think control can be assisted with external devices. Your gift is outside the door. And if you have a headache, you shouldn't be drinking. The equipment here is valuable. Tsunade bared her teeth and retorted, "This is why I can never like you, brat. I've never once gone on a drunken rampage." That's true, Mirai admitted after a brief recollection. He had never actually seen Tsunade act wild when drunk, she usually just slept it off. Still, alcohol in the lab was strictly prohibited. That was one rule he wouldn't compromise on. Suddenly, Mirai asked, "By the way, I noticed Shizun has gained a lot of weight and keeps eating. Was that your suggestion?" "Half and half. The food you provide here is too good, and Shizun can't control herself. But once I refine my jutsu, I'll be able to help her manage her weight and use her as a test subject while I'm at it." Tsunade casually sat down in a chair, studying Mirai for a while. When her gaze started making him uncomfortable, she finally spoke again. "Thanks to the information you provided, I've managed to perfect the creation rebirth jutsu, eliminating its major flaw, the excessive cellular division that shortens lifespan. My next step is to establish bioelectric fields so I can precisely control chakra in both combat and medical treatment." As she finished speaking, Tsunade raised a hand and activated her chakra. In the next instant, Mirai suddenly lost all sensation in his lower body. Though he could still stand, he couldn't move. Waving his arms experimentally, he exclaimed in surprise, "I can still move my hands, but my legs are completely numb." "Princess Tsunade, your progress is astonishing. You can already do this?" Hearing his praise, Tsunade restored his nerve functions with a smirk of satisfaction. "It's just the result of years of accumulated research. Right now, I can only manage this level, but if I continue, I should be able to create a fully functional bioelectric domain that can extract and transfer others' cellular energy. At that point, you'll be the ultimate medical master. A true master of cellular-level healing. This would revolutionize the field, completely changing the way medical ninjutsu functioned. Once Tsunade perfected her bioelectric field technique, it could replace a vast majority of medical supplies with simple sugars and fats, marking a breakthrough in medical science. This scroll contains the complete methodology of Chaos Body Surge and subsequent chakra bioelectric control techniques. If you're interested, give it a try. Even Shizun hasn't mastered it yet, and I doubt many in the shinobi world ever will." Tsunade casually tossed a scroll to Mirai before eyeing him suspiciously. "You didn't just come to see me for no reason, did you? Showing up with gifts all of a sudden. You didn't do something behind my back, did you? TCH. You're imagining things. No one else would drink that shochu anyway. If you're going to be so paranoid, I'll just take it back." Mirai smirked, keeping his expression perfectly composed, though inwardly he wondered if bioelectricity could be used for mind reading. Then again, his control over his expressions was flawless. No one in the shinobi world should be able to see through his thoughts. Tsunade still looked skeptical, but ultimately, her attention shifted back to the shochu. After working for so long, she deserved a little relaxation. With that, Mirai didn't linger. He took the scroll Tsunade had given him and left. The jutsu recorded on the scroll is an advanced technique derived from Chaos Body Surge, integrating electronic principles. Tsunade refined it to enhance creation, rebirth, and medical ninjutsu, eliminating the drawback of excessive cellular division. This type of jutsu alone is well worth learning. Moreover, Tsunade plans to develop further techniques based on electronics. If she succeeds, unless someone employs energy-based defensive jutsu, anyone caught within her electronic domain will essentially lose control over their own body. Before leaving, Hyuga Mirai reminded her that next time, she didn't need to record jutsu on an outdated scroll, she could simply scan and send it via the terminal. I forgot to remove the drawbacks of the Sage Curse mark for her, Mirai mused. But Tsunade was probably already drinking by now. It could wait until next time. Mount Mayaboku. After returning, Shima broke into sobs. Not long after, Gamabunta and Gamaken also dispelled their summoning and returned to Mount Mayaboku. The other toads sensed something was wrong. Currently, Jiraiya was the only active summoner of Mount Mayaboku. If anyone had been summoned there, it could only mean one thing: they had gone to aid Jiraiya in battle. A few years ago, Gamabunta had perished in combat while supporting Jiraiya. Now, seeing Shima Sage break down in tears upon her return, the other toads could already guess what had happened. Gamabunta and Gamaken remained silent. They had always been close to Jiraiya. Back when he trained at Mount Mayaboku, the three of them would often spend time together. Now, the last remaining contract holder of Mount Mayaboku had been killed along with Fukasaku. I'll inform the Great Toad Sage. Shima Sage was filled with hatred, but the deaths of Jiraiya and Fukasaku could only be reported to the Great Toad Sage. That Hyuga brat was far too powerful, only the Great Toad Sage could do something about it. Together, Shima, Gamabunta, and Gamaken made their way to the Great Toad Sage's residence. The moment they arrived, Shima shouted, "Old geezer! Something terrible has happened to Mount Mayaboku." In the past, Fukasaku would have reminded her to show respect, but now, there was no one to stop her from calling the Great Toad Sage an old fool. "Shima, what is it?" The Great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes. "Jiraiya is dead. Fukasaku is dead too. Old fool, what should Mount Mayaboku do now?" Shima Sage cried, then quickly recounted everything that had happened. The most important intelligence she brought back was the Hyuga boy's blue eyes. This matched the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, the one destined to destroy the future of the ninja world. Jiraiya had found him, but at the cost of his own life. Fukasaku had also perished. So, he has been found. The future grows ever more uncertain. The Great Toad Sage muttered, "Find the Child of Destiny. Fukasaku. He is the only one who can communicate with that power and stop him. If we can guide that power properly, we can correct the course of history." "Old fool, Fukasaku is already dead." Shima Sage's eyes were filled with grief. Jiraiya spent over 10 years searching for the Child of Destiny and never found him. Now, even our last summoner is gone. How are we supposed to find the Child of Destiny? The Great Toad Sage fell silent for a long time. Just as Shima thought he had dozed off again and was about to shout him awake, he finally spoke. "Go to Konoha. The Child of Destiny has always been by Jiraiya's side. He should search for him properly. Oh, and as for Mount Mayaboku's summoners, we should look for more candidates to sign a contract. That's how we'll proceed for now." After saying this, the Great Toad Sage seemed to have exhausted all his strength and immediately fell asleep again. "Old fool! Jiraiya is dead, and you're still sleeping?" Shima Sage yelled furiously, but the Great Toad Sage had already drifted off, and waking him would be near impossible. Frustrated, she and the two toads left. Deep down, Shima had always believed that Mount Mayaboka should not interfere too much in human affairs. In the past, they would only sign a few summoning contracts and observe the ninja world's changes from afar. Even when teaching Sage Jutsu, Fukasaku had never gone out of his way to invest too much effort. But ever since Jiraiya appeared, the Great Toad Sage had begun making prophecies and instructed Fukasaku to train Jiraiya diligently in Sage Jutsu, bestowing upon him the power of Mount Mayaboku. He even permitted Jiraiya to summon the two Sage Toads for assistance in battle. And what did it lead to? First, they lost Gamabunta when they encountered the prophesied one. Now, on their second encounter, they lost Fukasaku. Yet, Shima could not disobey the Great Toad Sage's orders. Gamaken summoned the Riding Toad and the Mighty Toad. "We're heading to Konoha." Shima Sage gave the command. With Jiraiya gone, they had no way to teleport directly to Konoha. Their only option was to travel through the shinobi world on foot. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 208, Chapter 208. 1,699 words. Captain, the people we detained today were taken away again by men sent from the Hokage. A squad leader from the Uchiha police force reported to Uchiha Fugaku, his face filled with anger. This wasn't the first time. Today, they had arrested someone with solid evidence of insulting the Uchiha clan, yet within hours, the Hokage's men had taken them away. This was nothing short of humiliation. As the village's official police force, they couldn't even punish those who openly mocked them. Fugaku frowned slightly. "Can you confirm their identity?" The squad leader, still seething, replied, "They were wearing ANBU uniforms, who else could it be?" "Captain, at this rate, our police force is completely powerless. Many villagers openly despise the Uchiha now." "I understand. I'll bring this matter up with the third Hokage," Fugaku said with a sigh, attempting to calm his clan members. For years, Konoha had been suppressing the Uchiha, slowly eroding their position like a relentless grindstone. Not only had they been pushed to the outskirts of the village, but their influence had also been systematically diminished. Ever since the Ninetales attack, the Uchiha's standing had worsened year by year. At every clan meeting, resentment boiled over, with members venting their frustration. This wasn't just the discontent of a few individuals. Anyone eligible to attend these meetings had at least awakened the Tsutomu Sharingan, meaning they were among the clan's key combat forces. Of them, nearly 70% harbored deep grievances against Konoha. Some radicals had already proposed a coup, aiming to seize control of the village and install Fugaku as Hokage. Fugaku, however, preferred a more measured approach. He sought a peaceful resolution, but each time he approached the third Hokage, he received nothing but vague, dismissive responses. As clan leader, he was bound to the will of his people. Even though he knew the chances of a successful coup were slim, the overwhelming sentiment among the Uchiha made it clear if he didn't lead them in the direction they demanded, he risked losing his position. And without his leadership, the clan's situation in the village would only deteriorate further. After yet another tense clan meeting, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi left together. They had sat in the back the entire time and were now among the last to leave. Despite his young age, Itachi was extraordinarily gifted. As the son of the clan leader, he had already been promoted to Chunin the previous month. His presence at the clan meetings was not opposed by the other members. Itachi, the divide between the clan and the village is growing deeper. More and more voices are calling for armed rebellion. If this continues, even the clan leader won't be able to keep it under control for much longer, Shisui said as they walked into a quiet forest. Since the Uchiha had been relocated to the outskirts of the village, many secluded wooded areas like this had become their training grounds. Itachi and Shisui often came here to exchange thoughts on training or discuss their concerns. Shisui understood why so many of their clansmen were turning radical. They had endured years of unfair treatment. But he wished they could look beyond their own grievances and seek diplomatic solutions instead. A peaceful approach could ease tensions and prevent the clan from becoming further ostracized. Unfortunately, few were willing to listen. After suffering repeated injustices, many saw violence as the only way to reclaim their dignity. Among the Uchiha, only Itachi could truly understand Shirsui's thoughts. "If anyone can handle this, it's you, Shirsui." Itachi's words were sincere. To him, Shirsui was the most reliable person he knew, more so than even his own father. Shirsui chuckled. "Thanks, Itachi. That means a lot." But after a moment, his expression turned hesitant, something Itachi immediately noticed. "Shirsui, is there something you need my help with?" Shirsui sighed before admitting, "To be honest, Itachi. I'm under orders from the third Hokage to monitor the Uchiha. Everything discussed at these clan meetings has already reached the village elders. The Hokage and Konoha's leadership want me to keep them informed about our clan's movements, just in case." "You've done nothing wrong, Shirsui," Itachi reassured him. "The way the clan is thinking right now is dangerous. The village's peace was hard-earned, we can't afford to reignite the flames of war." Itachi despised conflict. Listening to the clan's calls for a coup had deeply unsettled him. The peace Konoha had fought for must not be shattered. The Uchiha needed to find a peaceful way to resolve their predicament, not through force. But Itachi was still young, and despite being the clan leader's son, he had little influence at the meetings. If the village could understand the Uchiha struggles, they might be able to act preemptively, whether through negotiations or other means. Itachi believed that informing the Hokage was ultimately for the greater good. "I understand," Shirsui said. "But I've noticed something unusual within the clan. Every so often, certain members disappear from Konoha, only to reappear later. I've been trying to investigate, and it seems to be connected to the clan leader." Shirsui scratched his head. "I asked the clan leader about it, but he completely denied it. However, the only one capable of arranging for Uchiha members to leave the village is him. Can I ask you to look into this, Itachi? My father arranged it?" Itachi pondered for a moment, but he couldn't recall anything suspicious about his father's behavior. Still, he nodded. "I'll keep an eye on it. This should be fine, Itachi. Once you gain more mission experience, I'll recommend you to the Hokage for ANBU. With your talent and strength, there's no doubt you'll be accepted." Uchiha Shirsui patted Itachi's shoulder with a smile. In the entire Uchiha clan, Itachi was the only one he could confide in. Otherwise, caught between the clan and Konoha, he would eventually crumble under the pressure. "Clan leader, this is a mission request from our client. The payment appears to be equivalent to 2S rank missions." Uchiha Fugaku was slightly surprised as he took the scroll from Uchiha Tekka. 2S rank missions? This might be the first time we've received such a high-level commission since working with them. Escort to Amagakure and ensure safety? That's all? Lowering his voice, Tekka added, "Clan leader, according to intel from the Ninja Cat clan, the rogue ninja group responsible for assassinating the 4th Kazekage might be hiding in Amagakure." "I see. In that case, their request seems reasonable." Before Fugaku could finish his thoughts, Uchiha Makoto's voice came from outside. "Itachi, you're back?" Hearing her, Fugaku immediately stopped his conversation with Tekka. He stood up, walked to the door, and slid it open. Seeing his son standing there, Fugaku's expression darkened slightly. "Itachi, when did you return?" "I just got back, father. I wanted to report my mission experience to you, but I heard you speaking with Elder Tekka, so I didn't want to interrupt," Itachi replied calmly. At that moment, Makoto entered the house carrying groceries, with Sasuke trailing behind her. Fugaku said in a deep voice, "We'll discuss the mission after dinner. For now, go help your mother with the chores." "Understood, father." Itachi took the basket from Makoto and followed her into the kitchen. Fugaku glanced at Sasuke before stepping back inside and closing the door. "Proceed as they requested, Tekka. Also, pass along this message: the Uchiha clan formally invites him to our home as a guest." We will guarantee his safety. Tekka immediately responded, understood, clan leader. He wasn't sure how much Itachi had overheard from their conversation, but as the clan leader's son, Itachi wasn't someone Tekka could interfere with. However, this was not the time for further discussion. This mission would require nearly 80% of the Uchiha's hidden strength. With a payment equivalent to 2 S-rank missions, they would need to dispatch at least 4 elite Jonin with fully matured Sharingan. The Uchiha were not short on funds, but the real reward would be the message Fugaku intended to send after the mission's completion. As evening approached, households across Konoha began preparing dinner. Naruto Uzumaki trudged home with his head down. Though the delicious aroma from inside twitched his nose, his disappointment dulled his appetite. "You're back, Naruto. Wash your hands and come eat," Kushina Uzumaki called out, not even turning her head as she set the last dish on the table. But when she looked up, she saw Naruto sitting there, having washed his hands, his face visibly downcast. "You idiot, Naruto. Did you try to make friends again? I already told you, once you master the jutsu I taught you and enter the academy, you'll make plenty of friends," Kushina scolded. "It's not that, Mom. You're always training and never spend time with me," Naruto muttered, lowering his head. Then, hesitating, he asked, "Why do they call me the Nine-Tails Demon Fox? Aren't I the 4th Hokage's son?" "Ignore those fools, Naruto. Once you graduate from the academy, I'll tell you everything. But right now, you can't even perform a proper shadow clone. It's embarrassing." She smacked Naruto on the head with a ladle before grinning at him. "Now eat up. After dinner, I'll train with you." "No need, Mom." "Your training is more important," Naruto said, his usual smile returning. "I've seen you practicing late at night so many times. Starting tomorrow, I'll train just as hard." "Naruto." A warmth spread in Kushina's heart. Thunk! Naruto got another smack on the head. "If you want to train, then we start right after dinner. No postponing until tomorrow, you lazy brat." Kushina bellowed. She had to master Sage Mode. If she didn't, she wouldn't be able to stay by Naruto's side to watch him grow. But after years of training, she still hadn't managed to convert her chakra into the Sage Mode of Shikatsu Forest. Instead, she had wasted much of her remaining Sage chakra reserves. At this rate, she wouldn't have much time left. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 209, Chapter 209. 1045 words. The Uchiha clan demonstrated their sincerity by assembling a formidable team, 4 Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan and 4 Chunin with 2 Tomo Sharingan. Unlike individual combatants, these shinobi excelled in coordinated squad tactics, making them far more effective than lone fighters. None of them were officially registered, meaning their departure from Konoha would go unnoticed by all but a select few within the Uchiha, who would never betray their whereabouts. As expected of a clan that has endured for nearly 1,000 years, summoning such a force so effortlessly. Kiko Sanmoku expressed his admiration as he addressed Uchiha Tekka. They had crossed paths many times before and were well acquainted. Rather than sever ties after discovering Kiko's connections to Sunigakure, Uchiha Fugaku had strengthened their alliance, deepening their cooperation. Given the possibility of encountering members of the Akatsuki, Kiku had declined the bodyguards offered by Pakura and instead sought the Uchiha's assistance. "By the way, Tekka-san," Kiku suddenly smiled and asked, "once the mission is over, would you be interested in visiting the Suna Federation Republic? It would only take a few days, but I'm not sure if clan leader Fugaku would approve." The Suna Federation Republic. The name had begun to spread throughout the shinobi world. It was said that Sunigakure had chosen to break free from the traditional limitations of a ninja village, embracing the term federation to signal its openness to all professions. Republic reflected their commitment to peace in opposition to war. This philosophy was actively promoted among the village's existing residents and new recruits. With their population nearly doubling, internal conflicts were inevitable. The solution was to instill a new ideology while expanding economic opportunities, reducing the likelihood of internal strife. As for whether Fugaku would allow them to visit the Suna Federation Republic, Tekka was almost certain that he would. If given the chance, their leader would undoubtedly send them to gather intelligence. After the mission, that shouldn't be a problem. Tekka offered a vague response, though he had already decided to consult Fugaku for approval. Kiku, why are you heading to Amagakure all of a sudden? Don't they have history with Sunagakure? Bad blood, you mean? Kiku feigned contemplation before replying, well, I believe my lord put it best, between the sword and the one who wields it, I'd rather take revenge on the wielder. After all, a sword can still be put to good use, but a swordsman consumed by hatred has no further value. The shinobi of Amagakure are naive and full of potential. Their usefulness far exceeds that of the daimyo of the Land of Wind. As for grudges, a strategic shift in hostilities can't eliminate hatred entirely, but it can minimize it. And the former Sunagakure ninja remain unaware of this arrangement. You've probably heard about the recent events, haven't you, Tekka-san? Two noble families from the Land of Rivers who pledged allegiance to the Federation were slaughtered by bandits, only for their entire estates to be confiscated by the Land of Rivers daimyo. Right now, the Federation lacks sufficient manpower, so we're considering securing a few more swords, just in case. Kiku paused briefly, then smiled. Forgive me, Tekka-san. I may have spoken too much. Tekka pushed aside his surprise, shaking his head. Not at all. Your insights are enlightening, Kiku-san. Now, let's focus on the mission. The Uchiha name does not tolerate failure. I'll be counting on you, Tekka-san. With that, Kiku gave a slight bow before boarding the carriage. As expected of the Kiku family. Tekka mused to himself. Over time, he had come to understand Kiku's ways, his impeccable etiquette, his sharp mind, and his ability to navigate delicate situations effortlessly. Spending time with him never felt uncomfortable. If anything, their conversations always seemed to end too soon. With the construction of the Federation's cities nearly complete, Kiku now had time to focus on other matters. The next phase of the Suna Federation Republic's development revolved around two key aspects: food production and military reform. Food security was a critical issue. With the Federation adopting a unified political system, it had a responsibility to provide for all its citizens. Implementing new agricultural methods would be no small feat. The Federation had to take the lead in demonstrating the benefits of their policies, convincing villagers to embrace the changes willingly. At present, governance within the Federation operated through two primary means: authority and incentives. When it came to agriculture, coercion would only provoke resistance, as even a minor crop failure could mean life or death for a family. Unlike the Land of Fire, fertile land within the Federation was scarce. Bakura had considered large-scale state-run farming, but arable land was limited. The only truly viable territories were those formerly owned by nobles from the Land of Wind and the Land of Rivers. However, the nobles from the Land of Rivers who had defected to the Federation had met an unfortunate fate, leading to a significant loss of territory that should have belonged to the Federation. Kiku's visit to Amagakure was, in part, an effort to negotiate with the Akatsuki. A massive mountain range stood between Amagakure and the Suna Federation Republic, acting as a barrier to the humid air currents from the surrounding great nations. As a result, while Amagakure experienced near constant rainfall, the Federation suffered from extreme drought, with only a few rainy days each year. Kiku's first priority in Amagakure was to propose a cooperative effort to flatten or tunnel through the mountains, redistributing rainfall between the two countries. This would decrease precipitation in Amagakure while increasing it in the Federation, a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, removing this natural barrier would expose Amagakure to new threats. Previously, their defenses were concentrated around a few key checkpoints. If the mountains were removed, the Federation would have unrestricted access to Amagakure's borders, surrounding them on three sides. Many within the Federation doubted that Amagakure would agree to such a drastic proposal. But Hyuga Mirai thought otherwise. He saw far more opportunities for collaboration with the Akatsuki beyond this single issue. And this was just the beginning. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 210, Chapter 210. 1068 words. Upon entering the land of rain, the group immediately noticed its unique humid climate. The country was constantly drenched due to moisture-laden airflows converging from three directions, only to be trapped by the surrounding mountains, leaving the land of rain in a perpetual state of weeping. When Uchiha clan members carried out missions outside the village, they would remove their clan emblazoned fan insignias. As long as they didn't reveal their Sharingan, no one would recognize them as Uchiha. Amagakure's management was notably lax. As long as one didn't cause trouble within the village, even rogue ninja from other nations could walk the streets openly. Kiku Sanmoku's group entered without issue. His carriage was extravagant, surrounded by 12 guards, an unmistakable display of status. Upon arrival, he initially considered sending word ahead, but the existence of Akatsuki within Amagakure was not a publicly known fact. The villagers only knew that their leader was Pain, with the angel acting as the primary administrator. However, few knew how to contact either of them, as it was typically the angel who sought people out to deliver orders. There was, however, one method to directly reach Pain. Kiku Sanmoku lifted the carriage curtain, glancing at the heavy rain outside, and turned to Uchiha Tekka. Tekka, could you and your clansmen release some chakra? Release chakra? Kiku, what's the point of that? Uchiha Tekka activated his Sharingan, scanning the surroundings warily, but he found no visible threats. This will allow Amagakure to detect our presence faster. This rain is actually a jutsu used for surveillance. Kiku Sanmoku pointed toward the pouring sky, explaining, Pain has likely already noticed us upon entering. If you release your chakra together, they'll come to us directly instead of making us search for them. A surveillance jutsu covering an entire village? Tekka was visibly shocked. How powerful did one have to be to achieve that? Amagakure was slightly smaller than Konoha, yet Konoha's barrier required multiple squads to maintain. And from Kiku's words, this jutsu had been cast by Pain himself? Captain, there is chakra present, but it's faint. Even with the Sharingan, it's difficult to see clearly, another Uchiha Jonin reported. The Sharingan could perceive chakra, but not with the clarity of the Byakugan. Tekka found it hard to believe such a formidable individual existed, but he trusted Kiku Sanmoku's words. Signaling his clan members, they all gathered their chakra and released it into the air. With 8 people, the weakest among them possessing dual Tomo Sharingan, the concentrated chakra output was quickly detected by Pain. Conan. Pain spoke calmly. At the village entrance, several strong ninja are deliberately releasing chakra. Go check on them. It seemed as if they knew about the rain's surveillance ability and were intentionally drawing attention. Pain ceased his jutsu, and soon, the constant downpour over Amagakure came to a halt. At the entrance, Kiku Sanmoku and his group watched as the rain abruptly stopped, though the thick clouds overhead remained. The Uchiha shinobi immediately deduced that whoever controlled the jutsu had noticed their presence. Tekka approached the carriage and asked in a low voice, "Should we prepare for battle, Kiku?" Kiku Sanmoku shook his head. "We're here to discuss business. Even if we fail to strike a deal, we should maintain cordiality. Besides, Amagakure has dealt with the Kiku Trading Company before, they wouldn't attack on sight. The Uchiha alone were no match for the Akatsuki. They might be able to take down 1 or 2 members, but if 3 or more showed up, all 8 Uchiha would be wiped out. Moreover, Kiku Sanmoku hadn't brought them solely for protection. If they all perished, part of his plan would fail. With the rain gone, Kiku Sanmoku stepped out of the carriage. Before long, paper butterflies fluttered down from the sky, converging into the form of a woman with origami-like wings. "So, it's you," Conan said upon recognizing Kiku Sanmoku. She recalled his background. Nagato's medical equipment had been purchased from the Kiku Trading Company. After extensive treatment, Nagato's legs had slowly begun recovering, and he could now stand and walk. Konan-san, I am Kiko-san Moku of the Kiku Trading Company. I've come to Amagakure to discuss a business proposal. Kiko-san Moku smiled as he gestured toward the Uchiha around him. These are my hired guards. It was at my request that they released their chakra earlier. I see. Konan's gaze lingered on Kiko-san Moku. The fact that he used this method to summon her meant he knew about Pain's Rain Tiger at Will technique. Yet this was his first time in Amagakure. How did he know such details? What business do you wish to discuss? Kiko-san Moku raised an eyebrow. I have quite a bit to say. Konan's expression remained calm. Who do you represent, Kiko Trading Company or Sunagakure? The Akatsuki were already aware that the Kiku family had joined Sunagakure. Given that the fourth Kazekage had died at their hands, relations between both sides were hardly amicable. There's no difference between the two. If you're concerned about the fourth Kazekage's death, you needn't be. The Kiku family had not yet joined Sunagakure at the time. Kiko-san Moku smiled, his tone gentle. Or rather, it was precisely because of the fourth Kazekage's death that the Kiku family ended up joining Sunagakure. In a way, Akatsuki wasn't just a weapon for the daimyo, it was also a weapon for Hyuga Mirai. Come in, Konan said after a long pause. She gave Kiko-san Moku a deep look, sensing something eerily familiar about him. Something about him reminded her of Pain, as if he were a lifeless puppet. She led them toward the towering structure at Amagakure's center. This area was deserted, no other rain ninja were present. The surroundings were eerily silent. Speak, Konan said directly after bringing them to the location. She didn't seem concerned with formalities, and Kiko-san Moku noticed that there wasn't even a place to sit. Seeing that discussions were about to begin, Uchiha Teka spoke up. Kiku, would you like us to wait outside? As hired guards, they would follow their clients' wishes. Yes, if you don't mind, Teka-san, Kiko-san Moku replied with a polite smile. I'll call for you once we're done. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 211, Chapter 211. 1,285 words. By the way, how effective are the medical machines from our trade association? I remember Miss Konan bought 2 of them, about the same as the 5 great shinobi villages. Kiko-san Moku casually brought up the topic with a smile, but Konan remained silent, her expression as cold and distant as ever, like an ice-cold beauty. Alright, it seems your village is highly wary of us, so I'll get straight to the point. Kiko-san Moku took out a capsule, pressed a button, and tossed it aside. With a loud puff, a cloud of smoke appeared, revealing a large computer and a projected map inside the room. A special sealing scroll? Konan watched with a hint of confusion. The man before her wasn't a ninja, so how was he using a sealing scroll? And the design of that scroll seemed rather unusual. Miss Konan, does your village have any plans to change the constant rainfall in the land of rain? I mean turning it into a climate similar to Konoha, with balanced seasons and mild weather. As he spoke, Kiko-san Moku manipulated the computer to display an overview of the land of rain, showcasing the endless downpour across its territories. Only a few small areas were not covered by dark clouds, while the rest suffered from relentless rain. If not for the rivers flowing into the sea, the land of rain would have long turned into the lake of rain. The land and environment here are highly suitable for farming, but the never-ending rain forces the villagers to abandon agriculture and seek other forms of work. As a result, most of your food has to be imported, from the Kika Trade Association, isn't that right? Recently, the trade association has been shifting more of its focus to the Sand Federation. We might have to slightly reduce the amount of food sold to Amagakure. Apologies, but that is the association's decision. Kiku Sanmoku nodded slightly at Conan before pointing at the displayed weather patterns. If we can change the climate here, the people of the Land of Rain wouldn't have to rely on imported food. This is the root cause of the constant rain. Conan followed his gesture and examined the weather patterns. While she didn't fully understand climate analysis, she could tell that the rain clouds originated from the direction of the lands of fire, grass, and earth. Her tone turned cold as she spoke. Just tell me your goal. Kiko Sanmoku nodded. Miss Conan, do you and Pain have any desire to change the Land of Rain? The Kika Trade Association can make it happen, turn this country into a place as fertile as the Land of Fire, suitable for farming and living. We can even provide high-yield crops. If the villagers cultivate them, they will never go hungry again. Instead, they might even produce a surplus to sell to other regions. With that, he displayed another projection, a side-by-side comparison of agricultural output. On the left was the typical farmland of the shinobi world, sparse and lacking density. On the right was a field with crops developed by Hyuga Mirai, boasting yields at least 3 times greater. What do you think, Miss Conan? Transform this country and let the people experience the care and protection of their angel and Pain. If you follow the trade association's plan, the people's fear of you will turn into gratitude. They will support you wholeheartedly because you will have brought true change to the Land of Rain. As Kiku Sanmoku spoke, the screen continued displaying contrasting images. The gloomy, rain-soaked Land of Rain against the sunlit, thriving Land of Tea. The weary laborers of the Land of Rain braving the downpour for odd jobs against the prosperous farmers of the Land of Tea enjoying a bountiful harvest. The final frame settled on the expressions of children from both countries, one group blank and emotionless, the other filled with laughter. The last image struck a chord with Conan. Though her face remained as calm as still water, her mind drifted back to the vow she, Yahiko, and Nagato had made in their childhood. The Akatsuki now controlled Amigakure and even the Land of Rain, but had anything truly changed? At most, they had abolished the oppressive policies left behind by Hanzo. That final image of the children's contrasting expressions unsettled her. She even felt the urge to destroy it. Please don't, Miss Conan. Before she could act, Kiko Sanmoku chuckled as if reading her thoughts. This computer is worth millions. And even if you destroy it, you're only turning a blind eye, it won't change reality. He then placed a scroll on the table and continued, this is the plan to alter the Land of Rain's climate. If you're interested, you can show it to Pain. Conan stared at him intently before speaking calmly. You seem to know a lot about Amigakure. More or less, just as you understand your own village, Miss Conan. There's no need to be so hostile toward us. If you set aside our connection to the Sand Federation, we should be your best allies, shouldn't we? You have dreams, and the Kiko Trade Association has the power to make them reality. Conan fell silent for a long time, deep in thought. Kiko Sanmoku's words hadn't resonated with her at first, but the images had stirred something in her. She had grown up in this ceaseless downpour. If Yahiko hadn't made the bold choice to seek out Jiraiya, who knew if the 3 of them would have even survived? Yahiko had sworn to change this crying country, to bring peace and prosperity to its people. Yet even now, many people in the Land of Rain were still suffering as they had in the past. War no longer loomed over them, but their quality of life had hardly improved. The Akatsuki had grown wealthier, but Conan had never felt truly happy. Since Yahiko's death, she had dedicated herself to his dream, but looking back now, she and Nagato had yet to fulfill their original promise. We'll take the scroll. You'll have an answer in 2 days. A voice came from above. Both Conan and Kiko Sanmoku looked up. A figure with short orange hair, black facial piercings, and a cold expression stood on the wall. He extended a hand, and in the next moment, an invisible force pulled the scroll into his grasp. Pain, Conan said before dissolving into paper, reappearing beside him. Kiko Sanmoku watched Pain take the scroll, then smiled. In that case, I'll await your response in Amigakure. As for other matters, we'll discuss them once cooperation is established. If they couldn't reach an agreement, then there would be no need for further discussion. Pain and Conan both understood the underlying message in his words. However, what puzzled them was how an ordinary businessman, someone who wasn't even a ninja, had the audacity to speak with such confidence. Kiko Sanmoku then pressed a button on the back of the computer, causing the device and its projection equipment to shrink back into a capsule. He pocketed it and turned to leave. As soon as he stepped outside, the Uchiha guards who had been standing by immediately surrounded him. When Pain had appeared earlier, Uchiha Teka-san and the others had been on high alert. If a fight had broken out, they would have charged in without hesitation. Kiku-san. Kiko Sanmoku waved a hand dismissively. We might need to stay in Amagakure for a couple more days. Sorry for the trouble, Teka-san. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 212, Chapter 212. 1,311 words. The rain, which had briefly stopped, began to fall again. The Uchiha clan members were now aware that this was an artificial detection jutsu, so they refrained from wandering around Amagakure and instead focused entirely on their duty as guards. They disliked the feeling of being watched and understood that their primary objective was to complete their mission. Days of monotonous guard duty were nothing to seasoned jonin who had experienced war. Besides, the reward from the Hayakusa Trade Association was twice that of an S-rank mission from Konoha, and without any deductions from middlemen. Unlike the Konoha police force, these Uchiha had no official positions in the village and relied entirely on the clan's support. Although the clan provided for them well, it couldn't compare to those who took on missions independently. The payment from Hayakusa Trade Association was a welcome additional income, benefiting both individual Uchiha and the clan as a whole by providing funds and valuable experience. Meanwhile, Uchiha Teka sat playing shogi with Kiku Sanmoku, subtly probing him for information. For Unit 18, this was an utterly crude attempt at intelligence gathering. Uchiha Teka's shogi skills were so abysmal that if Unit 18 weren't deliberately feeding him some information, he wouldn't even consider wasting a fraction of his vast computing power on such a trivial opponent. In the most secluded area of Amagakure, known only to Konan and Nagato, Tobi had also learned of this location through Zetsu's reconnaissance. However, he remained unaware that Nagato had regained his ability to move and was undergoing rehabilitation. Even Zetsu, wary of the Rinnegan's abilities, dared not approach too closely and could only observe from a distance. Thanks to medical treatment, Nagato's frail, emaciated form had gradually returned to that of a normal person. However, his movements were still stiff, requiring further training to regain full mobility. If he could completely recover, he might even be able to rid himself of the black rods embedded in his body. Yet, even then, he would likely continue relying on the 6 paths of pain for combat. Konan, do you really want to go through with this? Nagato looked at the project proposal provided by Kiko Trade Association and asked Konan. The document was meticulously detailed, written in layman's terms specifically to accommodate Nagato and Konan, who had limited formal education. Unit 18 had carefully simplified the language to ensure clarity. After reading it, Nagato realized that even without the Trade Association's help, he now understood how to alter Amagakure's perpetual rainfall. If he could level a mountain range and use a jutsu equivalent to the combined efforts of 100 wind release users, he could disperse the thick cumulus clouds that constantly loomed over the land of rain. Yes, Nagato, Konan replied. We defeated Hanzo, yet Amagakure remains unchanged. This is not the future Yahiko dreamed of, not the promise we once made. If there's a way to change that, I don't want to ignore it. Her words brought back memories of Yahiko's passionate vision. Changing this nation had once been their shared dream. But after Yahiko's death, Nagato had shifted his focus to becoming the world's sole god, believing that only through divine intervention could he reshape the chaotic world. If that is what you wish, then let's do it, Nagato said, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. He then added, don't worry about the threat from Sunagakure. I am regaining control over my body, and the 6 paths of pain have grown even stronger. If Suning intends to attack after the barriers are removed, I will show them the power of a god. Conan nodded but hesitated before adding, Nagato, there's something strange about the Kika Trade Association. Their integration into Sunagakure is unlikely to be based on financial power alone. There must be another force backing them, and I suspect the Sasori of the Red Sand is connected to them. What makes you think that? I can't say for certain. It's just a feeling, Conan admitted, shaking her head. The way Kiko Sanmoko had spoken, along with the unexpected encounter with Sasori when they had ambushed Raza, felt too coincidental. It doesn't matter, Nagato said firmly. If Sasori only has his puppets, he is no match for Pain. Nagato's confidence was absolute. With his restored body, the power of the 6 paths of Pain had reached new heights. If he fought seriously, he could single-handedly defeat anyone in Akatsuki. His assurance alleviated some of Conan's concerns. She had witnessed Pain's true power firsthand. Now that Nagato could fully utilize it himself, his combat prowess alone was equivalent to 6 Pains combined. After their discussion, Conan decided to take charge of the project. She rarely took on missions within Akatsuki, but this endeavor aligned with the dream she, Nagato, and Yahiko once shared. It was only fitting that she oversee it. Outside the room, Uchiha Tekka spoke up. Kiko-san, your previous guest has returned to see you. I see, came the response from within. Moments later, Kiko Sanmoku opened the door and saw Uchiha Tekka standing beside Conan. Conan-san, please come in. This plan is quite complex, so I'll need to explain it in detail. Kiko Sanmoku stepped aside to let Conan enter. The room had been cleared for space, and he immediately retrieved his computer from a spatial capsule. Conan-san, here's the detailed plan along with the estimated costs. Please review it, and if anything is unclear, I'll explain further. Upon hearing the mention of costs, Conan took the scroll and unrolled it. As she read through it, her expression darkened. 3 billion ryo? Are you joking? Her voice carried a sharp edge of anger. No ninja village could afford such an amount. Even though Amagakure had seized control of most of the Land of Rain, financial authority remained with the daimyo. The village's annual budget barely reached 100 million ryo. The Land of Rain was small, and its constant downpours limited economic growth. The only reason Amagakure received as much funding as it did was because Pain had brutally eliminated Hanzo, intimidating the daimyo into increasing financial support. At this rate, even if Amagakure drained its entire treasury, they still wouldn't be able to afford this project. They would have to pool all of Akatsuki's funds just to come close. Conan-san, this is a massive national transformation project, one that affects both the Land of Rain and the border regions of the Suna Federation. 3 billion ryo is already a bargain, Kiko Sanmoku said with a chuckle. As he spoke, he pulled up various project images on his computer, presenting them to Conan. This doesn't just affect Amagakure. Even the Suna Federation will have to pay a fee to the Hayakusa Trade Association. We treat all clients equally. You already know how to change the weather, leveling the mountains between the two nations and hiring hundreds of wind release users daily to disperse the cumulus clouds would suffice. If that's too difficult, then the only solution is to use the methods of the Kiko Trade Association. Conan-san, forgive me for being blunt, but only we can accomplish this. Kiko Sanmoku smiled with a practiced, almost artificial warmth, the kind of smile that only a seasoned businessman could master. Conan clenched her fists slightly within her cloak. She had to remind herself that this was for the people of Amagakure, for Yahiko's dream. Fine, she said, taking a deep breath. Explain to me exactly why this project costs 3 billion ryo. Kiko Sanmoku's smile deepened. Of course, Conan-san. I assure you, by the time you finish hearing my explanation, you'll find that this price is more than worth it. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 213, Chapter 213. 1,729 words. Deceiving a ninja with less than a middle school level of education? Kiko Sanmoku's proposal contained nearly 100 renovation plans. While more than half of them were essentially just money grabs with no real effect, anyone unfamiliar with the field wouldn't be able to tell the difference. If you lack strength, you get beaten. If you lack knowledge, you get deceived. That was the reality of the shinobi world. Even with a so-called godlike friend, Conan had no way around it. Did her divine comrade, Nagato, even understand civil engineering blueprints? Conan-san, modifying the Land of Rain requires installing 20 large-scale air blowers along the path of the humid airflow. This path is fixed and cannot be changed. Each blower, along with its corresponding equipment, costs 150 million ryo, already at a discounted rate. The Kiko Trading Company has even waived other fees for you. Kiko Sanmoku smiled as he handed over a detailed list to Conan while displaying a simulated animation of the proposed renovations on a computer. The equipment appeared quite large, but the blowers also included many additional components, such as satellite signal transmission, data storage, and monitoring systems. Conan frowned slightly as she took the proposal, carefully reading through it. However, much of it contained technical jargon she had never encountered in her 20-plus years of experience. In the shinobi world, Kiko Trading Company was considered the authority in this field. Unless Conan sought expert craftsmen from the land of craftsmen, she had no way of verifying any inconsistencies in the proposal. The animation presented a clear process excavating mountains, erecting air blowers, and redirecting the humid air that perpetually shrouded the Land of Rain. Theoretically, this would prevent the formation of continuous rain clouds over the region. While Conan could understand the basic concept, she still found the renovation plan hard to accept. As for the cost, Conan began to speak in a low voice, but her words trailed off. First, because ever since Yahiko's death, she had maintained a cold and distant demeanor and had never engaged in negotiations. Second, because Kiko Sanmoku's ever-smiling expression seemed to be waiting for her to ask for a discount. If the Village of Rain cannot afford it, we also accept other forms of collateral. Kiko Sanmoku cheerfully pulled out a pre-prepared scroll, listing items from the Land of Rain that could be used as collateral along with their respective valuations by Kiko Trading Company. Steel was at the top of the list. The Land of Rain's ironworking industry was relatively well developed, perhaps the only valuable asset the country had. Other options included allowing Kiko Trading Company to build factories and roads, granting them commercial privileges within the Land of Rain, or even accepting missions from the Akatsuki to repay the debt. In short, Kiko Trading Company would bleed the upper echelon of the Rain Ninja village dry while giving only a small fraction back to the common people. Conan read through the document carefully, focusing primarily on the mission commissions rather than the other terms. Kiko Trading Company offered generous payouts for missions, undoubtedly the highest in the shinobi world. Given that they monopolized several industries, the money they spent on hiring ninja was negligible compared to what they earned immediately afterward. After finishing her review, Conan spoke coldly. "I need to discuss this with the others." "Of course. A project of this scale requires preparation on our end as well," Kiko Sanmoku replied with a smile. "We also need to negotiate mountain-moving operations with the Sand Federation. If the Rain Village is concerned about potential conflict once the natural barrier between your nations is removed, a peace agreement could be arranged." Conan's expression remained indifferent. "That won't be necessary. We don't trust so-called peace agreements." "That's true. Those agreements are nothing more than meaningless scraps of paper to pacify civilians and lower-ranked ninja. To those in power, they're worth less than toilet paper." Kiko Sanmoku nodded in agreement before shifting the conversation. "Conan-san, there are other matters we need to discuss. These should be minor concerns for you. First, we ask that the Akatsuki refrain from disclosing any information about Sasori of the Red Sand. Second, during negotiations with the Sand Federation, we request that Akatsuki members remain out of sight. If you must attend, we ask that you wear different attire. It would be best to avoid unnecessary conflict before the renovations are complete." Conan stared deeply at Kiko Sanmoku before speaking. So, you really do have ties to Sasori. That means his appearance that time was intentional. She suddenly recalled that when she first sought out Sasori to recruit him into Akatsuki, Hyuga Mirai, the rogue ninja from the Hyuga clan, had already beaten her to it. He had taken Sasori under his wing first. Now, thinking it over carefully, it was clear that Kiko Trading Company wanted to keep Sasori's whereabouts hidden. Their only reason for doing so must have been to return him to the Sand Village. After all, the only thing valuable enough to warrant such secrecy was that puppet in Sasori's possession. Hyuga Mirai. A truly terrifying individual, hiding in plain sight. If he hadn't chosen to reveal himself this time, Conan might never have suspected his involvement. A noble lineage with a history spanning centuries, secretly tied to a rogue ninja from Konoha, what an ironic twist. If that's the condition for cooperation, then we will agree. With that, Conan left to gather the Rain Village's leadership. Though she was known as the Angel of the Rain, she was, in practice, the village leader. Nagato had always been physically weak and preoccupied with controlling the 6 paths of pain, leaving the governance of Amagakure to Conan. The plan to reform the Land of Rain was an enormous undertaking, requiring over half of Amagakure's manpower and a staggering investment of 3 billion ryo. While Conan was determined to improve the country's conditions, she had no choice but to inform the village's leadership. When she presented the plan to the village officers, many of whom were former Akatsuki members who had fought alongside Pain and Conan to overthrow Hanzo, they unhesitatingly pledged their support. The reform would undoubtedly benefit Amagakure, and they were willing to contribute however necessary. However, Conan deliberately withheld the actual cost of 3 billion ryo, knowing that Amagakure simply could not afford it. There was no need to burden them with concerns they couldn't address. If she didn't tap into Kakuzu's funds, she would have to agree to the demands of the Kiko Trade Association. It was a difficult choice. Though Kakuzu had a reputation for eliminating comrades, he was highly efficient in completing missions and managing the organization's finances. Conan, however, understood his nature well. While he had no issue safeguarding deposits, requesting money from him, especially a sum as astronomical as 3 billion ryo, might push him to defect on the spot. Not even Pain would be able to dissuade him. After much deliberation, Conan decided she had no choice but to accept the Kiko Trade Association's alternative repayment terms. Lord Mirai. Ayaka Uzumaki had barely returned to Rorin when she called out before even stepping into the Dragon Vein sealed palace. Using her Kagura mind's eye, she quickly located Hyuga Mirai and, without hesitation, activated Ninetales chakra mode. In a flash of golden light, she shot toward him. Mirai, having just received a notification from Unit 18, set aside his research and stepped out of the lab, only to see a golden streak hurtling toward him. If he hadn't recognized it as Ayaka returning after a long absence, he might have instinctively struck her down. Running at such speeds near the lab, what if she crashed into his experiments? With a loud thud, Ayaka crashed into Mirai's chest, clinging to him as she spoke in a wounded tone. Lord Mirai, on my way back, I encountered an unbelievably powerful opponent. Even in Ninetales mode, I couldn't match him. I had to activate Sage Ninetales mode and rely on my armor's defenses just to escape with injuries. Mirai blinked in surprise. Ayaka, are you sure you're not exaggerating? There shouldn't be many people in the ninja world with that level of strength. It's true. If you don't believe me, look at my armor, Lord Mirai. Ayaka, still looking aggrieved, pressed a button on her wristwatch, instantly summoning her T1 combat armor. Upon seeing the damage, Mirai frowned. As she claimed, the armor was over 40% damaged, with many functions completely inoperative. Unit 18? Data loss, sir. A holographic screen extended from Mirai's wristwatch, displaying Unit 18's digital face. Ayaka Uzumaki was out of satellite range during combat, and the storage unit in her armor sustained damage. Only a small portion of the recorded footage was preserved. With that, Unit 18 played the available video feed. The footage showed Ayaka activating Sage Ninetales mode, clad in her armor, engaging an unknown opponent in battle. As Mirai analyzed the video, Ayaka continued explaining. This is him, Lord Mirai. He was incredibly fast. If it weren't for my sensory abilities in Ninetales mode and the Kagura Mind's Eye, I wouldn't have even been able to track him. He knew right away that I was a Jinchuriki and tried to capture me. Ayaka, you're safe now, can you let go of me? She was holding on so tightly that he could barely focus on the footage. The constant movement of her red hair in front of him was distracting. Even after he spoke, Ayaka whimpered and feigned injury, clearly unwilling to let go. Mirai, seeing through her act, casually pried her off with one hand. Is this Jigen? Mirai replayed the brief 3-second clip 4 or 5 times before voicing his suspicion. Ayaka tilted her head in confusion. Lord Mirai, who is Jigen? A very powerful individual, a suit for an alien, Mirai murmured, deep in thought. Then he turned to Ayaka. How did you escape? I didn't, Ayaka admitted. That guy seemed wary of my adamantine sealing chains. In the end, he withdrew first. Thinking back to the encounter, fear still lingered in her eyes. If her opponent hadn't retreated, she might never have made it back. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 214, Chapter 214. 1136 words. Ayaka, what were you doing there? Hearing where she had fought Jigen, Hyuga Mirai asked in confusion. That location was beyond the western border of the Land of Earth, almost on the other side of the planet. No wonder she had gone beyond satellite communication range. It was all because of that bastard Orochimaru. Ayaka Uzumaki gritted her teeth and said, while we were in the Land of Earth, Orochimaru's clone found the person he was searching for. But then he suddenly came across an ancient record that might contain information about ancient deities. He told me that you might be interested in it, tricking me into investigating these so-called ancient gods. Ancient gods? Hyuga Mirai stroked his chin, deep in thought. If it involved ancient deities, then it likely had some connection to the Otsutsuki clan. According to the records, these gods were mentioned in an ancient sacrificial event and documented by a noble archaeologist from the Land of Earth. There was even a temple dedicated to them in the western region of the Land of Earth. I managed to capture images of the documents using my battle armor, but just as I was returning, I encountered a strange man. Ayaka spoke with frustration. That temple undoubtedly held great secrets. While Orochimaru had tricked her into going, he was right about one thing: Hyuga Mirai would definitely be interested in such a discovery. If she could bring back footage of the site, she would surely earn more rewards from him. Maybe even more than the last time. Ayaka, let's leave this matter for now. I'll deal with that person later. Hyuga Mirai spoke calmly, patting her on the head in reassurance. You've done well. The information you brought back is valuable. There are many ways to grow stronger. Come with me to the lab later, I'll help you fuse some additional bloodline genes. With just her Uzumaki sealing techniques in Kurama, Ayaka had already managed to hold her own against Jigen for a while. That was impressive. While Jigen might have been physically limited and unable to fight for long, Ayaka's current strength was at least on par with 2 Kage-level opponents. She still had a lot of potential for growth. Training in spirit transformation jutsu to fully master Kurama mode, refining her ability to absorb natural energy, and integrating genes from Hashirama's cells, the Yakugan, and Shikatsu Miyako, there were countless ways she could improve. Hyuga Mirai took a careful look at Ayaka. Having been out with Orochimaru for a while, she had gained considerable combat experience. Even before losing contact with satellite communications, 18 had been transmitting reports on her activities. Neither Cloud nor Stone Village's elite shinobi had been able to handle her, giving her plenty of real battle experience. And that was without her revealing her full Kurama mode or adamantine sealing chains. With Ayaka's support, Orochimaru had become so bold that he even infiltrated Cloud Village to steal classified information. Though the mission wasn't successful, both Ayaka and Orochimaru's clone had managed to escape unharmed. Lord Mirai, can I stay by your side from now on? If you don't want to go out, you can stay here. There aren't any pressing missions right now. Hyuga Mirai answered casually. Ayaka had grown well under Orochimaru's guidance. He had laid a solid foundation for her. Originally, she had seemed strong only because of her bloodline and Kurama's chakra. Now, even without using Kurama's power, her taijutsu and combat medical ninjutsu made her a formidable shinobi. Thank you, Lord Mirai. Ayaka's eyes curved into crescent moons with joy. She then asked casually, Lord Mirai, what have you been busy with lately? Research. Do you want to help? Never mind. I'll go prepare some food for you instead. At the mention of research, Ayaka's face immediately showed reluctance. She could handle medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques, but mathematics and physics were simply beyond her interest. After Ayaka left, Hyuga Mirai turned his thoughts to Jigen. Jigen was essentially a complete genetic repository of the Otsutsuki. If Hyuga Mirai could obtain his body, it would be as valuable to him as obtaining the Ten Tails. However, Jigen's true strength was still unknown. Based on Ayaka's account, his speed and power were overwhelming, easily surpassing even a Sage Mode-enhanced Kurama mode. If not for some unknown limitations in Jigen's body and his wariness of adamantine sealing chains, Ayaka would have been in serious danger. Hyuga Mirai instructed 18, we still lack information. Keep an eye out for any signs of this so-called Kara organization. If you find anything, report it to me immediately. Understood, sir. Hyuga Mirai still hadn't reached his full potential. His Sage Chakra was steadily enhancing his body, and he periodically absorbed his Tenseigan's power to refine his Yin-release chakra further. Honestly, in Tenseigan chakra mode, he felt like he had reached the absolute peak just below the Six Paths level. However, if Jigen's life was truly at risk, he might awaken a Shiki Otsutsuki early. For now, Hyuga Mirai's priority was consolidating control over the ninja world. It wasn't yet time to confront the Kara organization directly. After reviewing the Uzumaki Trade Association's progress, he issued another directive to accelerate their plans. The growing power of the Sand Federation was drawing the attention of the major ninja villages. Even Mist and Cloud had sent spies into Sand territory. Though they were caught, this was an ominous sign. The Sand Federation wanted to focus on development, but the other villages wouldn't allow it. The mere sight of the Federation prospering irritated them more than their own losses. Since the Federation shared borders with Konoha and Iwagakure, those two villages were the most opposed to its rise. While Cloud and Mist were focused on intelligence gathering, Konoha and Iwagakure were considering outright sabotage, disrupting infrastructure and slowing development. This was precisely why the Uzumaki Trade Association had reached out to Amagakure to redirect the conflict elsewhere. By improving the environment in the Land of Rain, supplying superior crops, and raising the standard of living, the Trade Association was essentially waving a pile of gold in front of the thieves that were Konoha and Iwagakure. Compared to the increasingly powerful and militarized Sand Federation, Amagakure, a small but resource-rich nation, was far more tempting to them. Moreover, Nagato had fully recovered his legs. If Konoha and Iwagakure dared to invade, he might deploy the Six Paths of Pain. That would force the secret of the Rinnegan and Akatsuki into the open, diverting their attention away from the Sand Federation. This would give the Federation time to quietly accumulate strength and solidify its foundation. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 215, Chapter 215. 1686 words. After leaving the Hidden Rain village, Uchiha Tekka escorted Kiko Sanmoku back to the Sand Federation. Due to Kiko Sanmoku's status, the 8 Uchiha guards accompanying them faced minimal scrutiny from the border patrols of the Hidden Sand village. Tekka also witnessed firsthand the level of prestige Kiko Sanmoko held within the Federation. The moment the border guards heard his name, nearly all of them left their posts to welcome him. If not for Sanmoku's repeated refusals, the squad captain would have sent an escort to accompany him further. Because of Kiko Sanmoko's influence, the Sand Ninja treated the Uchiha with an unusual level of courtesy, frequently offering them food and water along the way. Crossing the border, Tekka silently marveled at the power of the Kiko Trading Association. If someone had such a reputation in the Sand Village, they were clearly more than just a symbolic figurehead. After half a day's journey, Tekka noticed many newly planned roadways. Though construction had yet to begin, the preparations were evident. Curious, he asked, "Kiku-san, what are those?" "Those are planned roads, both highways and railways. The steel and stone we recently secured from the Land of Rain will be primarily used for their construction," Sanmoku replied without reservation. Tekka understood the idea of roadwork but was puzzled as to why the Hidden Sand was investing so much into infrastructure. With such vast amounts of steel, they could significantly bolster their military power. After all, lower-ranked ninja often refrained from using kunai and shuriken, not due to a lack of strength but because they would quickly run out of supplies. "Kiku-san, why is the Hidden Sand building roads? Aren't they worried they'll just be destroyed?" "A lot of people in the Sand Federation have raised that question," Sanmoku said, rubbing his chin. "I can only say this: roads are built for the sake of development. Tekka, if you could reach the border while lying down in a carriage instead of walking, wouldn't you take that option? Besides, most of the Hidden Sands forces are already stationed at the borders. If a major nation were to send elites to sabotage us, the Federation wouldn't be able to stop them no matter what." Tekka nodded thoughtfully. Throughout the journey, he had asked Sanmoku many questions, and the man had answered them all in detail without hesitation. Of course, Tekka was careful not to inquire about confidential matters. The transition from agricultural self-sufficiency to industrialization was inevitable. Hyuga Mirai, however, did not want to waste too much time on the process, so he had the Kiko Trading Association push the Federation forward at an accelerated pace. Capitalism's influence spread silently, and not just among ordinary Sand Ninja. Even Pakura herself deeply trusted the two avatars controlled by Unit 18, Kiko Sanmoku and the Kiko family head. Under their guidance, Hyuga Mirai was effectively the de facto ruler of the Sand Federation. Before the Desert Reclamation Project was completed, the Kiko Trading Association ensured a steady supply of food. Once new crops were successfully introduced, the Federation would experience a food surplus. At that point, the excess manpower could be redirected toward industrial production. Looking at the rebuilt towns in the distance, Sanmoku turned to Tekka and asked, "That's the newly reconstructed Sand Federation up ahead. Would you like to take a look inside?" "No need. The clan leader is waiting for our report." "Maybe next time, Kiku-san," Tekka replied politely. The Uchiha had taken considerable risks escorting Sanmoku this far, and this mission had also served as a test. As soon as they entered the Federation's territory, the Uchiha team had raised their guard to the highest level. But in the end, their concerns had been unnecessary. Not only was there no underhanded scheming, but Sanmoku had also been accommodating, patiently answering all of Tekka's questions. "In that case, next time it is. I'll issue you a Sand Federation travel permit. It will allow your group to stay within the Federation's territory for 3 days. With it, you'll have access to all areas except military camps." Sanmoku retrieved a pre-prepared permit, signed his name, stamped it with his seal, and handed it to Tekka. Tekka's estimation of Sanmoku's standing in the Sand Village rose even further. "As for Lord Fugaku's invitation, once I've handled my responsibilities here, I will send a formal response," Sanmoku said. Tekka bowed slightly and replied, "The Uchiha clan awaits your esteemed presence." During his time with Sanmoku, Tekka had unconsciously picked up some noble etiquette. He found it tedious at times, but neglecting such manners made him feel uncultured. With that, Tekka and his team departed from the Federation, travel permit in hand. Even without entering the main city, the journey alone had been eye-opening. Merchant caravans, ox-drawn carts, and wagons flowed in and out of the Federation's trade hubs in an unending stream. The sheer volume of commerce was staggering. The decision to build roads had been driven by the overwhelming number of merchants doing business with the Kiko Trading Association. If infrastructure was not improved, the vast deserts of the Sand Federation would remain an insurmountable obstacle for trade. Tekka meticulously recorded all that he had seen and, upon reaching the outskirts of Konoha, used the Uchiha's secret passageways to return to the clan's territory. The mission's compensation would arrive in 2 days, delivered by the Naniko. After dismissing the Uchiha escort team, Tekka immediately made his way to the clan leader's residence to report the details of the mission to Fugaku. This time, the intelligence he had gathered was equivalent to several S-rank classified pieces of information. If he didn't report it soon, even he would feel uneasy. Arriving at the artificial lake behind the clan leader's house, Uchiha Fugaku was unusually seen guiding Itachi's training. Ever since Itachi graduated from the ninja academy, he had been training under Shisui. Fugaku trusted both Shisui's strength and Itachi's self-discipline, so he rarely involved himself in his son's training. But today, since Itachi was not on a mission and resting at home, he had taken the opportunity to ask his father for guidance. Uchiha Makoto was also present, kneeling gracefully beside them, having prepared everything for this rare moment between father and son. Clan leader. Uchiha Tekka entered and spoke directly. Despite the serene atmosphere of the family training together, the intelligence he carried was too important to delay. Itachi, continue practicing on your own. Remember the key points I just mentioned. I need to handle something. Makoto, no need to prepare tea, I will take care of it myself. The moment Fugaku saw Tekka, he knew what the report would be about. Such sensitive matters could not even be shared with his wife, so there was no need for formalities. After instructing them, Fugaku led Tekka into the house. Itachi, watching his father leave, contemplated for a moment before naturally turning to his mother and saying, "Mother, I forgot my steel wires inside. I'll go get them. Do you need anything while I'm there?" Makoto smiled warmly and replied, "No, Itachi. If you're tired, it's okay to rest a little. You don't have to push yourself so hard." She had no idea that Itachi's real intention was not retrieving his equipment but rather eavesdropping on the conversation inside. Inside the meeting room, Uchiha Tekka sat down with Fugaku and relayed everything he had discovered. This included his observations in the Land of Rain, the cooperation between the Suna Federation and Amage Cure, and the truth behind the death of the fourth Kazekage. He suspected that Raza's death was linked to the Kiko Trade Association, though he had no evidence. There were also connections to the previous daimyo of the Land of Wind's death. Fugaku was visibly surprised. He hadn't expected a simple escort mission to yield such critical intelligence. Did they agree to the meeting? Tekka nodded. Yes, clan leader. However, Kiku wants to handle some matters first before attending. He will notify us in advance through the ninja cats. Fugaku nodded thoughtfully. After a brief silence, he suddenly asked, "Tekka, what stance do you think we should take toward the Hayakusa Trade Association?" "I'll follow whatever decision you make, clan leader," Tekka replied, shaking his head. He wasn't avoiding responsibility, he genuinely didn't know how to answer. The Uchiha clan's position in the village is difficult. The third Hokage is not like the fourth, he refuses to listen to our side of the story. If this continues, the resentment among the clan. Fugaku trailed off, shaking his head. The divide between Konoha and the Uchiha was growing wider. The Uchiha lacked neither wealth nor reputation, only fair treatment. During the fourth Hokage's time, there had been hope for reconciliation. But after the third retook power, the situation had only worsened, forcing the Uchiha into greater isolation. This wasn't something Fugaku alone could fix. Sooner or later, he would have to make a choice between the clan and the village. "Clan leader, we have done nothing to betray the village. The situation we're in now is unfair to our people," Tekka muttered. Though he obeyed the clan's decisions, he couldn't agree with how the village treated them. "There is an opportunity, but whether we can grasp it remains to be seen," Fugaku murmured, shaking his head before looking at Tekka again. "Tekka, war might be the only way to improve relations between the Uchiha and the village." War, improvement. Tekka immediately thought of the Land of Rain situation, but he quickly dismissed the idea as unwise. Kika trusted them deeply. If they turned against him, the Uchiha's reputation and future would be ruined. Having spent so much time by Fugaku's side, Tekka had a good idea of what the clan leader intended. But now, he hesitated. Clan leader, this matter. Before he could finish, a voice called from outside. Itachi, are you finished yet? It was Uchiha Makoto. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 216, Chapter 216. 1145 words. Upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's call, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Tekka suddenly realized there was a third person in the house. Moments later, a sound came from outside, as if someone had just jumped down from the second floor. Standing near the door, Fugaku could hear a conversation between Itachi and Makoto. Sorry, mother, I need to grab a few more tools. I want to train a bit longer today. It's fine, Itachi. Is your father done talking? I'm not sure, mother. I climbed up to the second floor from outside to avoid disturbing him. Honestly, next time just use the stairs. You're his pride and joy, how could you possibly disturb him? As the voices faded into the distance, Fugaku sat back down and shook his head at Tekka. Let's leave it at that for now, Tekka. Our clan alone cannot decide whether war will break out, it depends on the village's stance. But the Uchiha have lived in Konoha for over 50 years. Many clan members see this place as their home. Fugaku sighed. The Uchiha had been in Konoha for nearly 60 years, even bringing their greatest secrets here. At this point, even the elders had long forgotten their original homeland. Leaving the village had never truly been an option in Fugaku's mind, at least, not yet. And the background of the Hayakusa Trade Association was anything but simple. From the intelligence he had gathered, there seemed to be another figure behind it, someone who was the true mastermind. Due to Itachi's unexpected arrival, their conversation was cut short. Now, all that was left was to wait for their guest to visit in person, then Fugaku could probe their intentions directly. But lately, Itachi has been acting a bit different, staying home more often than before. That thought briefly crossed Fugaku's mind, but Itachi's behavior otherwise remained unchanged. The only notable difference was that his mission frequency had slightly decreased. It was probably nothing. Fugaku dismissed the thought. Itachi was the pride of the Uchiha, a genius on par with Kakashi Hatake in his youth. Fugaku had high expectations for his son, so whenever Itachi requested guidance and training, he would put aside his responsibilities in the police force to personally instruct him. Sasuke, on the other hand, never received the same treatment. Although he had also asked Fugaku for training, his talent was nowhere near Itachi's, so Fugaku eventually withdrew his expectations of him. The events in the Land of Rain were not made public by the Uchiha, but Itachi had overheard some details. At the time, he hadn't dared to get too close, both his father and Tekka were powerful shinobi of the clan. If he had Shursue's abilities, perhaps he would have risked eavesdropping, but as it stood, he was merely a strong chunin, perhaps nearing Tokubetsu Jonin level. Compared to two veteran warriors, he was still too inexperienced. Even so, Itachi had managed to gather valuable information. 2 days later, after confirming that his father wasn't monitoring him, Itachi met with Shursui and relayed everything he had overheard. After listening, Shursui furrowed his brows, deep in thought. The clan head and Tekka were planning something, sending people out on unauthorized missions, making secret connections with outsiders, and even mentioning war. Shursui had no doubt that Itachi had heard correctly. If there was even the slightest uncertainty, Itachi wouldn't have brought it up. Itachi, what should we do? Should we report this to the Hokage? Not yet. I already have a rough idea of what's going on, I'll gather more details first. Shursui shook his head. Based on Itachi's information, he had already identified a few clan members who might be involved. Now, he needed to confirm his suspicions. He couldn't allow the clan head to continue down this path. Accepting missions outside the village's jurisdiction was a direct violation of Konoha's rules. Shinobi were required to take assignments through the village. Otherwise, it would undermine the entire system. And war. Shursui thought back to the recent clan meetings, where the voices advocating for an armed takeover of Konoha had grown louder. He couldn't let it happen. He had to pay closer attention to the clan's movements, especially any dealings with outsiders. Itachi, stop trying to spy on the clan head for now. If you get caught again, you'll be suspected immediately. Shursui, listen to me, Itachi. Just focus on your regular missions for now and build up your record. Before Itachi could protest, Shursui interrupted him. I'm going to recommend you for the ANBU to the Hokage. You're not quite qualified yet, so you need to complete more missions while you still have time. I'll vouch for you when the time comes. The ANBU. Itachi's eyes lit up. He had refused to join the police force and had taken the Chunin exams on his own. But ANBU, this could help him grow much stronger. I understand. Thank you, Shursui. Meanwhile, in the Land of Rain, Konan wandered through the streets alone after seeing off Kiko Sanmoku. The commoners here lived exactly as Sanmoku had described. Earning just enough each day to feed their families was considered a good life. A decade ago, this was the norm. And even after the Akatsuki took over Amagakure, it hadn't changed. Walking through the city, Konan began to wonder, if Nagato's dream came true, would it really improve the world? The Land of Rain hadn't seen war for years. Even during the Third Shinobi War, it had remained uninvolved. Yet despite the peace, the people were still struggling. Nothing had changed. Shouldn't their vision for the future be better than this? If Nagato's plan succeeds, won't it just extend the Land of Rain's current situation to the entire Shinobi world? The thought suddenly struck Konan, surfacing after seeing the state of the people. She quickly pushed it aside. She shouldn't doubt Nagato, nor the Akatsuki's dream. But as she passed by starving children begging for food, her mind drifted back to her own childhood. The Ten Tails might bring an end to war, but it wouldn't bring hope to the people of the Land of Rain. This realization solidified her resolve to collaborate with the Sand Federation and the Hayakusa Trade Association. If true peace came to the world, it had to be accompanied by a better life for the people of the Land of Rain. They needed hope, not just the absence of war. Otherwise, she would be unworthy of the title angel they had given her. With her decision made, Konan turned and headed back to Amagakure. She would send a team to the Sand Federation to negotiate with Kiko Sanmoku and finalize the reconstruction agreement. It was time to start rebuilding. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 217, Chapter 217. 2011 words. Konan had decided that once Nagato became the god who would eliminate war, she would dedicate herself to helping the impoverished live better lives. The goal of changing the world went beyond merely ending war. That was just the first step. The next step would be improving the lives of those at the bottom, ensuring that children no longer suffered from hunger or endured the hardships she, Nagato, and Yahiko had faced. This resolution formed as Konan traveled across the Land of Rain, witnessing the stark contrast between ideals and reality, and seeing firsthand the struggles of the poor. As for the immense financial cost of such reforms, it hardly concerned her. She was not like Kakuzu. Money was only a means to an end. As long as it was spent on fulfilling their dream, it was worth it. After sending out an envoy, Konan waited for a reply from that man, Kiko Sanmoku. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui was a widely recognized prodigy in both the Uchiha clan and all of Konoha. Though younger than Kakashi and others, his strength was in no way inferior. His reputation was not mere exaggeration by enemies, his feats on the battlefield against the hidden mist had made even their forces admit defeat and flee at the mere mention of his name. That was how Shunshin no Shui had earned his renown. After joining the ANBU, Shui had learned much about reconnaissance and infiltration. Upon receiving intelligence from Itachi, he quietly began investigating within the clan. As an Uchiha, with an unparalleled mastery of genjutsu and the body flicker technique, gathering intelligence in his own clan was as effortless as a fish in water. Within days, he identified 3 individuals, 2 Chunin-level clan members and 1 possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan with the strength of a Jonin. These 3 did not wear Konoha forehead protectors, they were privately trained fighters funded by the clan. Every major clan had such individuals, privately raised warriors who were not officially registered as Konoha shinobi and whose names did not appear in village records. Shui disliked this practice. He wished for the ninja clans to contribute more to the village, to unite their hidden forces under Konoha's banner. If that were to happen, the village's power would increase significantly, and other nations would think twice before starting wars. Yet, all clans did this, even the third Hokage himself was no exception. Shusui's suggestions had never been accepted. A 3-tomo Sharingan user would be tricky. If they managed to break free from my genjutsu, the clan leader might take notice. It's safer to question one of the other 2 first. Shui pondered his approach. Those with 2-tomo Sharingan, no matter how skilled in genjutsu, were no match for him. The difference in ability was absolute. Even Itachi, who had been training in genjutsu under him for quite some time, had never won a single sparring match while his Sharingan only had 2-tomo. Shui patiently waited for days before finally seizing an opportunity. One of the 2-tomo Sharingan users had gone to train in a secluded area. Seizing the chance, Shui struck from behind, casting a genjutsu on his target. Using a transformation technique combined with the hypnotic abilities of the Sharingan, he ensured that when the man awoke, he would have no memory of the encounter. "Forgive me. This is for the sake of the Uchiha," Shui murmured as he began his interrogation. As his questioning progressed, his expression grew increasingly grim. Kiko Trade Association. I didn't expect the clan leader to have connections with them for so long. And war, could it be with Sunagakure? The Chunin-level Uchiha had not been directly involved in discussions between Uchiha Tekka and Kiko Sanmoku. During the mission, 4 3-tomo Sharingan users had guarded Sanmoku closely, while the 4 2-tomo users had been assigned to perimeter security. The events in the Land of Rain had only been relayed to him after the fact by his comrades. As a result, the information Shui obtained was fragmented and unclear. He could only piece together what he had learned from this Uchiha with what Itachi had overheard. How should I report this to Lord Hokage? Shui hesitated. He still cared deeply for the Uchiha and wished to see the clan integrate into Konoha rather than escalate conflicts. If he reported this matter to the third Hokage, the village leadership would undoubtedly increase its scrutiny of the Uchiha. However, the higher-ups were already suspicious of the clan leader's activities. Otherwise, Shui wouldn't have felt the urgency to investigate. Given Konoha's deep-seated distrust and surveillance of the Uchiha, even secret escape routes were unlikely to go unnoticed by ANBU en route. After contemplating for a long time, he finally convinced himself. Compared to colluding with Sunagakure, claiming that the clan secretly accepted missions is a better excuse. Hopefully, I can keep this from escalating with the third Hokage. Still, when the Kiko Trade Association representatives arrived at the Uchiha district, he would have to confront the clan leader directly. Betrayal and internal conflict would only lead to ruin. The only path forward was for the Uchiha to merge with Konoha, to become one with the village. Meanwhile, Mirai-sama, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Ayaka Uzumaki asked sweetly, watching Hyuga Mirai as he continued sketching incomprehensible diagrams. Though she didn't understand what he was working on, the fact that he allowed her presence meant she could at least show some concern. Poor guy, she had heard that when Mirai-sama got absorbed in his research, he would sometimes forget to eat for a day or two. Clenching her fist in determination, Ayaka swore to herself that as long as she was at the base, she would never let that happen. That cold and emotionless 18 knew nothing about taking care of Mirai-sama. Looks like it's up to me. Ayaka Uzumaki thought to herself proudly. Ayaka, did the basis chef take a leave? Why are you cooking yourself? Hyuga Mirai glanced at the food box Ayaka Uzumaki was carrying behind her back, his expression turning somewhat strange. Mirai-sama, how did you know it was me? Ayaka's mind started racing, and she fidgeted slightly, lowering her voice. Could it be that Mirai-sama has been paying attention to? There's a burnt smell. And quite a strong one. Next time, you'd better ask the chef for guidance. Hyuga Mirai pointed at the food box and spoke calmly. Oh. Hearing this, Ayaka instantly wilted like a withered eggplant, lowering her head and muttering, I'll be more careful next time. Hyuga Mirai wasn't about to say, it's fine, and force himself to eat terrible food. As a child, in order to survive, the only thing he had mistreated was his tongue and stomach. Now that he had power and status, there was no way he would subject himself to bad food again. Have you mastered the spirit clone technique? You've been stuck at the Ninetales chakra mode for a while. If you manage to enter Kurama mode, your strength will improve significantly. While lecturing Ayaka, Hyuga Mirai turned his attention back to the blueprints of the anti-gravity spaceship. The progress on developing the moon was painfully slow. Ever since he released Tobarama Senju from Edo Tensei, lunar development had nearly ground to a halt. Although the Tensigen could create space corridors, their slow transmission speed made them almost useless for lunar travel. A massive spaceship was the only way to fully develop the moon. It wasn't something he could build immediately, but Hyuga Mirai was determined to have a solid manufacturing plan ready. Once the industrial infrastructure was advanced enough, they could enter the era of space exploration right away. With the clones tackling mass production of space capsules and refining the space station, Hyuga Mirai found himself much more at ease. He now had more time for training and future planning, occasionally keeping an eye on developments in the shinobi world. Mirai-sama. After disposing of the food box, Ayaka returned to Hyuga Mirai's side, hesitating slightly before speaking. Without looking up, Hyuga Mirai said, just say what's on your mind. What could possibly trouble you inside the base? At that moment, he suddenly guessed her intent. He lifted his gaze slightly and asked, are you here to plead for Noera Rin? Seeing Ayaka's slight shift in eye contact, Hyuga Mirai knew he had guessed correctly. It's been almost 6 years. If you hadn't mentioned her, I would have nearly forgotten about Noera Rin. Setting aside his research, Hyuga Mirai turned to face Ayaka. I'm just asking on her behalf. If Mirai-sama isn't willing to forgive her yet, then she can stay locked up for a few more years. Ayaka quickly clarified her stance when she noticed Hyuga Mirai looking at her. It's not about holding a grudge. If I were to stay angry over an idiot for this long, that would be too embarrassing for me. Hyuga Mirai explained, the reason I imprisoned Noera Rin was because she was unpredictable. If left free, she might have leaked our information. A few years ago, that would have been a serious issue. Even if it didn't threaten my life, establishing an organization of this scale would have been impossible. Oh. Mirai-sama is right. Ayaka nodded in half-understanding, though most of her attention was fixed on Hyuga Mirai's face. The fact that she grasped any of it was already commendable. Now, I do plan to step into the spotlight, but there's a crucial distinction between acting proactively and being forced to act. Rin and our paths simply don't align. Ayaka, you can treat her as a useful subordinate, but never as a friend. Hyuga Mirai had already considered releasing Noera Rin for some time. The idea of extracting the Three Tails had crossed his mind, but after successfully replicating and cultivating Ninetales chakra, he had abandoned that plan. Shiro and others could become Ninetales Jinchuriki, eliminating the need to settle for the weakest of the tailed beasts. The power of the Ryumyaku had been sustaining his energy consumption for a long time. With 3 energy-consuming creatures and 4 Ninetales cultivation chambers constantly running, the Ryumyaku's power had yet to show any signs of depletion. Now, the Three Tails was nothing more than a component to assemble the 10 Tails. I understand, Mirai-sama. Ayaka replied seriously. She could feel how much Hyuga Mirai had invested in training her, so she took his words very seriously. Hyuga Mirai nodded and then instructed, once 18 installs the control bomb on Noera Rin, you can take her out. But the detonation authority remains with 18. Remind her that if she doesn't want to die a meaningless death, she should be careful. Noera Rin was a key piece in turning the Akatsuki against itself. If he didn't have to kill her, Hyuga Mirai preferred to keep her alive. Besides, she was skilled in medical ninjutsu. Keeping her locked away was a waste, it would be better to let her contribute. Thank you, Mirai-san. Ayaka suddenly had a mischievous idea and tried to lunge forward to hug Hyuga Mirai in gratitude. However, just as she was about to act, Hyuga Mirai raised his wrist. A nanoparticle screen extended from his watch, and on the display appeared the cold, detached face of 18. Damn you, 18. Ayaka clenched her fists in silent frustration. 18 began to report a series of updates. Sir, Kiko Sanmoku is preparing to head to Konoha to meet with the Uchiha clan. However, an envoy from the Land of Rain has arrived, and Pakura specifically requested Kiku Sanmoku to accompany them. They've overlapped, huh? Hyuga Mirai tapped his fingers on the table in thought. After a brief pause, he instructed 18. I'll personally handle the situation in Konoha. It's been a while since I last went out. I should take a look at how things are going. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 218, Chapter 218. 1,328 words. This feels strange, like being wrapped in a water release jutsu. Hyuga Mirai pinched his own skin as he spoke. His body was covered in a layer of bio-nanoparticles, which, under the control of Unit 18, had altered his appearance to match that of Kiko Sanmoku. These nanoparticles also had the ability to block chakra perception. Aside from visual-based Kekkei Genkai, no chakra-sensing jutsu could possibly detect any irregularities in Hyuga Mirai's disguise. Amazing, Lord Mirai. I can still sense you using my Kagura Mind's Eye. Ayaka Uzumaki covered her face with a playful smile. However, Unit 18 immediately exposed her lie without mercy. Ayaka Uzumaki is lying. Sensory jutsu cannot penetrate the bio-nanoparticles' blocking function. Damn you, 18. Veins of frustration bulged on Ayaka Uzumaki's forehead as she glared at the communication screen, resisting the urge to smash it with a punch. She was simply trying to express her admiration, who asked for a scientific explanation. Lord Mirai, let me accompany you. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Ayaka. Kiko Sanmoku usually doesn't travel with female guards. Hyuga Mirai shook his head. Besides, the Uchiha will be assigning their own escorts. Once we reach the outskirts of Konoha, even those escorts likely won't be allowed in. I'll have to infiltrate Konoha alone. Ayaka Uzumaki pouted in disappointment. But then, Hyuga Mirai suddenly changed his mind. Come along anyway. If you get the chance, check in on that clanswoman of yours. Speaking of which, Danzo has been doing a surprisingly decent job lately. He should have been a propagandist instead of the Hokage's advisor. His talent is wasted in this role. You mean Kushina, Lord Mirai? She should be nearing. Ayaka Uzumaki's disappointment vanished, replaced by a beaming smile at the thought of accompanying Hyuga Mirai. That said, she had little regard for Kushina. Ayaka deeply resented her kinswoman's loyalty to Konoha and had tried multiple times to persuade her to leave, to no avail. Yet, despite her disdain, Kushina was one of the few Uzumaki left in this world, and her days were likely numbered. Lord Mirai, what's a propagandist? It's someone whose job is to spread misinformation, basically, Danzo. Hyuga Mirai answered casually before instructing Unit 18 to prepare a set of bio-nanoparticles for Ayaka Uzumaki as well, ensuring her appearance was altered. However, adjustments were necessary. If her curves remained too pronounced, the disguise might not be entirely convincing even with the nanoparticles covering her body. Meanwhile, a diplomatic envoy from the Land of Rain had arrived unexpectedly to discuss a large-scale terrain modification project, catching the Sand Federation off guard. Kiku Elder had previously brought up this initiative within the Federation, as it directly impacted their agricultural development. Bakura and other high-ranking officials took a keen interest in the matter. However, the mountains that obstructed moisture and caused the Federation's arid climate were mostly within the Land of Rain's borders, making it impossible for the Federation to act independently. Furthermore, the Federation was still adapting to its newly expanded governance. Transitioning from managing a single village to overseeing an entire country had left Bakura and her advisors overwhelmed with administrative duties. In fact, Bakura had practically coerced and pleaded with Kiko Sanmoku to help her manage the workload. Most officials assumed that negotiations with the Land of Rain would take 1 or 2 years at minimum. Yet, to their surprise, it had only been half a month before the Rain Village sent an envoy. Although the proposal was mutually beneficial, removing the mountainous barriers would leave the Land of Rain surrounded on all sides by the Sand Federation. Without those natural defenses, the country would essentially become a battleground in the event of another war. Bakura treated the matter with utmost seriousness, as it concerned the Federation's agricultural sustainability and oasis development. Since the initiative had been brokered by the Kiku Trading Company, she did not hesitate to appoint Kiku Sanmoku as the Kazekage's official advisor. There were minor objections to her decision, but the role of Kazekage's advisor had changed drastically. Previously, managing a single village was manageable for one person like Raza, but now, all critical documents funneled through Bakura's office. Even with 3 assistants helping her organize files, she was buried in work. It was only after Kiku Sanmoku stepped in that she finally had time to rest and train. No one dared question Kiko Sanmoku's competence, and Bakura's appointment was logical. The collaboration between the Federation and the Land of Rain required a skilled intermediary, and Kiko Trading Company was the only organization capable of facilitating such discussions. While Kiku Elder provided counsel, it was Kiko Sanmoku who handled all major affairs. For now, the Rain Village's envoy was only here for preliminary discussions. A formal negotiation would require selecting a mutually agreed-upon location. However, Hyuga Mirai knew that Konan had already made up her mind, so Unit 18 had begun preparing the necessary materials and equipment for the transformation project. Leaving the intergovernmental logistics to Unit 18 was a relief for Hyuga Mirai. Thanks to Chakra's influence, Unit 18's evolution had diverged from its original path, gaining subtle human-like emotions, though they weren't explicitly reflected in its programming. Hyuga Mirai had considered studying Unit 18's integration of artificial intelligence with Chakra, but the field was uncharted territory for him. It wasn't that he couldn't figure it out, only that it would take significant time. For now, he had more pressing matters. Perhaps after unifying the ninja world, he would revisit the research on Unit 18's cognitive evolution. After adjusting her appearance, Ayaka Uzumaki applied the bio-nanoparticles to herself, ensuring a complete transformation. With that, the two set off. Though the real Kiko Sanmoku remained in the Federation's Kazekage Tower, the Uchiha lacked the intelligence capabilities to be aware of such developments. The Uchiha were under such tight surveillance that even leaving the village was nearly impossible. And the only one among them who could leave still harbored loyalty to Konoha. Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka Uzumaki first traveled to the territory of the Ninja Cats, where they met with the Uchiha's arranged escort. Kiku-san, I wasn't expecting us to meet again so soon. The one sent to receive Hyuga Mirai was Uchiha Tekka. As one of Fugaku's most trusted aides, only he could personally handle such a crucial meeting and ensure Fugaku's peace of mind. To avoid previous mishaps, Uchiha Fugaku had even confirmed that Itachi was out on a mission, ensuring there would be no unexpected interruptions this time. Tekka-san, Hyuga Mirai greeted with a warm smile. I have long admired the Uchiha clan. Being able to visit your esteemed home fills me with great excitement. Mirai perfectly mimicked Kiko Sanmoku's speech patterns and mannerisms. In truth, Kiko Sanmoku's personality template had been modeled after Hyuga Mirai's own habits, allowing Unit 18 to replicate it flawlessly. Uchiha Tekka offered a modest smile. You flatter us. But in reality, we are little more than caged birds. Once you see it for yourself, you might be disappointed. A cage made of straw can trap a sparrow, but it cannot contain an eagle. Hyuga Mirai's expression turned serious as he addressed Uchiha Tekka. From my perspective, the Uchiha should soar across a stage far grander than this. A cage woven from grass will eventually be torn apart. Those words struck a deep chord within Uchiha Tekka, resonating with his own suppressed frustrations. The Uchiha had built a legacy spanning centuries, yet they were shackled, monitored every hour of every day, and forced to endure the scorn of the very villagers they were tasked with protecting. Kiku-san. Uchiha Tekka's eyes flickered with emotion before he quickly composed himself. Hyuga Mirai's words had earned his respect. Please follow me. The clan leader is expecting you at his residence. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 219, Chapter 219. 1,252 words. As expected of the Uchiha clan, their territory is truly impressive. Serene, peaceful, and surrounded by lush forests. Even the finest oasis in the Sand Federation can't compare to your clan's land, Tekkakuin. Hyuga Mirai praised with a smile as he and Ayaka Uzumaki, led by Uchiha Tekka, passed through a secret passage into the Uchiha clan's territory. The environment here was indeed exceptional. Given Konoha's surroundings, with some modifications, the Uchiha clan had made this place a highly livable area. However, Mirai's praise made Tekka feel slightly embarrassed. Their clan had been effectively exiled by Konoha's leadership, forced to reside near the village's prison. Within Konoha, the Uchiha had nearly become the laughingstock of the shinobi community. But that was an internal issue within Konoha. As an outsider, Kikankun likely had no way of knowing, making his praise seem genuine, albeit uninformed about the deeper context behind their situation. In the end, it was Konoha's leadership to blame. Tekka thought to himself, forcing a somewhat awkward smile before saying to Mirai, Kikankun, please follow me. With that, he led Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka Uzumaki toward Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Mirai had made a request earlier for Ayaka to accompany him as a bodyguard, and Tekka had agreed. Going alone into the heart of what was practically an adversarial faction was risky. Though he had Uchiha guards escorting him, having his own bodyguard provided an extra layer of security. Tekka understood this and, after feeling a sense of connection with Mirai, was more willing to consider his needs. Not long after leaving the secret passage, they arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's home. Back when Mirai was still in Konoha, he had met Fugaku a few times. At that time, he was a medical jonin, and Konoha's leadership had taken an interest in him, ensuring his presence at high-level meetings. As they approached, they saw Uchiha Fugaku standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for Mirai's arrival. Tekka spoke first. Kikankun, this is our clan leader. Clan leader, this is Kikankun. Clan leader Fugaku, I have long heard of your great name. I am Keikan family's head representative and the Kazekage advisor, Keikan Sanmoku. Mirai greeted Fugaku with a warm smile, speaking in a familiar yet respectful tone. However, both Fugaku and the other Uchiha present were more focused on a particular phrase Mirai had used. Kazekage advisor. In Konoha, that was essentially the equivalent of Danzo's position. Did this man truly hold such an important role within the so-called Sand Federation? Fugaku was skeptical and glanced at Tekka for confirmation, but Tekka looked equally shocked. The appointment of Kiko Sanmoku as Kazekage advisor had only been announced the previous day. Even with the Uchiha's intelligence network, it was impossible for Konoha to have obtained this information so quickly. However, Fugaku knew that Kiku Sanmoku was not someone who would joke about such matters. A simple investigation later would easily confirm the truth. Please, come inside, Kiko-san. Regardless of the truth, Fugaku could not afford to be disrespectful. After all, he was the one who had extended the invitation. After welcoming Mirai inside, Fugaku turned to Tekka and said, "Tekka, I'll leave things to you." With that, he entrusted the security outside to Tekka. Besides Tekka, several other Uchiha were stationed outside as well. Today, his son Itachi was away on a mission, and Makoto had taken Sasuke to visit Kushina. With the house empty, it was the perfect time for a discussion. "Kiku-san, I must apologize, I am not particularly skilled in the art of tea ceremony," Fugaku said as he offered Mirai a cup of tea before sitting across from him. Mirai took a sip, then set the cup down with a smile. "To be honest, I don't care much for tea either. I only drink it to quench my thirst. For a merchant, understanding and utilizing the true value of an object is what defines success." Fugaku nodded thoughtfully before speaking again. "Kiku-san, I am not skilled in diplomatic negotiations. The Uchiha clan has collaborated with Kika Trade Association on several occasions, so I would like to know what exactly is Kika Trade Association's goal. Why have you sought out the Uchiha? Why the Uchiha?" Clan leader Fugaku, you should already understand Kiko Trade Association's intentions. The Sand Federation is undergoing an unprecedented century-scale transformation. Regardless of past affiliations, as long as someone is sincere, they are welcome to join. Mirai lightly brushed his fingers over the textured surface of the teacup before continuing with a smile. Clan leader Fugaku, within the Sand Federation, Kika Trade Associations hold significant influence, and the strength of the Uchiha guarantees that you will be treated fairly. In terms of opportunity, development, and future prospects, Konoha, now sinking into decay, can no longer provide the environment your clan needs. A tree that remains stagnant withers, but when it moves, it may find new horizons. Clan leader Fugaku, Kiko Trade Association sincerely invites you and the Uchiha to join us. Mirai laid out his offer clearly. With Fugaku, he knew that only tangible benefits could serve as an incentive. Fugaku was not like Tsunade, he carried the weight of an entire clan's future on his shoulders. Fugaku listened quietly, his expression unchanged. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally asked, "Kikan-san, does the Sand Federation have plans to ally with Amigakure?" Mirai did not deny it. "Before I left, Amigakure had already sent emissaries to the Federation. A formal agreement on mutual development should be signed soon, with Kika Trade Associations playing a key role in mediating between the two sides." "I see." Fugaku nodded, his gaze settling on the reflection in his tea. He was wavering but needed more information before making a decision. As discussions continued inside, someone arrived outside to visit Fugaku. "Shursui, what brings you here? Do you have business with the clan leader?" Uchiha Tekka stepped forward to block Shursui's path and questioned him. "I have urgent matters to report to the clan leader," Shursui responded. "Tekka-senpai, please step aside." Tekka did not move and shook his head. "Not right now. The clan leader is in a meeting with the second elder. Come back tomorrow, Shursui." This was a pre-arranged setup by Fugaku. The second elder was one of his staunch supporters, and he had left early that morning, ensuring that any delays could be easily explained later. "Senpai, what I have to report is of great importance to the Uchiha. The matter the clan leader is discussing is also crucial. Shursui, return tomorrow, or if you prefer, you can tell me, and I will relay it to the clan leader." Tekka's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Or do you not trust me, Shursui?" "It's not that, Tekka-senpai. But what if I insist on seeing the clan leader?" Shursui closed his eyes briefly. When he reopened them, his Sharingan glowed, with 3 tomos spinning slowly in each eye. "Tekka-senpai, do you know what you are doing?" Tekka's voice rose slightly, and his own Sharingan activated as he stared intently at Shursui. "Deactivate your Sharingan. Otherwise, I won't hold back." The moment Tekka finished speaking, Shursui realized that he was not alone. From the corners of the street and the rooftop of a distant house, several other Uchiha had emerged. Shursui, what do you think you're doing? Are you really going to attack me just because I won't let you disturb the clan leader?" Tekka narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, he recalled something he had learned from Kikokuin back in the Land of Rain, a method of analyzing situations by looking past appearances to understand the essence of things. By observing a person's actions, one could infer their intentions and motives. This method applied to Konoha's higher-ups, and now, it applied to Shisui as well. Shisui, you seem desperate to meet the clan leader. But I don't think it's because you have something urgent to report. If it were truly important, you could explain it to me or have me relay the message. You're not usually someone who acts impulsively, yet now you're in such a hurry to get inside. Tekka slowly recounted Shisui's behavior, his Sharingan spinning faster as he spoke with certainty. You want to go in because you already know what the clan leader is doing inside. Are you trying to interfere? Or perhaps catch him in the act? Tekka's words sent a tremor through Shisui's heart. It was as if his true thoughts had been laid bare. The area was guarded by several clansmen, and just by sensing their visible Sharingan and chakra signatures, Shisui knew they were not weak. He might be able to subdue Tekka using his Sharingan, but with so many guards present, it would be impossible with just the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Unless he revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. But using an ability he had never exposed, just to act against his own clansmen and catch the clan leader in the act? Shisui hesitated. One particular line from Tekka's argument made him waver: the Sharingan should not be used against one's own kin. A moment later, Shisui deactivated his Sharingan and bowed slightly in apology. I was too impulsive, Tekka-senpai. However, please pass a message to the clan leader: what he's doing will only drag the Uchiha clan into the abyss. With that, Shisui turned and left. The guards signaled to Tekka, asking if they should take action, but he shook his head. Shisui was one of the strongest among the Uchiha. If they tried to detain him here, it would cause a major disturbance, and might even involve Kikokuin inside the house. I'll report this to the clan leader later, Tekka thought. Shisui's actions needed to be dealt with. But how had he learned about Kikokuin? Was it Itachi? Thinking back to the meetings where Itachi's presence had led to abrupt interruptions, Tekka felt increasingly certain of his guess. It must have something to do with Itachi. But those two, one the clan leader's son, the other a renowned genius of the Uchiha, were beyond his control, even as a police force captain. Time passed, but inside the house, the conversation continued. Hyuga Mirai, however, was growing less and less interested in persuading Uchiha Fugaku. He had offered his utmost sincerity and equal status for the Uchiha in the police force, fair examinations for governmental positions in the Federation, compensation for relocation losses, full logistical support, and, ultimately, an infinite future. Yet Fugaku remained unmoved. If Fugaku were simply hedging his bets, it would have been easier for Mirai to work with him. But it was clear that Fugaku had little desire to move the Uchiha out of Konoha. Though Fugaku's expression didn't betray his thoughts, Mirai, skilled at reading people, had already discerned the truth. Fugaku was not a forward-thinking leader, he was a conservative. The boldest action he would ever take was leading the Uchiha to reclaim their power by force. And when faced with his son's betrayal, Fugaku would resign himself to death without resistance. Clan leader Fugaku, do you have any more questions? Mirai's tone remained unchanged, but Ayaka Uzumaki, who knew him well, could sense that he was irritated. Sincerity had been met with calculation. Seeing that Fugaku had no genuine intention of cooperating, Mirai had already decided to abandon persuasion. This is enough, Kiku-san. I appreciate your visit today. I, too, have learned a great deal, clan leader Fugaku. Perhaps in the near future, there will be an opportunity for the Uchiha to collaborate with the Kiko Trade Association. Mirai smiled. Uchiha Fugaku's death would be that opportunity. It was a pity Fugaku had, after all, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku stood slightly, signaling the end of their meeting. Tekka will see you out. If it's too late, you may stay the night within the Uchiha compound. Stay the night. Would that be all right? I wouldn't want to impose. Mirai seized the opportunity instantly, which surprised Fugaku. Was this guest not catching his subtle hint? He had merely been offering courtesy, yet Mirai had taken it literally. Still, since the words had already been spoken, Fugaku wasn't the type to take them back. He called Tekka in to arrange accommodations for Mirai and Ayaka. Tekka, unaware of the conversation that had transpired, assumed the meeting had gone smoothly. Arranging a place for 2 guests to stay was a simple matter in the vast Uchiha compound. Clan leader, earlier. Tekka leaned in to report on Shirsue's actions. He also subtly mentioned Itachi, though he focused on emphasizing the need to keep Shirsue in check before he caused trouble. Shirsue. I understand. I'll handle it, Fugaku sighed. The clan never had a moment of peace. He also caught the implications in Tekka's words. Tekka then led Mirai and Ayaka to a quiet, secluded house. Kiku-san, will this be alright? If you need anything, I can prepare it for you now. To Mirai, Tekka no longer held the typical Uchiha arrogance, instead, he treated him like an old friend. This will do. Mirai glanced around before responding. We'll stay here for the night, then. Thank you, Tekka. Late at night, huh? Tekka instinctively looked outside. The sky was darkening, but travel was still feasible. Perhaps the discussion wasn't finished yet. Tekka didn't dwell on it. His own residence was nearby, surrounded only by Uchiha clansmen without Konoha shinobi, making it easier to oversee things. After settling them in, Tekka took his leave, leaving only Mirai and Ayaka in the house. Ayaka quickly formed hand seals and activated her Kagura Mind's Eye. Mirai-sama, there are some shinobi nearby. The closest one is 10 meters away on the rooftop, probably monitoring. Guards and observers. I've already seen them, Ayaka. Mirai pointed to his eyes, reminding her that when it came to short to mid-range surveillance, the Byakugan was unmatched. Kagura Mind's Eye could only sense chakra, but Mirai's Byakugan could see what they were doing and even hear their conversations. Confirming there were no immediate threats, Mirai deactivated his nanite defenses and relaxed. We'll wait until midnight before making our move. It's not the right time yet. Ayaka blinked. Not the right time now. But midnight would be? Before she could question it, the excitement of staying with Mirai pushed her doubts aside. Like a slow-moving slug, she edged closer to him and lay down to rest. Even then, she couldn't resist subtly inching closer. Mirai-sama, it seems like things didn't go too well earlier? Mirai raised an eyebrow. Even you noticed, Ayaka? What do you mean, even I noticed? Ayaka puffed up her cheeks in protest before muttering, I just felt that your mood wasn't great. The Uchiha are peculiar people. Even knowing their nature, it's hard not to be frustrated. Mirai sighed. Anyone with foresight could see the potential of the Federation. But of all the Uchiha, he had to encounter Uchiha Fugaku. He'd have to win over others in the clan. Fortunately, Tekka seemed promising. He held a significant position within the clan. Once Fugaku was dead, Tekka could represent a large faction of the Uchiha. They were wrong to refuse you, Mirai-sama. Ayaka, as always, was firmly on Mirai's side. Then she asked. Mirai-sama, once it's late, are we going straight to see Kushina? Yes. I wonder how she has changed over the years. If she's still the same, there won't be much to talk about. Mirai rested his head on his arm. Still, all we need to do is reveal ourselves. That should be enough. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 221, Chapter 221. 1,164 words. As night fell, Uchiha Tekka finished arranging Hyuga Mirai's security detail, played a round of shogi with him, and then took his leave. Before departing, Tekka once again checked the guards stationed around. Because of Shirsue's situation during the day, he worried that the stubborn young Uchiha might try to sneak in at night, so he took the security arrangements very seriously. Kiko Sanmoku was one of the few outsiders Tekka approved of, and he was also an honored guest invited by the clan leader. If anything were to happen to him within the Uchiha district, it would be an utter disgrace. After Tekka left, Hyuga Mirai slowly rubbed his temples. Ayaka Uzumaki curiously asked, "Lord Mirai, were you in pain just now?" "Not really, just irritated from wasting time playing shogi with someone who's terrible at it. It's a good way to train your patience and suppress anger. Next time, this task is yours, Ayaka. Consider it a test." "Lord Mirai, you're lying again." Mirai activated his Byakugan to scan the surroundings. There were 4 guards, clearly a high level of security. But given the potential trouble it would cause the Uchiha if their visit was exposed, it made sense for them to be this cautious. After all, several ANBU operatives were lurking outside the Uchiha district. No matter how diligent the guards were, it was impossible for them to stay on full alert all night without blinking. As long as there was a single opening, Mirai could leave unnoticed. Especially with his Byakugan, every movement of the Uchiha guards was in plain sight. "Let's go, Ayaka." Mirai had Unit 18 modify the nanite particles covering him and Ayaka to take on the appearance of Kiko Sanmoku and his escort, leaving their replicas behind to fool the Uchiha. Then, they seized the opportunity to slip away. The entire operation went unnoticed by the Uchiha guards outside. Tekka had arranged for Mirai to stay in a secluded part of the district, but the upside was that it allowed them to exit toward Konoha without alerting anyone. Once they left the Uchiha district, Mirai allowed himself to move more freely. With one Byakugan and one Kagura Mind's Eye, the two of them together could easily avoid Konoha's surveillance if Mirai wished. "Konoha is the same as ever, no changes at all," Mirai remarked as he scanned the village with his Byakugan. Even after being destroyed by the Nine Tails, they rebuilt it exactly as it was before. He didn't even need the Byakugan to know the locations of the ANBU sentries, he had already memorized them. "Lord Mirai, I can sense Kushina's chakra. Should we head over now?" Ayaka Uzumaki informed Mirai. She had recorded Kushina's chakra signature long ago and had now pinpointed her location. But something about it felt off, it flickered like a candle in the wind, as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. "Yes, let's check on her." After learning Kushina Uzumaki's whereabouts, Mirai maneuvered around Konoha's ANBU patrols. However, he intentionally left traces behind to mislead them, ensuring their investigation would ultimately lead them to the Uchiha. Kushina's condition was far from good. Although Shikatsu Forest's sage arts had given her a lifeline, she had been unable to master sage mode due to the interference of Mirai's own sage chakra. Earlier that day, Uchiha Makoto had visited Kushina and immediately noticed something was wrong. To hide her condition from Naruto, Kushina had even resorted to wearing makeup, otherwise, her pale complexion and brittle hair would have been too obvious. Naruto was no longer an ignorant child. After being ostracized by his peers, he had started training with his mother. He wasn't lonely, he just didn't understand why the villagers shunned him. Whether adults or children, they all looked at him with fear. In all of Konoha, only his mother and Aunt Kimura showed him any kindness. Even the masked ninja who watched over him treated him with cold indifference. Now, Kushina had to be careful to keep her training a secret from Naruto. She could feel that mastering the Shikatsu Forest sage arts was becoming increasingly difficult, and every attempt took a heavy toll on her body. If she hadn't learned medical ninjutsu from Tsunade and Kimura, she would have been frequenting the hospital. Ugh, cough. Another failed attempt at sage mode left Kushina coughing up blood. She kept the sound as quiet as possible, fearing Naruto would hear. "Kushina-sama, you must stop. Every training session is injuring you further. Your body can no longer withstand the sage chakra of Shikatsu Forest. Please, stop." A slug detached from Kushina and spoke softly to her. "I can't stop, Katsuyu." Kushina took a deep breath and used medical ninjutsu to heal herself before continuing. "This is my last chance. If I fail again, then Naruto." The thought of what would happen next replaced the exhaustion in her eyes with determination. No matter what, she had to master sage mode. Katsuyu wanted to continue persuading her, but before it could speak, another voice echoed inside the house. "This time, you should listen to Katsuyu." Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Kushina immediately prepared to attack until she saw who had entered. She froze in shock. Hyuga Mirai. She lived in one of Konoha's most heavily guarded areas. How had someone infiltrated her home again? The last time these two had come, they had taken half of the Nine Tails with them. What were they here for now? Worry for Naruto surged within her, but her expression was too easy to read. Even without Mirai's keen perception, Ayaka could tell exactly what Kushina was thinking. Oh, give it a rest, Princess Kushina. Do you really think we'd harm a child? He is an Uzumaki, after all. Ayaka scoffed, unimpressed by Kushina's suspicions. She then casually grabbed a small table and cushions, setting them up as if she were at home. She and Mirai sat down comfortably. You can relax, Lady Kushina, Mirai added with a smile. And could you ask that slug not to spit at me? If we meant you harm, you'd already be dead. His words were calm, his demeanor polite, but Kushina knew better than to take them at face value. A smiling face could be the deadliest of all. What do you want? And don't make tea, you'll wake Naruto. Seeing Ayaka preparing to heat water, Kushina quickly stopped her. Internally, she was wondering if these two had terrible timing or if they had come with an ulterior motive. We were bored, so we decided to visit Konoha, Mirai said nonchalantly. But you should be glad I came. His Byakugan allowed him to see clearly despite the dim lighting. After assessing Kushina's condition, he shook his head. Who told you to train in the Shikatsu Forest Sage Arts, Lady Kushina? End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 222, Chapter 222. 1748 words. Two different sage modes cannot coexist. While the composition of Senjutsu chakra follows a 1:1:1 ratio, the manifestation of sage mode varies depending on how Senjutsu chakra flows within the body, resulting in distinct facial markings. For example, Hyuga Mirai's sage mode carries some characteristics of Ryuchi Cave's sage mode, but it is primarily developed based on his own body as a template. When the Senjutsu chakra he gathered entered Kushina Uzumaki's body, it followed the same flow pattern as his own sage mode, vastly different from that of Shikatsu Forest sage mode. Let alone two entirely different sage modes coexisting. Ayaka Uzumaki's Sage Fox Cloak also took considerable time to master, and its success was mainly due to the spirit clone technique. Trying to master two sage modes at once? Lady Kushina, you're certainly bold. You haven't even fully grasped my sage mode, yet you're whimsically attempting to learn Shikatsu Forest sage mode. Who suggested this idea to you? Hyuga Mirai stroked his chin with a playful smirk and guessed, was it Danzo? He's probably the only one in Konoha who wants you dead. If you die, he'll have the chance to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But the fact that you'd believe Danzo, that's truly surprising. His half-joking remark made Kushina's expression darken immediately. The slug beside her shrank slightly, slowly crawling behind her. This scenario wasn't impossible. Considering how the village currently treated Naruto, almost no villagers or children his age were willing to befriend him even though he was the son of the fourth Hokage. It wasn't difficult to guess who was behind this. Sealed with the Nine Tails? A constant risk of going berserk? What a joke. While the fact that Naruto was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki wasn't the most classified information in Konoha, it certainly wasn't something ordinary villagers should be aware of. When Kushina confronted the third Hokage about it, he had simply given her a vague assurance that the issue would be handled and that no one would gossip about Naruto again before dismissing her. You came here because of Naruto, didn't you? Kushina's voice was calm, but her hands clenched tightly beneath the table. You could say that, Hyuga Mirai replied casually. Naruto holds the greatest value, after all. But Lady Kushina, don't underestimate yourself, you are his only hope. Naruto's greatest significance wasn't the half of the Nine Tails sealed within him, but rather the fact that he was the reincarnation of Asura's chakra. Asura's case was understandable, after all, he had received the Sage of Six Paths inheritance. But why had Indra's chakra continued to reincarnate for over 1,000 years? Hyuga Mirai had already surpassed most of the shinobi world, standing at the very peak. With the Tensigen activated, he wielded near 6 paths level power and could control truth-seeking orbs. Yet even with all his power, his chakra would eventually dissipate after a few decades. The gap between him and those reincarnating chakras was something he couldn't ignore. So, you really are after Naruto, Kushina sneered. My son may not be loved by the villagers, but plenty of people sure seem eager to get close to him. Hyuga Mirai raised an eyebrow and asked, besides Danzo, who else in Konoha has shown interest in the Ninetales Jinchuriki? A toad, apparently one of Jiraiya's summons. Kushina glanced at him before continuing, Jiraiya died at your hands, didn't he? That toad never explicitly said it, but the fact that Jiraiya hasn't appeared, and the third Hokage's odd demeanor, makes it clear he's dead. I accidentally overheard that the third Hokage is searching for Lady Tsunade. A toad? Must be that one that escaped Shima. Hyuga Mirai frowned slightly. These frogs dared to cause trouble even after Fukasaku had been killed? He made a mental note, when he got back, he'd have no 18 bring in heavy artillery and wipe out Mount Mayaboku. If the toads had stayed out of it, he might have ignored them due to other pressing matters. But since they were so eager to jump into the fray, they were only proving one thing, like frogs leaping onto a predator's foot. Kushina scoffed, of course, I refused. I'd rather have Naruto sign a summoning contract with the slugs than let him get involved with scheming creatures. At least the slugs genuinely care for him and could become trustworthy partners in the future. Hearing this, Ayaka Uzumaki became visibly displeased. Kushina, are you implying that Lord Mirai has ulterior motives? You're the one saying that, Ayaka, Kushina replied. And lower your voice, you'll wake Naruto. You're too slow, Kushina. Your son has been awake and standing at the door for quite a while now. As Ayaka spoke, Kushina turned in shock toward the slightly ajar door. Peering through the narrow gap, she caught sight of a pair of deep blue eyes. Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka had long noticed Naruto's presence. Their Byakugan and Kagura mind's eye had never been deactivated. Realizing he'd been spotted, Naruto hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. Scratching his head, he said awkwardly, Mom, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. I just got up to use the bathroom and heard you talking. Kushina quickly pulled him close, but Naruto kept sneaking glances at Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka, especially Ayaka, whose red hair matched his mother's and gave him an oddly familiar feeling. The noise was getting a bit loud. Ayaka, if you don't mind, Hyuga Mirai said, signaling to her. Ayaka nodded. Understood, Lord Mirai. She swiftly formed hand seals, setting up a barrier around Kushina's home. The chakra control was precise, ensuring it wouldn't alert the ANBU stationed outside. These ANBU had been guarding Kushina for years, and aside from the incident with the hidden cloud, nothing major had happened. Since Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka had entered unnoticed, the ANBU had no reason to be suspicious. Are you one of my mom's clansmen? Naruto asked Ayaka curiously. Your hair is just like hers. You must be from the Uzumaki clan, right? That's right. You should call me An Ayaka, she replied before glancing at Kushina. Kushina, I'm surprised you told Naruto about the Uzumaki clan. I thought he only knew himself as Namake's Naruto. Kushina fell silent, offering no response. Naruto, sensing the shift in atmosphere, tactfully lowered his head and leaned against his mother. Naruto, Hyuga Mirai spoke, his Byakugan glowing faintly as he fixed his gaze on the boy. I've heard that the villagers shun you. Some even disrespect your father, saying he shouldn't have sealed the Ninetales inside you. Doesn't that make you angry? Under the overwhelming presence of Mirai's white eyes, Naruto hesitated before clenching his fists and answering, it doesn't matter. One day, they'll understand my dad's intentions. I'll become a great Hokage, just like him, and earn their recognition. Naruto, I don't think your father was all that great. At most, he protected the village, something many others have done, and even more have sacrificed for. If anyone should be grateful, it's the villagers. Hyuga Mirai leaned forward slightly. And yet, your most admired father is being misunderstood by those very people. But you don't seem angry about it. They'll understand eventually. My dad was a great man. Naruto shouted. Without the barrier Ayaka had set up, his voice would have been detected by the ANBU outside. Of course, when you prove yourself useful, when you risk your life for them again, they will acknowledge you and, at last, understand the fourth Hokage's decision. Hyuga Mirai seemed intent on pressing the issue. But Naruto, your father's so-called greatness only extends to the villagers. If I had been his age back then, the position of fourth Hokage could have gone to either of us. You can ask your mother if you don't believe me. Naruto turned to Kushina for confirmation, but she remained silent. Her silence was answer enough. If Hyuga Mirai had been the same age as Minato, his talent alone would have made him a serious competitor, even against Minato's mastery of the flying right Jinjutsu. Add in his advanced medical ninjutsu and natural charisma, and Minato might not have stood a chance. Aside from his status as a branch member of the Hyuga clan, Minato had no real advantage over him. Kushina knew this all too well. Given Mirai's cunning nature, not even the shackles of the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal could have truly restrained him. She glanced at Mirai's forehead, which was now smooth and unmarked. He had even managed to erase the caged bird seal. He had extended her life after the nine tails was extracted. What else was this man incapable of? Kushina's silence was the only answer Naruto needed. His expression fell. So, Naruto-kun, doesn't that mean your father was a bit foolish? He risked his life, only to be misunderstood. The villagers don't appreciate him, they resent him. Your mother and you struggle just to get by. Whether as Hokage or as a family man, he seems to have failed in both roles. That's not true. My dad, he just... Naruto's small face contorted in frustration. He wanted to argue back but couldn't find the right words. His experiences were limited, and he didn't have the vocabulary to counter Mirai's logic. Mirai tapped the table twice, cutting Naruto off. Naruto-kun, let's end the debate here. It's late, you should get some rest. Kids shouldn't stay up too late. He then glanced at Kushina, who took the cue and said, Naruto, we still have things to discuss. Go to bed now. Okay, I got it, Naruto mumbled, looking dejected as he left for his room. The moment Naruto was gone, Kushina turned to Mirai with urgency. Why did you say those things to him? Don't be upset, Lady Kushina. I was just testing something. Don't you think there's something odd about Naruto? Testing? What do you mean? What's odd about him? He doesn't seem to get angry. I insulted Namake's Minato right in front of him, and yet he didn't show any real anger or outrage. Did you teach him that? Or was he influenced by someone else? Mirai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Strange, isn't it? A child his age should have a temper. Yet when I called Minato foolish, he didn't get mad. What do you think it would take to truly make Naruto angry? End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 223, Chapter 223. 1,462 words. You're saying someone is deliberately guiding Naruto, altering his thoughts? Uzumaki Kushina's expression turned terrifying, though she forced her tone to remain calm. Despite her limited remaining lifespan, she could still summon her full strength for Naruto's sake. After carefully recalling Naruto's behavior, Kushina did find it odd, and the more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Even Namake's Minato had his limits. When something crossed them, his expression would turn frightening. As for Kushina, she had been fighting since her school days, from classmates to genin, earning her the nickname Red Hot Habanero. Naruto's temperament didn't resemble either of theirs. If not for Hyuga Mirai's probing reminder, Kushina might never have noticed. Now that she thought about it, Naruto's personality seemed excessively sunny. Had he ever even gotten angry? Is it the third Hokage? Kushina's gaze darkened as she thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one who constantly preached about sacrifice and the will of fire. She had been too absorbed in her training to pay much attention to Naruto. Hyuga Mirai shook his head. He doesn't have that capability. This kind of subtle, undetectable influence can only come from Asura's chakra, the greatest treasure within Naruto, far more valuable than the Nine Tails. Asura? This was the first time Kushina had heard the name, but since it concerned Naruto, she had to know more. Who is Asura? When did he place his chakra inside Naruto? That's none of your concern, Mrs. Kushina. Hyuga Mirai glanced at her dismissively. You don't have much time left. Dwelling on this won't solve anything. Just pretend you never heard it and enjoy what little time remains. How can I just pretend I never heard it? Kushina angrily reached for Mirai's collar, but her hand was intercepted halfway by Uzumaki Ayaka. Kushina, if you dare disrespect Lord Mirai again, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Ayaka's eyes were filled with warning, like a lion guarding its prey, her entire body radiating hostility. Ayaka, do you like this guy? What nonsense are you spouting? Lord Mirai is my benefactor, Kushina. Ayaka shouted to mask her embarrassment. Fortunately, the barrier jutsu was still active, or her voice alone would have woken up half the neighborhood. Mirai rubbed his ears lightly. If the conversation wasn't steered back on track soon, these two would derail it completely. Let's return to the main topic. Kushina, reminded of Naruto's situation, composed herself and spoke solemnly. Please, Mirai, tell me how to deal with the issue with Naruto. I refuse. I don't do things for free, Mrs. Instead of empty please, think about what you can offer me. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Mirai's pragmatic refusal left no room for argument. He had no personal ties to Kushina, and her blunt request wasn't enough to sway him. And don't think about asking Tsunade for help. I'm the only one who knows about Asura's chakra. Her medical ninjutsu won't assist you, she's currently in my lab, researching a groundbreaking field of ninjutsu. Mirai didn't hide Tsunade's affiliation with his organization from Kushina. She had few lifelines left, and now Mirai had severed another. Even Lady Tsunade. Slug, did you know about this? I'm unaware, Lady Kushina. Lady Tsunade hasn't summoned me in a long time. Unless the summoner initiates the contract, I'm uninformed about her affairs. The slug's voice was gentle. Though it hadn't dispelled its summoning to return to Shikatsu Forest, it had remained quietly by Kushina's side. The one who had earlier suggested Kushina learn Shikatsu Forest's sage mode was its main body, the Great Slug Sage. Having nearly killed its summoner with bad advice, this slug clone didn't dare make a sound, fearing the topic would resurface. Kushina's expression darkened further. The few people she could turn to had all joined the other side. When she thought about it, she truly had nothing of value to offer. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. I've already retrieved all the sealing techniques from the Uzushio vault, Kushina, Ayaka interrupted before she could finish. Even the one thing of value she possessed was something they already had. Watching Kushina rack her brains, Mirai shook his head. Kushina, think carefully, haven't you overlooked your greatest bargaining chip? You yourself hold the most value. What? Kushina's eyes widened, but before her imagination could run wild, Mirai continued. The only thing that interests me is the Asura chakra inside Naruto. And for Naruto, you are his greatest support. If Konoha becomes untenable, take him somewhere else. Mirai's words left Kushina silent. Though she had many grievances with Konoha, leaving had never crossed her mind. Most importantly, Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If they fled, Konoha would hunt them down. Other villages would covet the Nine-Tails inside him, they might even extract it immediately, since Naruto, as an outsider, wouldn't be trusted. Right now, Kushina only cared about Naruto. And to him, other villages were even less safe than Konoha. Kushina, it seems your attachment to Konoha isn't as deep as before. Are you worried about Naruto's safety? Other villages might be questionable, but the Sand Federation won't do what you fear. Mirai smiled and slowly stood. You'll make your decision when the time comes. But forgive me for what I'm about to do today, Mrs. Even if you survive, Konoha's trust in you may not remain. Before Kushina could process his words, Ayaka suddenly bound her tightly with adamantine chains. Ayaka, what are you doing? Save your breath for later, Kushina. Lord Mirai is saving your life. With that, Ayaka dispelled the barrier jutsu. Mirai moves behind Kushina, activating his Tensegan chakra mode, his control over yin-yang release greatly enhanced in this state. Then, he placed a hand on Kushina's neck. Yang chakra and sage chakra surged into her body, circulating once before solidifying into a curse seal. Ah! The pain of the seal's implantation made Kushina scream. With the sound barrier gone, the ANBU outside heard her immediately. Something's wrong with the Jinchuriki. After signaling each other, the ANBU stormed into the house. Their priority was Naruto. When they reached the second floor, they found him trying to rush downstairs. Uncertain of the situation below, the ANBU secured the Ninetales Jinchuriki first, carrying Naruto away. Let me go. Mom's still inside. Thud. Naruto was knocked out before he could struggle much. Their mission was to protect the Jinchuriki. Kushina was secondary. With one ANBU taking Naruto away, the others cautiously approached the first floor. Through the window, they saw Kushina collapsed on the ground as if attacked, with two figures beside her, a red-haired woman and Hyuga Mirai. Signaled the alert, it's Hyuga. Before the ANBU could finish, adamantine chains shattered the wall, lashing toward them. Dodge! The ANBU leaped aside, avoiding the first strike, but the chains pursued them midair, binding and slamming them unconscious. Ayaka, is this enough? It's enough. Let Konoha investigate on their own. We're leaving. Mirai walked out without another glance at the unconscious Kushina. With the curse seal implanted, Kushina no longer needed to worry about her dwindling lifespan. Though alerting the ANBU had been a means of pressuring her, she couldn't reap benefits without cost. Having solved her mortality issue, she had to pay something in return. As for the ANBU tracing this back to the Uchiha clan, well, if Uchiha Fugaku hadn't been so evasive and exploitative, Mirai wouldn't have resorted to this. He had come to Konoha in good faith to negotiate with Fugaku, even making promises. But Fugaku had only wanted to use him as leverage to improve the Uchiha standing. If both sides were playing games, it came down to who was better. Now, with the Jinchuriki's home invaded again, the ANBU would trace it straight to the Uchiha. Even with 3 mouths, Fugaku wouldn't be able to explain it away. Just like the night of the Ninetales attack, the Sharingan in its eyes had forever tainted the Uchiha's reputation. After leaving Kushina's residence, Mirai and Ayaka departed through another route. Returning to the Uchiha compound was unnecessary, number 18 would handle the rest. Now, all that remained was to leave Konoha. Though this trip hadn't been perfect, it had achieved its goals. As a cherry blossom petal drifted down, Ayaka mused aloud, "The cherry blossoms are so beautiful, Lord Mirai. Let's plant some at the base when we return." Mirai promptly smacked her head. Plant cherry blossoms? You didn't even realize you were under genjutsu. Focus on training when we get back. As he spoke, a torrent of cherry blossom petals cascaded around them like rain. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 224, Chapter 224. 1412 words. The moment he was attacked by genjutsu, Hyuga Mirai immediately sensed it. Because he had personally come to the Uchiha clan, he had maintained a constant state of spirit division technique. A spiritual body had been separated from within him, similar to a Jinchuriki with a tailed beast, making him immune to ordinary genjutsu. Even genjutsu cast with the Sharingan had no effect on him, because the separated spirit was not within his sealed body, rendering the Sharingan powerless. Release. Ayaka Uzumaki immediately broke free of the genjutsu and found several shuriken flying toward her from all directions. However, shuriken and kunai posed no threat to her even with explosive tags attached. 6 golden chains extended from Ayaka Uzumaki's back, swiftly striking down all the shuriken. Damn it! I embarrassed myself in front of Lord Mirai. After breaking free, Ayaka sensed the source of the genjutsu some distance away. Genjutsu can be cast from that far away? Lord Mirai, I'll go deal with her. Seeing her roll up her sleeves, Hyuga Mirai shook his head and said, forget it. The flower petal you stepped on earlier likely triggered the trap in genjutsu. Ultimately, it was your carelessness. When we get back, I'll design a new training regimen for you. But Lord Mirai, she's heading our way. Shouldn't we take her out? Mirai replied, she's an old friend. I'll handle it. Ayaka, we'll split up and meet at the agreed location later. I understand, Lord Mirai. Although Ayaka felt uncertain, she obediently followed his instructions. Konoha's defenses and barriers were like glass to her. Before leaving, Mirai patted her shoulder to shake off the cherry blossom that had landed on her. After they parted, Mirai moved in another direction. Through his Byakugan, he saw Kurenai Yuhi rushing toward him at high speed. Soon, he stopped mid-leap and tilted his body to dodge a shuriken from behind. But just like triggering a trap, more shuriken and kunai came at him from various directions. Kurenai, your shuriken throws are sharp, but you know they're useless against me. Also, your technique is too predictable. Before he finished speaking, thick branches extended from a tree and bound him in an instant. Genjutsu? When was it cast? Surprised, Mirai recalled that some of the earlier shuriken were imbued with chakra. He thought they were powered up, he didn't expect them to be the genjutsu's trigger. As he recollected, Kurenai emerged from the tree trunk. Looking up, he saw her familiar, beautiful face, her gem-like red eyes filled with complex emotions. Looks like you've progressed far beyond my expectations, Kurenai. I shouldn't have judged you by your past self. The layered tactic she had just used, camouflaging genjutsu with an attack, was enough to throw off most shinobi. This must be the unique genjutsu style of the real Kurenai. Impressive. Kurenai heard Mirai's words and felt like all her training and effort were futile. Though Mirai was now caught in her genjutsu, she couldn't bring herself to finish it. You left Konoha and abandoned your comrades. Why come back? Mirai paused before answering, because I had something to do. Honestly, I've already accomplished my goal. If we hadn't run into each other, I would have left by now. What did you do? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. But if you really want to know, ask around tomorrow. You'll find out. You're in no position to stay silent. While you were gone, I studied a lot of interrogation methods from the interrogation unit. Including shaky hands? Mirai chuckled, seeing Kurenai's hand trembling slightly while holding a kunai, as if she were trying to push through an electric field just inches from his neck. A hint of embarrassment crossed her face. Despite her complicated feelings, being exposed by Mirai made her feel even more flustered. Don't underestimate me. When facing enemies, you should minimize talking, words can give away intel. I remember teaching you that. So have you forgotten, or do you not see me as an enemy, Kurenai? As Mirai spoke, he remembered the small but meaningful help Kurenai had given him in the past. Though minor, she had never refused him when it counted. The moment he was caught in genjutsu, his spirit body had already dispelled it. Now, in his true vision, Kurenai stood in front of him, biting her lip in hesitation. Her kunai-wielding hand was still some distance from his neck. Far off, news had already spread through Konoha that Hyuga Mirai had returned and made a move on Kushina Uzumaki. The remaining ANBU had been dispatched to track him. They would likely arrive in this area soon. Kurenai, you've grown, but there are still limits. In a flash, Mirai dodged the kunai and grabbed Kurenai's neck with the same arm she had been using to hold it, reversing the situation completely. She hadn't realized her genjutsu had already been broken. Now, she was subdued by Mirai, the cold touch of metal on her neck unmistakable. "When did you break it?" she asked bitterly. "Right from the start. Genjutsu doesn't work on me. You're the only one I've told that, Kurenai." Hearing that, Kurenai felt even more unwilling. She had trained hard and gained recognition in Konoha as a genjutsu jonin. But the gap between them only widened. Even her specialty was useless should she switch to taijutsu? Konoha's ANBU are nearly here. "Let's catch up another time, Kurenai. I'll take my leave." Hearing this, Kurenai's eyes turned determined. She resolved to stop him, even at the cost of injury. But just as the thought formed, she felt a tap on her forehead and lost consciousness. Mirai gently laid her against a tree and vanished. Soon after, an ANBU squad arrived and immediately noticed traces of combat. The squad leader signaled, and the 4 members dispersed to search. Before long, one of them called out, "Captain, over here." The others rushed over and saw kunai and shuriken embedded in the surrounding trees, with a Konoha ninja lying under another. "It's Jonin Kurenai Yuhi. Looks like Hyuga Mirai left from here." They crossed paths and fought. She lost. The ANBU captain ordered, "Take Jonin Kurenai to Konoha Hospital and notify the Hokage. The rest of you, follow me." "Yes, Captain." The female squad captain carried Kurenai back toward the village. Though she had no visible injuries, gentle fist affects internal organs, she had to be checked at the hospital. Due to the incident involving the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, not only ANBU but also Root had joined the investigation. At the Uchiha compound, despite its distance from the village, the ANBU commotion didn't go unnoticed by the police force. When the police tried to head out to investigate, they were blocked by 2 ANBU squads and ordered not to approach the village center. This was suggested by Koharu Yutatane and Hamura Midokado, and approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kushina Uzumaki had yet to regain consciousness, and Naruto Uzumaki had also been sent to Konoha Hospital. 4 teams, covert and overt, were stationed there to guard him against any further attacks. Although the Uchiha police force was furious at this order, they didn't want a nighttime confrontation with ANBU. Since it had nothing to do with them directly, they reluctantly agreed to stand down. Even Uchiha Fugaku was woken up. When Teko arrived, he asked, "Teko, what's going on?" "Not sure, clan head. ANBU has forbidden any of our people from heading into the village. Should we investigate privately?" Fugaku thought for a moment and said, "No need for now. We'll ask around tomorrow." "What about Mikio?" "No issues. He went to bed after nightfall. Our clansmen are rotating to keep watch." "No one's been near his place," Teko replied confidently. Before coming here, he had checked in himself. Mikio was fast asleep, undisturbed. "Good." Fugaku nodded inside. "I wonder when we'll finally have peace again." "Clan head, that ANBU order, it was over the line." Teko knew it wasn't the right time, but he couldn't help feeling frustrated. The village didn't even trust them to know what was going on? "I know, Teko. Believe me, things will change soon." Before Fugaku could finish, a member of the police force rushed in with a grim look. "Clan head, the ANBU are demanding to search the premises." End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 225, Chapter 225. 1,449 words. On what grounds is the Umbu conducting a search? An intruder just attacked a key location in the village. The Umbu suspects the intruder may be hiding in the Uchiha clan's territory and wants to conduct a thorough search. On what basis? Uchiha Tekka shouted angrily. It was bad enough they didn't trust the police force and refused to let them investigate, but now they were suspecting the Uchiha of collusion with the intruder? A nighttime search of clan territory? The Konoha leadership was clearly overstepping. Was clanland something that could be freely searched by outsiders? Clan head, I'll take people and drive the Umbu away. Tekka immediately moved to rally the off-duty members of the police force. The Umbu, even directly under the Hokage, numbered fewer than the police force. What gave them the right to search Uchiha territory? Tekka, wait. Uchiha Fugaku called out to stop the furious Tekka. Though equally angry, Fugaku knew that mobilizing the clan right now could escalate the situation and lead to serious conflict. Go see Kiko and Mimoku first. I'll handle the Umbu. Clan head, are you really going to let them search? Tekka hesitated at Fugaku's order. Was he being told to get them out of the village? Fugaku said firmly, we can't afford a clash with Konoha now. We're not ready for anything. Tekka understood, but allowing the Umbu to search their territory felt like an unacceptable humiliation for the Uchiha. Even if it meant fighting them barefoot and unarmed, he wanted to resist. Still, knowing Fugaku was thinking of the clan as a whole, Tekka nodded silently and complied. This meant they'd have to send Kiko out of Konoha in the middle of the night. The Uchiha clan, a ninja lineage nearly 1,000 years old, couldn't even protect a guest. They were being forced to send them away at the Umbu's demand. It was shameful. Filled with anger, Tekka went to carry out the order. Their raised voices earlier had already woken everyone except Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Makoto were already awake. Itachi had even put on his forehead protector and gear, observing the conversation from the window. After Tekka left with Kiko and Mimoku, Fugaku headed to the area where the police force was facing off against the Umbu. Not long after Fugaku arrived, the third Hokage and Danzo also showed up. Sarutobi Hiruzen had first stopped by the hospital to check on Naruto. From the Umbu, he learned Naruto hadn't been harmed, only Kushina had been marked with a curse seal. Relieved by that, Sarutobi's heart sank again when he heard the attacker's identity and saw the curse mark. It was Hyuga Mirai. Jiraiya had been killed by this person. He'd apparently discovered crucial information in Sunagakure, but Mirai and Orochimaru ambushed him before he could escape. Jiraiya didn't make it out alive. When Sarutobi heard that, his pipe fell from his mouth in shock, the burning tobacco extinguished in his hand. He was too stunned to react. His most promising student had died carrying out a task he himself had assigned. Sarutobi remembered the teacup Jiraiya had given him, and in that moment, he felt like he had aged years. Losing Jiraiya was a devastating blow to Konoha, already reeling from the Ninetales incident. Though a new generation was rising, Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, Hyuga Seiya, Yuhi Kurenai, they had yet to grow into ninja capable of intimidating rival villages. Jiraiya's death hit both the village and Sarutobi hard. And now, Hyuga Mirai had targeted Kushina. He was tense. No one could understand this defector from the Hyuga branch family. Even with a full intelligence profile, the analysis showed only a kind and selfless personality, clearly a facade, but still all they had. That made Mirai even more dangerous. With someone so unreadable, Sarutobi couldn't predict his next move. Like this time, he had evaded Umbu surveillance, struck only Kushina, and left silently. What was his aim? Sarutobi didn't know. But he had no doubt Mirai was extremely dangerous. Not just for defecting, but for killing Jiraiya and the prophecy from Mount Myaboku. Anything related to Mirai must not be taken lightly. Tracking experts from the Inuzuka and Aburame clans had followed Mirai's trail from outside Kushina's home all the way to the Uchiha district, only to be blocked by the police force. When the Umbu reported back, Danzo said sternly, "Hiruzen, this must be investigated. It concerns the Ninetales Jinchuriki. We cannot have another disaster like before." "Yes, I know," Sarutobi replied. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, Hyuga Mirai, and the Uchiha clan, almost everyone involved in the incident from years ago was now in play. If the Umbu hadn't noticed in time, Konoha could have been doomed. He and Danzo had arrived just ahead of Fugaku and waited for him before stepping forward. Only Fugaku had the authority to speak for the police force. Lord Hokage. Fugaku greeted Sarutobi calmly. As for Danzo, he completely ignored him. This so-called darkness of the shinobi world had long targeted the Uchiha, from forcing their relocation after the Ninetales incident to interfering in police operations. Danzo's malice was blatant. Sarutobi softened his tone. Sorry for disturbing you at this hour, Fugaku, but something serious has happened in Konoha. What happened? Fugaku's expression darkened. Why are the Anbu restricting the police force and searching the Uchiha district? Did we commit some crime, Lord Hokage? Danzo cut in harshly. This concerns the safety of Konoha. The Uchiha should cooperate with the Anbu. Danzo! Sarutobi snapped. As head of the police force, Fugaku was no less dedicated to Konoha's safety than anyone else. Don't question his loyalty. Fugaku had been angered by Danzo's accusation, but Sarutobi's words calmed him slightly. The Uchiha, as protectors of Konoha, will of course defend it without hesitation. Fugaku made his stance clear. He didn't want conflict between the clan and the village, so he stepped back. But Lord Hokage, what exactly happened that warrants a search of our district? Is a missing nin hiding here? Fugaku, you must not tell anyone. After a pause, Sarutobi decided to tell Fugaku. Without a valid reason, the Uchiha wouldn't accept the search. Kushina was attacked. The assailant was Hyuga Mirai. He was present during the Ninetales attack years ago. According to the Inuzuka and Aburame clans' tracking, Mirai may have spent considerable time in the Uchiha district. Sarutobi slightly exaggerated the Anbu's report before explaining it to Fugaku. Hyuga Mirai. Fugaku frowned. He hadn't expected this to be connected to that man, and was shocked to hear Mirai had been in Uchiha territory. Had the police force really missed him? Please wait, Lord Hokage. Fugaku returned to question the squad leader on duty that night. After asking everyone, the response was unanimous. They had seen no one suspicious. Fugaku returned to Sarutobi and reported this. The Uchiha district is remote and vast. It's normal that the police didn't notice. We should let the Inuzuka and Aburame investigate. If Mirai is still in Konoha, who will take responsibility for the consequences? Danzo pinned the blame on Fugaku. Sarutobi stayed silent, though the Anbu had confirmed Mirai had fled in another direction. How he got in still needed to be determined. In any case, the search of the Uchiha district would go ahead. Sarutobi and Danzo had already agreed on that. One would press, the other ease tension, good cop, bad cop. After a moment of silence, Fugaku spoke. I understand. The Anbu may search our district for the missing nin, but only under supervision of the police force. I must protect our elders and children. I hope you will accept this condition. Of course. That's a very reasonable request, Sarutobi agreed. 2 Anbu squads were dispatched, accompanied by police officers, to search the Uchiha district. Meanwhile, members of the police force were stunned by Fugaku's decision. Many activated their Sharingan, and under the night sky, a dozen crimson eyes lit up. Fugaku quickly stepped in to calm them, invoking his authority as clan head. Though they accepted it, the Uchiha officers gave the Anbu no courtesy. While the Anbu searched, they were constantly watched by Uchiha with active Sharingan. One wrong move, and they would be attacked without hesitation. Despite the tension, the Anbu carried out the search under strict orders to find any trace of Hyuga Mirai. The Inuzuka and Aburame trackers followed faint traces left by Mirai deeper into Uchiha territory. When they arrived at Fugaku's own home, the 2 lead trackers exchanged a glance, then simultaneously shook their heads. The trail ended there. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 226, Chapter 226. 1,234 words. The scent and traces of Hyuga Mirai disappeared at the gate of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. While further investigation inside might yield results, this was the Uchiha clan head's home, and nearly 10 pairs of Sharingan eyes were watching the ANBU operatives. Making unreasonable demands could easily provoke an outright conflict. The ANBU team quickly made their decision, splitting into 2 groups to conduct a brief search of the surrounding area before returning to report to the 3rd Hokage. Upon their return, Uchiha Fugaku was present. The ANBU operative glanced at him but hesitated to speak immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, "Speak freely." Fugaku is the captain of the Konoha military police force and has the right to know about any threats to the village's safety. Taking the Hokage's words as permission, the ANBU operative reported, "Lord Hokage, we followed Hyuga Mirai's scent and traces to the front of Fugaku's residence, where the trail went cold. It was likely deliberately erased or..." He left the rest unsaid, but Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. The Uchiha clan has never conspired with Hyuga Mirai, Fugaku declared firmly. On this point, he was confident the Uchiha clan was involved with someone else, but it certainly wasn't Hyuga Mirai, and the entire affair had been under their protection. Danzo retorted sharply, "Yet the trail leads directly to the Uchiha clan. Unless Hyuga Mirai holds a grudge and framed you deliberately?" A grudge? There was none. The Uchiha clan had no interactions with the former Konoha medical prodigy, whether on the battlefield or in the village. Even if tensions existed between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, those were inter-clan disputes. Would a rogue branch family member like Hyuga Mirai really target the Uchiha over something so minor? Fugaku himself couldn't make sense of it. "I believe Fugaku is innocent in this matter," Hiruzen interjected, decisively supporting the Uchiha clan head. Like Fugaku, he felt tonight was not the time to escalate tensions further. "However, I must ask for your cooperation, Fugaku. If only to clear suspicion, please have the military police assist in tracking down Hyuga Mirai." Fugaku relaxed slightly, grateful for the Hokage's trust. "Of course, Lord Hokage. The Uchiha clan will fully support the ANBU in hunting down this rogue ninja." Hiruzen nodded warmly. "My apologies for the intrusion tonight, Fugaku. Given the gravity of the situation, we had to investigate thoroughly to prevent another attack." He then added, "Shursui recommended Itachi, praising him as a rare talent suited for ANBU training. If you have no objections, he may report to the ANBU within the next few days." Danzo frowned, about to protest, but a sharp glance from Hiruzen silenced him. Fugaku bowed slightly. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will discuss this with Itachi when I return." With that, Hiruzen, Danzo, and the ANBU departed. Once outside Uchiha territory, Danzo immediately spoke up. "Hiruzen, we must intensify surveillance on the Uchiha. After tonight, we can no longer take their word at face value." Hiruzen nodded. "Understood. This matter falls to your root. As Hokage, I authorize a limited expansion of your forces, but you must uncover the truth." Danzo's eyes gleamed faintly. "Consider it done." Hyuga Mirai had already escaped Konoha from another direction. Pressing further in Uchiha territory risked inflaming tensions without yielding answers. Hiruzen opted to withdraw, though he would have Shursui investigate discreetly later. Meanwhile, Fugaku convened a brief meeting with his military police captains. The tracking abilities of the Inazuka and Aburame clans were formidable, few in the shinobi world could evade them, especially with additional scouts assisting. If multiple operatives confirmed Hyuga Mirai's presence at his doorstep, then the Uchiha's patrols had clearly failed. After discussing security measures, Fugaku dismissed the group. Before returning home, he sought out Uchiha Tekka. Something about tonight felt off. Fugaku's instincts whispered of a connection to Senki, yet the man had been escorted by Uchiha guards at all times. A mere civilian, how could he be linked to Hyuga Mirai? "Tekka, was Senki under constant guard while in our territory?" "Yes, clan head. I personally arranged it," Tekka replied. Due to Shursue's suspicions, Uchiha Kawakumo, Shin, Makkei, and Shun never let him out of their sight. Even when escorting him out just now, they ensured he reached the Nikomata clan before returning. I see. Fugaku frowned. That should rule out Sanki's involvement, so why had Hyuga Mirai appeared in Uchiha territory? What happened, clan head? Tekka had been busy with Ikane's departure and missed the earlier events. Fugaku recounted the night's incidents, including the traces of Hyuga Mirai outside his home. Hyuga Mirai? At your house? Tekka was baffled. Realizing Fugaku's earlier question, he added, "You suspect Sanki is involved?" Fugaku shook his head. Just a coincidence. Given your account, it seems unlikely. Impossible, Tekka stated firmly. He had personally roused Sanki earlier. Though apologetic about the late-night dismissal, Sanki had been understanding, even inviting Tekka to visit his trade association. Moreover, he and the other guards had confirmed with their Sharingan Sanki and his escort were ordinary civilians, devoid of chakra. Despite being abruptly awakened, Sanki hadn't complained. The guards periodically checked on him. He never left his quarters all night. Fugaku sighed. A coincidence, then. But Hyuga Mirai was here. With the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki nearly compromised, the village will be on high alert. Suspend all other operations. Tekka nodded. Understood. If the ANBU and Root went into overdrive, the Uchiha already at odds with Root would inevitably face scrutiny. Aunt Kimura, how's mom? Naruto Uzumaki had been waiting outside Kushina's hospital room since waking. 10 meters away, ANBU operatives kept watch, with others hidden in the shadows. When Kimura exited the operating room, Naruto rushed over. Kushina is fine, just resting now. You've been up all night, Naruto. Get some sleep. Kimura ruffled his messy blonde hair with a smile. Years ago, Tsunade had asked Kimura to help care for Naruto whenever Kushina was training. As one of the few who knew his Jinchuriki status yet treated him without prejudice, Kimura had grown close to the boy. Can I go in? Naruto pleaded, unwilling to leave Kushina's side. Kimura hesitated, then relented under his hopeful gaze. We'll set up a bed for you inside. But remember, don't touch any equipment near Kushina. Not the machines, not the cursed seal markings on her body. Nothing. Naruto beamed. Thanks, Aunt Kimura. As Kimura left to prepare medication, she mused over Kushina's condition. Aside from Kushina herself, no one knew the woman's health better than Kimura, who conducted regular checkups. Per Tsunade's request, Kimura kept Kushina's condition confidential. Even the Hokage received only vague answers. Tonight's examination had stunned her. Kushina, whose health had been deteriorating, was now recovering at an astonishing rate, as if receiving treatment from multiple elite medics simultaneously. Her organs and cells seemed revitalized. At this rate, Kushina might soon regain full health. Yet the cursed seal defied even the evil sealing method. Only Kushina, Konoha's foremost sealing expert, could suppress its spread upon awakening. For now, Kimura focused on preparing restorative medicine. She dreaded how to conceal Kushina's recovery, especially since other medics had also examined her. Unlike Tsunade, Kimura lacked the authority to enforce silence if the Hokage pressed for details. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 227, Chapter 227. 1,364 words. When Kushina opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was an unfamiliar ceiling, followed by the sound of loud snoring. Struggling to sit up, she pulled aside the curtain and found Naruto fast asleep on a small bed nearby. She didn't know what time it was, but given how loudly he was snoring, he must not have slept well. The door suddenly opened, and when Kushina saw Kimura enter, she relaxed. I figured you'd wake up soon, so I came to check. You really are awake, Kushina. Kimura placed the medicine and medical records aside, then used medical ninjutsu to examine Kushina. You're recovering well. After taking the medicine, you can leave the hospital. Kushina smiled gratefully. Thank you, Kimura. I didn't do much. Kimura shook his head and sighed. Your body is almost back to normal health, and the necrosis and aging of your cells have stopped. The issues troubling you are gone, all thanks to that cursed seal on your neck. Kushina froze for a moment, then subconsciously touched the sore spot on her neck, recalling what had happened before she lost consciousness. Kimura asked calmly, that's the same type of seal as Tsunade-sama's. Did you meet him last night, Kushina? Yes, Hyuga Mirai, he. Kushina hesitated to recount the events of the previous night. Deep down, she partly agreed with Mirai's suggestion it could serve as Naruto's last resort, so she didn't want to reveal the details of their conversation. She had also come to realize that Mirai and Ayaka Uzumaki genuinely didn't care about the Nine Tails inside Naruto. Otherwise, they could have taken the entire beast away long ago. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. I can't figure that man out either. As long as he didn't intend to harm you, that's enough. Kimura's mood darkened. He was once my most promising junior. If he hadn't defected, his talent in medical ninjutsu would have let him inherit Tsunade-sama's role in the village. Hearing this, Kushina's expression turned odd. From Mirai's words, she knew Tsunade had already joined his organization. Naruto stayed by your side all day. He only fell asleep just now because he couldn't stay awake any longer. The ANBU have already come to check on your condition. Many people treated you yesterday, so expect more questions later. Be prepared. Kushina frowned, anger flashing in her eyes. The Konoha higher-ups, including the third Hokage, had repeatedly tried to persuade her to let them train Naruto, but she had adamantly refused. She insisted on teaching Naruto herself before he entered the ninja academy, and even afterward, she didn't let him train outside. Kushina knew exactly what they wanted to mold Naruto into a perfect Jinchuriki. Danzo's hostility toward her was barely concealed, and she suspected he was behind the leak of Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails host. Her son, the child of a hero who had protected the village, who had even thought of Konoha in his dying moments, was now subjected to hatred within the village. Though the villagers kept their distance outwardly, their disdain and insults grew in private. Kushina saw the sadness in Naruto's eyes every day when he returned home. Eventually, she made time to stay with him, keeping him indoors. As a former Jinchuriki, Kushina had never faced the same treatment as Naruto. The hostility against her had come from outsiders who didn't know her identity. I understand, Kimura. Don't worry, I'm not the same Kushina who was on the verge of death. She clenched her fists, radiating vitality. If they want trouble, I'll punch every last one of those old men into the sky. Now, she felt strength coursing through her body, the constant weakness of the past completely gone. Through the cursed seal on her neck, she could absorb natural energy at will, entering a unique sage mode. Do as you see fit. I have other patients to check on. After a final reminder, Kimura left. Another person had fallen unconscious the previous night, Kurenai Yuhi, a young jonin who showed no physical injuries but remained unresponsive. The hospital's medical jonin concluded she was under a genjutsu attack. Only Tsunade could treat genjutsu-related injuries. Kimura and the others were powerless. She planned to check on Kurenai again. If there was no sign of recovery, she would request the Hokage to summon Tsunade. As expected, shortly after Kimura left, the third Hokage, Danzo, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado arrived at Kushina's room. Kushina. Before Hiruzen could finish, she interrupted. Let's talk outside. Don't wake Naruto. With that, she got out of bed and walked past them. How rude, Koharu muttered, frowning. As Konoha's elders, they deserved respect, yet Kushina had shown none. Let it go, Koharu. We're here for answers. Hiruzen shook his head and followed. Even if they hadn't moved, he would have had the ANBU relocate Naruto. Once they were elsewhere, Kushina spoke first. Third Hokage, why did you let someone infiltrate the village again? Were the ANBU asleep? Why did they only notice after I was attacked? Hiruzen coughed awkwardly, then said apologetically, "My apologies, Kushina. I'll reorganize the ANBU and assign an extra squad to protect you. Don't bother. More or less, it's the same." Kushina scoffed. "I'd have better luck begging our enemies to spare Naruto and me than relying on your useless ANBU." Koharu snapped, "You're being disrespectful, Kushina. After everything you've done, you expect respect?" The Hokage still hasn't explained how Naruto's identity as the Ninetales host was leaked, yet outsiders keep targeting us. Kushina glared at Danzo. When she had been the Jinchuriki, her identity was top secret, even the Jonin commander didn't know. But with Naruto, it had become common knowledge. Hiruzen awkwardly changed the subject. "Let's discuss that another time. Right now, we need to understand Hyuga Mirai's motives. What did he want? Was he targeting Naruto?" Kushina snorted. "They only came for me. I broke free and shattered their barrier before passing out." "Is that all?" Hiruzen pressed. He couldn't believe Mirai would return just to place a seal on Kushina, one that healed her, no less. "That's all." Hiruzen was skeptical. From what he knew, Mirai never acted without purpose. To remove the caged bird seal, he had played the role of a devoted Konoha shinobi for years without detection. Why would he return now, heal Kushina, and leave? And why had he appeared in the Uchiha district? Someone was lying, either Kushina or Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo thought the same. He narrowed his eyes, silently resolving to increase surveillance on the Uchiha. Hand Naruto over to Root for training. With what's inside him, wasting time at the academy is pointless, Danzo said suddenly. He can return home at night. This way, he'll grow stronger faster, and Root will ensure no enemy gets close to him again. Over my dead body. Kushina's hair flared as fury overtook her. The cursed seal on her neck spread red markings across her body. Danzo's Root operatives immediately took defensive stances. As natural energy surged into her, Kushina's presence grew overwhelming. Two horns sprouted from her head, her skin turned pale, and her chakra spiked dramatically. Hiruzen was stunned. What kind of power is this? Just as tensions peaked, he barked, "Enough! Stand down! Danzo, withdraw your men!" His intervention defused the situation. Once the Root operatives left, Hiruzen said slowly, "Kushina, calm down. This was just a suggestion. Danzo was concerned for Naruto's safety. If you refuse, Naruto can continue training with you." Kushina retracted the markings and glared at Danzo. "If you lay a finger on Naruto, I'll make sure you regret it, even if it costs me my life." With that, she stormed off. Once she was gone, Danzo spoke. "Hiruzen, you saw it yourself. Kushina's distrust of us is clear. Under her guidance, the Ninetales Jinchuriki will never obey you. And that seal, how did she master it so quickly? Even Tsunade took years to control hers." Hiruzen was silent for a long moment before replying, "I know." End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 228, Chapter 228. 1211 words. In the border town between the Land of the Rain and the Sand Federation, many ninja arrived that day. After days of negotiations and nearly 10 exchanges of proposal documents, the Rain Ninja Village and the Sand Federation, under the efforts of Senki Kiko, finally reached an agreement. The main point of contention between the two sides was the deployment of guard ninja along the border. Neither side trusted the other. Pokora had a hunch that the assassin of the fourth Kazekage was among the Rain Ninja, while the Rain Ninja were uneasy about the enormous power of the Sand Federation. The Federation now not only commanded its original Sand Ninja forces but also had authority over the Star Ninja stationed in the Land of Rivers. In other words, once the barrier was lifted, the Rain Ninja village would face enemy forces from two directions. Although Conan claimed not to fear the Sand Ninja, she also didn't want to recklessly spark a war that would harm the civilians of the Land of the Rain. That's why, during the treaty drafting, she insisted on eliminating every possible risk. If the other side violated the agreement, the Rain Ninja would be the one standing on the side of justice. Eventually, with Senki Kiko's persuasion and both sides willing to cooperate, the two parties reached a consensus. The agreement stated that the border mountains would be redeveloped jointly, with no more than 50 troops stationed on either side. Trade would be opened, and special roads constructed to facilitate personnel exchange, among other provisions. The trade negotiations were entirely handled by Senki Kiko and Conan. The Land of the Rain's largest steel industry was effectively seized by the Kiko Trade Association during this restructuring. Through trade, they could gradually control the civilian economy and, eventually, the narrative within the Land of the Rain. Unless Conan and Nagato were extremely cold-blooded, tyrannical leaders, they couldn't ignore the lives of all the civilians under their rule. On the way back, Pakura sat in silence under her Kazekage hat, still struggling to accept everything. During the talks, she had wanted to question the Rain Ninja directly about the fourth Kazekage's death multiple times, but Senki Kiko had always seen it coming and stopped her in time. "Kazekage-sama, are you still upset?" Since Senki Kiko was an ordinary person and couldn't travel as fast as Ninja, and the road to and from the Land of the Rain was difficult, he and Pakura were traveling by carriage. Pakura didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silence, she said, "Just call me Pakura. I don't mind others calling me Kazekage, but when it's you, it feels a bit off." "All right, Pakura. But in front of others, I'll still address you as Kazekage-sama." Senki Kiko chuckled softly, then asked, "Pakura, are you upset about the death of the fourth Kazekage?" "Of course. The former Kazekage was murdered, and the killer might be in the Rain Ninja village. Isn't it reasonable to use this treaty to make them hand over the culprit?" Pakura spoke in a low voice. The carriage, driven by people from the Kiko Trade Association, was well soundproofed. The guards outside couldn't hear their conversation, nor would they dare eavesdrop on a conversation between the fifth Kazekage and her advisor. They'd rather reject the treaty than hand over the assassin. "Pakura, the reason I kept advising you was to avoid a war." Senki Kiko said frankly, "The assassin is indeed in the Rain Ninja village, but let me ask you this. Are you truly prepared to halt the Federation's current progress, rally the ninja forces, and launch a war against the Rain Ninja village just to force them to surrender the assassin? If you're sure, I'll persuade the clan head to support your decision at the next Federation meeting." Pakura, puzzled, asked, "Is the Rain Ninja village really that determined?" Even Hanzo had to yield when facing Konoha and Tsunegakure. Senki Kiko shook his head. That was then. The Rain Ninja village didn't join the Third Shinobi World War and has developed considerable strength. Their current leader is stronger than Hanzo, who was killed by the current Rain leader, Pain. "What? Hanzo is dead?" Pakura asked, surprised. Due to the Rain village's closed-off nature and the big village's general neglect toward the small nation, few were aware of the internal leadership change. "He's dead. According to what I learned in the Rain village, Hanzo was quickly killed by Pain during their confrontation. Pain is very powerful, that's why I tried to stop you." Since Sand Ninja intelligence was poor, Senki Kiko wasn't too concerned about revealing this. Pakura wouldn't be able to verify it anyway. "Pakura, compared to those rogue ninja in the Rain, I believe they were merely tools. Even without them, with a bounty of 800 million Ryo, rogue ninja from Kumo, IWA, or Konoha would have gone after the fourth Kazekage. Our revenge shouldn't be directed at the weapon but at the hand that wields it. We've been focusing too much on internal development and have neglected external intelligence gathering." With that, Senki Kiko handed Pakura a document. This intel came from an old friend of the Kiko clan in the Land of Fire. The Land of the Wind secretly sent an envoy trying to use the daimyo's office to commission Konoha to cause trouble for the Sand Federation. Pakura's expression darkened as she took the report and read it. Her anger flared. Sankey Kiko smiled and said, "No need to get upset, Pakura. Last time, when the Wind Daimyo tried to seize a Kiko mining operation, our clan had already wanted to deal with that fool but held back out of concern for Sunagakir's stance. But now the Wind Daimyo has lost his strongest backing, and we've just signed a treaty with the Rain Ninja village. It's the perfect time for revenge. It's also time to show the Wind Daimyo what happens when you casually put a bounty on the Kazekage's head. Don't you agree, Pakura?" By steering Pakura's hatred away from Akatsuki and toward the Wind Daimyo, and framing the Kiko Trade Association as a fellow victim, Sankey Kiko successfully earned her empathy and strengthened his argument. "Pakura, once we're back, you should make up for what the fourth left behind. You could take in a few of the Sand Kids as disciples under your Kazekage title. That would honor Raza's memory and also comfort his loyal subordinates. As for revenge against the Wind Daimyo, leave that to me." Pakura nodded in agreement. She was slowly being swayed by Sankey Kiko. Since she had already relied heavily on him for political affairs, his words were becoming more persuasive. "You're right, Sankey. Then I'll leave revenge against the Wind Daimyo to you. Once I return, I'll take in Raza's 3 children as my disciples." She hesitated for a moment, then added, "Sankey, if there's anything else I can help with, just say the word. No need to be polite." Sankey Kiko smiled and replied, "All right, I will. Thank you, Bakura." End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 229, Chapter 229. 1,382 words. Moving mountains isn't a difficult task for Shinobi. Earth release users can manipulate earth and stone, and with a proper plan, the project quickly got underway. Puppet masters from the Federation were soon put to work. Their puppets could fell trees far faster than machines, and some were specially modified for construction, capable of lifting hundreds or even thousands of pounds under their controller's guidance. Since a single puppet master could manipulate multiple puppets, their involvement significantly sped up Sunagakir's progress. With the combined efforts of Earth Release Shinobi, puppet masters, and the machines provided by the Keiko Trading Company, the mountain-moving project was estimated to be completed in about 2 months. Moreover, the stone materials generated from the project could be repurposed for road construction. Number 18 had already perfected all supporting plans, so the Federation only needed to follow the blueprint step by step. As for the progress in Amagakure, Keiko Sankey had inquired, but Konan merely replied coldly, "Don't worry. Amagakure won't delay the project." Beyond that, she revealed nothing. Keiko Sankey could guess how Amagakure planned to move the mountain. With the medical machine's treatment, Nagato could now use multiple almighty push techniques without much burden. Afterward, he only needed a short rest to recover his chakra before continuing. The Sand Federation's planning was meticulous. Every shinobi was assigned detailed tasks under Number 18's calculations. Each individual functioned like a cog in a machine, ensuring the massive project proceeded flawlessly as long as they fulfilled their roles. Number 18 presented these detailed execution plans under Keiko Sankey's name, earning him widespread praise within the Federation. No one else could have produced such a comprehensive plan in a single day, let alone a month. On the 3rd day of the Federation's construction efforts, Amagakure sent an envoy to invite Keiko Sankey for a visit. Though Pakura was displeased, the two were currently allies, and Amagakure's reasoning was sound, there were still many climate modification issues requiring Keiko Sankey's expertise. Before his departure, Pakura consulted him about a recent proposal. "Sankey, what do you think of that suggestion?" Keiko Sankey asked, "The proposal to recruit rogue shinobi?" "Exactly. While it could bolster the Federation's strength, rogue shinobi often come with baggage. Large-scale recruitment might disrupt our current development." Pakura sounded conflicted. The Sand Federation undeniably lacked high-tier combat power. With its vast territories, nearly 70% of educational resources were allocated to training administrative personnel, leaving only 30% for shinobi development. In peacetime, this wasn't an issue, but in wartime, Sunagakir's military strength would fall short. The upper echelons were also severely lacking. Aside from Pokora, few Suna shinobi could stand independently. In that case, add a political screening step during recruitment. Have the ANBU investigate the rogue shinobi's backgrounds and conduct psychological evaluations. If they're deemed unstable or detrimental to the Federation's growth, assign them dirty work or simply reject them. Pokora found this approach reasonable and pressed, "Senki, elaborate further." Keiko Senki chuckled. "Let me refine my thoughts. I'll draft a detailed proposal for you in a couple of days." Pokora nodded, her expression tinged with reluctance at his impending departure. "Those Amagakure fools can't even handle such minor matters without dragging you there." The thought of losing her right-hand aide left her too distracted to focus on paperwork. "I'll be back in a few days," after offering some guidance. After reassuring her, Keiko Senki set off for Amagakure. The idea of recruiting rogue shinobi had been Hyuga Mirai's brainchild, proposed due to Sasori's recruitment. Though the Keiko elder under number 18's control hadn't voiced an opinion, the retired Chiyo's presence at the meeting spoke volumes. Chiyo longed for Sasori's return, but his status as a rogue shinobi couldn't be ignored. If the proposal passed, Sasori could rejoin the Sand Federation. Bakura was also tempted but wary of rogue shinobi's unpredictability. If they could be controlled, she'd support the motion. Hyuga Mirai orchestrated this to gradually reveal his hidden forces. Relying solely on the Sand Federation would slow progress. His influence spanned Rorin, the land of tea, the land of hot water, Otogakure, Kato's land and sea transport, the Uzumaki Trade Association, and the Hayakusa Trade Association. Soon, Keiko Senki would exit the stage. The body was nearing its limits, and though Hyuga Mirai could prolong its use, he planned to step into the light, rendering Keiko Senki obsolete. Before his final bow, however, he might still have one last grand performance. In Konoha, investigations into Hyuga Mirai continued, albeit covertly. Only the higher-ups, Jonin Commander Narashikaku, and the ANBU director knew of Jiraiya's death. They dared not underestimate Hyuga Mirai's threat. With one of the Sannin dead by his hand, every move Hyuga Mirai made drew Konoha's full attention. Hiruzen Sarutobi even turned a blind eye to Danzo's route expansion. Though it risked fueling Danzo's ambitions, Konoha needed route strength. Monitoring the Uchiha and handling internal and external affairs required more shinobi. Root wasn't the only force expanded, the Hokage's personal ANBU also grew significantly. After repeated failures guarding the Jinchuriki, Hiruzen restructured and expanded the ANBU from 70 to 114 members, a 50% increase straining Konoha's finances. Yet Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane raised no objections. Konoha needed more protectors. After her confrontation with Danzo, Kushina Uzumaki began escorting Naruto to and from school daily, fearing Danzo might target him. Now a Sage Mode user with Tsunade's strength of 100 Seal and Creation Rebirth, Kushina only needed time to master these abilities to surpass her former strength. The Uzumaki's adamantine sealing chains were their ultimate weapon, requiring no additional jutsu to dominate foes. Lady Kushina. While walking Naruto to school, Kushina was stopped by a familiar figure. "You're Jonin Yuhi Kurinai?" Kushina recalled the famed genjutsu prodigy after noting her crimson eyes. The Yuhi clan's genjutsu was subtler than the Sharingan's, with both Yuhi Kurinai and her father renowned in Konoha for their techniques. Kurinai bowed slightly. "Lady Kushina, I'd like to ask you something." "About him, right?" "Wait until I drop off Naruto." Kurinai's recent hospitalization and former teammate made her intentions clear to Kushina. "Understood." Kurinai stepped aside, allowing Kushina and Naruto to pass but trailing at a distance. "Mom, is she asking about that night?" Naruto asked curiously before receiving a light flick on the forehead. "Naruto, this doesn't concern you anymore. No matter who asks, don't say a word." Kushina glanced around before adding sternly, "Got it?" Naruto nodded earnestly. A shinobi's duty is to protect intel. Kushina laughed and ruffled his blonde hair. If you keep quiet, I'll teach you a new jutsu tonight. After dropping Naruto at the academy, Kushina followed Kurenai to a deserted training ground. What do you want to know? Kushina asked. I'll share what I can. Kurenai hesitated before asking, Lady Kushina, Mirai intended to recruit you, didn't he? Kushina's face remained calm, but inwardly, she was stunned. How does this girl know? What are you talking about? He attacked me. Did he force you? Kurenai pressed, her red eyes piercing. He didn't, he did attack me. Kushina nearly slipped. Even partially revealed, Kurenai's sharpness would deduce the truth. Damn it! Kushina bit her lip. Why did I answer so quickly? Lady Kushina, no harm. I've trained relentlessly but still can't stand before him. I'm frustrated and hoped you could clarify things. Kurenai's voice carried resignation. I swear I won't tell a soul. Kushina patted her shoulder sympathetically. I get it, but you should let it go. That guy's strength likely surpasses the third Hokage's. I see. Kurenai's gaze lowered before she changed topics. Do you know the red-haired girl with him? She resembled you. Kushina nodded. I know a bit about her. After their talk, Kushina bid Kurenai farewell. Once she left, Kurenai glanced at the forest behind her. You can come out now. I was just passing by. Didn't want to interrupt. Hubeikiyo dropped from a tree, her pale cheeks flushing under Kurenai's stare. The shinobi world might become unstable soon. Be prepared. With that, Kiyo hurried off. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 230, Chapter 230. 1,215 words. The alliance between Amagekure and the Sand Federation was progressing rapidly. Other major shinobi villages, especially Iwagakure and Konoha, had long since received intelligence about this and were highly alert to the collaboration between these two forces. The Sand Federation had already annexed many small countries in noble territories, but those were mostly voluntary under the leadership of the Kiko Trading Company. Even the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth had little justification to intervene. If both sides are willing, what grounds does anyone have to interfere? Furthermore, Iwagakure had suffered heavy losses in the Third Great Ninja War. Even though Konoha, as the victor, didn't demand reparations, IWA still needed time to recover. They had already lost the Third Reikage to a ninja ambush, were stalled by Hyuga Mirai's medical corps, and then took heavy damage from Namake's Minato's assassination strike. So when the Bird Country and Demon Country were incorporated into the Sand Federation, Iwagakure simply lacked the strength to resist. But this cooperation between Amagekure and the Sand Federation was a different story. 5 or 6 years had passed since the war, and the major villages had already regained their strength. Even Konoha, which had suffered greatly, had restored its ninja forces. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen chosen war during Kumo's provocation a few years ago, Konoha would have been unprepared. But he endured and focused on rebuilding, resulting in Konoha's current readiness. Now that each village had restored its pre-war military power and given that shinobi exist to fight without conflict, regular missions couldn't sustain the growing number of ninja. This is also why, after the daimyo of the Land of Winds shifted their national missions to Konoha, Sunagekure rushed to start a war. Without missions, ninja lose their purpose and eventually, their future. Under the influence of the Kiko Trading Company, many merchants and partners began entrusting missions to the Sand Federation. This included not only high-ranking Konoha shinobi, but also merchants and nobles from the Land of Earth. Due to the ties with both the Kiko and Uzumaki trading companies, they preferred the Sand Federation over Iwagakure. If that already strained Iwagakure's patience, the alliance with Amagekure was the last straw. The Sand Federation, being a unified political military state, was already disliked by other nations' daimyos. A formal alliance, or worse, an absorption of Amagekure, would pose a serious threat to Iwagakure. Anoki was extremely wary of the Sand Federation. If it were only Sunagekure, he wouldn't care. After all, Suna had always been the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages, even weaker than the island nation of Kirigakure. But the Sand Federation was different. The fact that all financial authority rested within the village itself was already a huge advantage. "I've decided," said Inoki, gathering the upper ranks of Iwagakure, to cooperate with Konoha in probing the alliance between Amagekure and the Sand Federation. "Isn't that a bit reckless, Lord Tsuchikage?" one council member hesitated. Another quickly countered, "The Sand Federation's ambition is immense. If they ally with Amagekure, most of our routes for sending shinobi out will be blocked. We'll lose too many external missions. Lord Tsuchikage, I support your decision. But if we attack 2 villages at once, Iwagakure might plunge back into the chaos of war. We've only just recovered. Please consider this carefully." Anoki waved him off. "That's not a concern. I am not acting recklessly. Konoha won't sit this one out either. The alliance between the Sand Federation and Kumogakure is more threatening to them than to us. And don't forget, some of the noble clans in the Land of Rivers who sided with the Federation were wiped out. The Federation surely still holds a grudge." "Heh? Was that the work of the darkness of the shinobi world? Still as ruthless as ever?" Someone sneered, clearly referring to Danzo, showing disdain for his methods but also obvious caution. Danzo was feared because of his cruelty and lack of restraint. During wartime, it's common for ninja to target civilians, but even then, most avoided it unless absolutely necessary. Only Danzo would massacre indiscriminately, civilian or shinobi, if he believed they posed even a potential threat to Konoha. Anoki continued, "Konoha also feels threatened by the Rain-Sand Federation alliance and has agreed to secretly join forces with us to recreate the Second Great Ninja War in Amagekure," said Kuratsuchi, arms crossed, speaking slowly. That was the same tactic Konoha and Sunagekure used to deal with Hanzo. Now, IWA and Konoha plan to do the same. The Land of Earth and the Land of Fire didn't share a border. Between them were the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass, and the Land of the Waterfall. If IWA and Konoha went to war, one of those nations would become the battlefield. During the Third Great Ninja War, they chose the Land of Grass. Now, with both IWA and Konoha targeting Amagekure and the Sand Federation, the Land of Rain would naturally become the next war zone. Anoki nodded approvingly. Konoha even promised to send troops first. That should keep them honest and also restrain Amagekure and the Sand Federation. I agree, Lord Tsuchikage. I support it as well, Lord Tsuchikage. The Iwagakure Council quickly reached a unanimous decision. The threat from the Sand Federation was growing too large to ignore. Even those who initially objected only did so out of concern that IWA alone couldn't handle 2 enemies. With Konoha joining in, that fear vanished. Konoha. Targeting the Sand Federation wasn't just a decision from Konoha's leadership, it was also backed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Though many nobles within the Land of Fire supported the Kiko family, the daimyo himself wasn't foolish. He understood clearly the danger that a centralized, military-run shinobi organization posed to his own authority. Any sign of such power consolidation had to be eliminated. This was one of the factors in Yasushi Ogakure's downfall. Regarding the deployment to the Land of Rain, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to first convene the major shinobi clans to decide the core forces, and then fill in the ranks with civilian-born ninja. The Hyuga clan had also received an invitation to the council. In any war, the Byakugan was a vital strategic asset for Konoha. Before attending any shinobi council, however, the Hyuga always held an internal clan meeting to reach a unified stance. This time, however, their internal meeting was not going smoothly. Where's the branch family representative? Before the meeting began, Hyuga Kiyo suddenly asked, there's always at least one jonin from the branch family attending. Why isn't anyone here this time? Or are you saying the branch family no longer counts as part of the Hyuga? The second elder of the Hyuga clan replied coldly, Hyuga Kiyo, this is a pre-war council. The main family alone is sufficient. You should call me fourth elder, Hyuga-son, Kiyo replied with quiet authority. I see no trace of the Hyuga clan's 1,000-year traditions in you. Her calm voice held undeniable strength. Though her Byakugan was not activated, her gaze made Hyuga-son visibly uneasy, as if she could see right through him. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 231, Chapter 231. 1,514 words. Hyuga Kiyo, are you trying to disrupt the clan meeting? Elder Hyuga Sawan's face twisted with anger. He actually felt uneasy under the gaze of a junior, even having the urge to avert his eyes. If this got out, what authority would he have left as an elder? A clan meeting discussing war, yet just a few of you intend to decide the fate of hundreds of clan members? Especially you, Hyuga Sawan. The veins around Hyuga Kiyo's temples bulged slightly as her pure white pupils narrowed. Under her gaze, Sawan once again felt that faint yet undeniable pressure, the urge to turn away or lower his head creeping up on him. As a member of the main family, you fail to set a proper example for the branch families. Instead, you flaunt your so-called authority with the caged bird seal. Without propriety or true dignity, Hyuga Sawan, what qualifies you to be an elder of the main family? Or do you intend to fight me? Her words were sharp, but what truly made Sawan unable to meet her gaze were those pure white, commanding eyes. The rift between Hyuga Kiyo's and Hyuga Sawan's factions had existed even before Hyuga Mirai's defection. Back then, Kiyo hadn't held power, and her grandfather rarely displayed the same sharpness as her, so while tension simmered, the two factions maintained a facade of harmony. However, after the death of Sawan's successor, Hyuga Hayashi, the conflict between the two factions escalated irreparably. Kiyo's nature would never allow her to back down, and whenever Sawan provoked her, he was always the one left humiliated. Moreover, Kiyo's Byakugan had repeatedly exuded genuine killing intent towards Sawan. Were it not for the mediation of the other two factions and Hyuga Hayashi, the two would have undoubtedly clashed, with Sawan meeting his end. Many in the Hyuga clan were aware of Kiyo's strength. Though a high-ranking member of the main family, she never shied away from war, leading branch family shinobi into battle head-on. In terms of training, Kiyo was arguably the most diligent in the entire clan. Not only did the branch families under her faction respect her, but even those under other factions held deep admiration for the young fourth elder. Call the branch family members, the first elder interjected, seeing the tension between Kiyo and Sawan nearly erupting into violence. He turned to Hyuga Hayashi. Clan head, if war truly comes, we should hear the branch family's opinions. Understood. Hayashi nodded with a sigh. Seeing Kiyo's vigor and youthful energy only made him feel more like an outdated relic. Had he possessed her courage back then, perhaps Hisashi's fate might have been different. Kiyo, as you wish. Let's gather branch family representatives for discussion. With both the clan head and first elder yielding to Kiyo, Sawan could no longer push the argument. Though he despised her, that hatred was tinged with fear. Hayashi continued, also, Kiyo, you will represent the Hyuga clan at the upcoming Shinobi clan conference. Clan head? The other three elders were stunned, this decision had never been mentioned before. Traditionally, only the clan head represented the Hyuga. Now, Hayashi was relinquishing that authority. Hayashi's tone was firm. I trust the fourth elder's capability will not disadvantage the Hyuga. Seeing his resolve, the others dropped the matter, though they privately resolved to question Hayashi later about his intentions. I understand. Protecting the clan and guiding the Hyuga forward is the main family's true duty, not flaunting hollow authority, which only invites ridicule. Kiyo accepted without hesitation, taking the authority to represent the clan. She couldn't resist another jab at Samhain, whose chest heaved like bellows in fury, yet against Kyo, he was powerless. Soon, the Hyuga summoned branch family representatives. Their arrival was met with surprise. Such consultations had never happened before. Learning it was Kyo's suggestion, their gazes filled with gratitude and respect. They didn't necessarily need to voice opinions or assert rights. What moved them was Kyo's recognition of their place in the clan. This respect wasn't for her status as a main family member, it was gratitude for a leader who stood with them. After brief discussions on the clan's bottom line and deployment numbers, the meeting concluded. The Hyuga were indispensable in every war, though the exact numbers could be negotiated. This time, Kyo intended to limit deployments. The Hyuga's influence in the village had grown significantly after the Third Shinobi World War. Despite losing some prestige during the Nine Tails attack, their power remained undeniable. Sending too many could lead to excessive battlefield achievements, drawing suspicion from the village's higher-ups. Frontline commanders might even suppress Hyuga members in the field. This was clear to Kyo, Hayashi, and the elders, which was why Hayashi had Kyo attend the Shinobi clan conference. His timid nature might buckle under pressure, leading to excessive deployments. Better to let Kyo represent him early. The war between Konoha and IWA stemmed from the threat posed by the Sand Federation. The powerful appeal of the Keiko Trade Association, after merging with Sunagakure, had created a formidable force. As neighboring nations, IWA and Konoha couldn't ignore the Federation's unchecked growth. Though only 6 years had passed since the last war, neither could afford to give the Federation more time. If they didn't drag it into war now and crush its momentum, the gap would only widen. Daimyo funding versus self-sustained development. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Inoki weren't senile enough to misunderstand which benefited the village more. With the Keiko Association's vast resources, its annual investments in Sunagakure likely matched the Fire Daimyo's contributions. Thus, war was inevitable. Konan-san, your range shinobi's efficiency is too slow. If this task were given to Suna, it'd take half the time. Keiko Sanmoko clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Though Conan's face was half hidden by her black cloak with red clouds, the chilling aura around her was palpable. They're working as fast as they can. The Land of Rain's environment is different from Suna's. She then questioned, why do you need such detailed data on every village? How does that relate to reconstruction? Of course it does. If we're rebuilding the Land of Rain, we might as well do it thoroughly. Sanmoko recorded data as he spoke. Population, village distribution, labor force, elderly, women, livelihood sources, compile all this, and we can draft the most effective plan. He paused, glancing at Conan. Some areas suit farming, others livestock, and others factories. Practicality is key. If you want to rebuild the Land of Rain and ensure its people's happiness, these are necessities. Conan fell silent. Just reviewing the data gave her a headache, planning and managing it all was beyond her. She couldn't do it. She knew her limits. Leading a village was manageable, but an entire nation? Impossible. Sanmoka's attitude irked her, but he was helping the Land of Rain, working tirelessly. She could distinguish goodwill from malice. Thank you. Louder would sound more sincere. Sanmoko didn't look up, though he'd heard her quiet thanks. This is a transaction, no need for gratitude. When will your Akatsuki complete the task I mentioned? Conan's expression cooled. Don't worry. Missions entrusted to Akatsuki never fail. The mission was to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Wind and a few stubborn nobles, or rather, to kill them openly. By claiming the bounty hadn't been paid, they would imply that the daimyo was behind the assassination of the fourth Kazekage. Once the rumor spread, Bakura would have a legitimate reason to attack the remaining territory of the Land of Wind. Without such justification, if the Sand Federation attacked the Land of Wind, other daimyo would definitely be alarmed and pressure their villages to take action against the Federation. But once this matter became public, the first to break the one nation, one village agreement would be the Land of Wind's daimyo office. Even the fourth Kazekage had died within his own sphere of influence. What about the other Kage? If they acted against the daimyo's decisions, would they also be assassinated near their own strongholds? Rule breakers are always condemned. The exposure of this plot would surely sow mistrust between the daimyo offices and the shinobi villages. And under the overwhelming power of the shinobi, even if the daimyo managed to kill a kage, they would suffer brutal retaliation from the village. Once a beast breaks its leash, it's not easy to restrain it again. The Sand Federation would be setting an example for all other villages. After leaving Sanmoku's residence, Konan went to find Nagato. Seeing how much effort Sanmoku was putting into the Land of Rain, it was time for them to act in return. However, deploying Akatsuki required the command of Pain, their leader. Though many Akatsuki members didn't understand or even resented Konan's recent actions, Nagato's health was improving, and Pain's strength continued to grow. Even if they had complaints, the members could only follow Pain's orders. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 232, Chapter 232. 1032 words. Pain used the magic lantern body technique to summon the organization's members, as apart from Nagato and Konan, the others were rarely in Amagakure. Kakuzu was the first to speak. Leader, I'm almost at the underground bounty station. Whatever you have to say, make it quick. Kakuzu-san, always working, aren't you? How exhausting, Kisame Hashigaki sneered before Raiga Kurisuki, Kakuzu's teammate, cut in with a complaint. I've had enough of this guy. Who wants to switch partners with me? He's either hunting bounties or on his way to collect rewards. If it weren't for the rule about working in pairs, I'd rather go solo. Kakuzu shrugged. Money is the only thing that won't betray you. Seems you still haven't grasped that truth. Pairs are an unchangeable rule of Akatsuki. No further discussion on this, Pain interjected. Once everyone had gathered, he explained the purpose of the summons. Aside from gathering intel on the tailed beasts, there's a mission for you. Who's closest to the Land of Wind? We're in the Land of Hot Springs, tracking the new member you mentioned, one replied. I'm still in the Land of Iron, another added. Raiga Kurisuki spoke up, Kakuzu and I are near the underground bounty station in the Land of Rivers. Leader, what's the mission? Pain turned to their projections. Assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Wind and several nobles. White Zetsu will deliver the details. They're just ordinary people, follow the additional instructions. Kakuzu asked, we have to go all the way to the Land of Wind? That's a long trip. Leader, what's the reward? There is none. No reward? Then send someone else. The time wasted going back and forth would cost me at least 2 bounties. Ignoring Kakuzu's complaints, Pain said firmly, no one else is as close as you two. This mission is important for Akatsuki. Hearing Pain's tone, Kakuzu grunted in reluctant agreement. But don't bother me with pointless missions like this again. Pain, my clone found some interesting intel. Everyone, wanna guess what it is? White Zetsu suddenly chimed in, drawing the group's attention. This is rare stuff. If you guess right, there's a... Just spit it out, Zetsu, Pain cut him off. Ugh, you're all so boring. Without me, you wouldn't even know Rain Country is about to be attacked. Right now, Konoha and Iwagakure are mobilizing forces, likely targeting Rain. White Zetsu's words hung heavy. No matter how stealthy their movements, 2 villages sending shinobi to the border couldn't escape his clone's detection. Moreover, with Obito already heading to Konoha after hearing rumors of unrest within the Uchiha clan, he'd noticed Konoha's unusual activity. Obito was displeased with Konan's actions. He believed Akatsuki should focus on recruiting enough members to advance their plans, not draw attention by provoking other villages into attacking Rain. Yet, he considered that such a war could weaken Konoha and Iwa, making it easier for Akatsuki to capture the tailed beasts later. So he chose to watch from the sidelines, even better if he could stoke conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha to wipe out the clan. war was the best catalyst for Uchiha awakening their Sharingan. If this war escalated, Konoha's shortage of fighters might force the Uchiha onto the battlefield, where the brutality of war could push many to evolve their eyes. Obito's own Sharingan had awakened in war. He knew the Uchiha's potential all too well. With each awakening, the interplay of love and hatred could birth the Mangekyo Sharingan, each with unique abilities, some possibly even countering Kamui. Though an Uchiha himself, Obito feared his clan's potential more than anyone. Among them, one young prodigy stood out. If things went smoothly, Akatsuki's ranks would soon be complete. Every additional pair of Mangekyo was a threat to the Moonzai plan. Obito needed to eliminate the Uchiha, especially since tensions between them and Konoha were already simmering. A little push would suffice. After Konoha's clan meeting, the other leaders left with calm expressions. Though they'd contribute forces to the war, this joint operation against Rain with IWA seemed like an assured victory. Except for Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha were excluded, not only barred from the war but even stripped of some patrol duties by the ANBU. Isolation and suspicion were practically stamped on Fugaku's face. Danzo hadn't spared the Uchiha any courtesy during the meeting. Though the other clan heads maintained neutral expressions, Fugaku could almost feel their silent mockery. Rebellion? The thought flickered briefly before fading. Fugaku knew the Uchiha lacked the strength to revolt successfully. Between the ANBU, Root, and the low-profile Sarutobi clan, the Uchiha would struggle. Add the other clans, who might initially stay neutral but join the fray once the Uchiha showed weakness, and their chances dwindled further. Back at the police station, Fugaku was swarmed by clansmen asking, what happened at the meeting? Suppressing his frustration, Fugaku replied, not here. Gather the clan tonight for a meeting. The others, sensing his mood, nodded and dispersed to spread the word. Returning home, Fugaku found his wife Makoto managing household chores while his sons, Itachi and Sasuke, trained in the backyard. Seeing Sasaku, Fugaku remembered it was the academy's day off. Father, you're back, Itachi greeted as both boys paused their training. Itachi, come with me, Fugaku said, ignoring Sasuke's hopeful look. As clan head, family time was a luxury. Once inside, Fugaku cut straight to the chase. Itachi, any new intel from the ANBU? Itachi's dark eyes deepened. Father, ANBU intel can't be shared. Itachi, you're an Uchiha. Don't forget your place. Fugaku's voice hardened. We sent you to the ANBU to gather intel for the clan. Don't lose sight of that. Silence. Itachi felt irritation rise. He hated when his father spoke like this, always about the clan, never about Konoha. Only Shirsue's vision was worthy of respect. The rest were narrow-minded. I haven't forgotten my place, Itachi replied, though his true thought, I am Konoha's shinobi, remained unspoken. After a pause, he added flatly, the ANBU hasn't changed recently. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 233, Chapter 233. 1,419 words. Danzo, why did you call us here? I was busy preparing military logistics. Koharu Utatane spoke first. She had been swamped with work when a Root operative summoned her. By the time she arrived, Hamura Midokado and Hiruzen Sarutobi were already waiting. The operation against the Land of Rain was practically confirmed. Aside from the minor conflict with the young Hyuga elder during the clan meeting, there shouldn't be any need for the four of them to gather and discuss further. Root has recently uncovered evidence of the Uchiha clan's planned rebellion. I called you here to discuss it. Danzo's tone was calm as he placed 2 kunai and 2 shuriken on the table. Hiruzen frowned slightly. Danzo, what's the meaning of this? How could 2 kunai and shuriken prove anything? One of these kunai and shuriken was obtained from an Uchiha clan member. The other is the standard issue Konoha equipment. As he spoke, Danzo picked up the two kunai and clashed them together. The Uchiha kunai shattered the standard issue one with only a barely visible nick on its edge. Hamura couldn't help but remark, "Incredibly durable kunai. Danzo, are all the Uchiha's kunai like this?" Kunai were a ninja's primary close combat weapons, second only to short swords. A sturdier kunai provided a significant advantage in melee combat. If two opponents clashed and one's kunai suddenly broke, the wielder would be in grave danger. With their weapon destroyed in no time to perform ninjutsu, fighting barehanded against an armed opponent would be suicidal. Hamura guessed aloud, "Danzo, are you trying to secure this kunai supply from the Uchiha clan? It might be too late now." What an idiot! Let me finish. Danzo inwardly cursed before continuing coldly, "The Uchiha clan has almost entirely replaced their weapons with this higher quality batch." Root traced the source. These weapons were supplied by the Machigawa Trading Company. As he spoke, Danzo revealed the hidden merchant emblem on the kunai's handle strap, the mark of the Machigawa Trading Company. Koharu narrowed her eyes in recollection. The Machigawa Trading Company. I recall they primarily operate near the border between the Land of Rivers and the Land of Fire. Exactly. But the Machigawa Trading Company is effectively a puppet of the Kaiku Trading Association. Its steel, transportation, and other operations all fly under the Kaiku banner. Danzo laid out all the intelligence Root had gathered. Hearing this, Hiruzen and the others frowned deeply. The Kaiku Trading Association was a prominent name in the shinobi world. As a family-run merchant group, it had merged with Sunagakure to establish a federal nation unifying military and political power. For the Uchiha clan to suddenly switch to weapons produced by the Kaiku Trading Association was deeply concerning. After taking a slow drag from his pipe, Hiruzen asked, "Danzo, when did this happen?" "That's what I should be asking you, Hiruzen," Danzo replied tersely. "The ANBU has two Uchiha members, yet they failed to notice something this significant?" Hiruzen had no rebuttal, silently chastising Shisui and Itachi for their oversight. To Shisui and Itachi, replacing weapons might not have seemed like a major issue. Since their gear was supplied by ANBU and they hadn't sparred with their clansmen, they likely never noticed. Ultimately, Shisui and Itachi were too detached from the Uchiha clan. Finding no kindred spirits among their kin, they rarely interacted with them. "We must investigate this immediately. If the Uchiha clan is colluding with the Kaiku Trading Association while our forces are deployed on the front lines, Konoha could face an internal crisis." Danzo's voice was ominous, but his concerns mirrored Hiruzen's own. "Recall the troops? That would be difficult." "What about Iwagakure's response?" Koharu shook her head. Both sides had mobilized against the Land of Rain. If Konoha suddenly backed out now, Iwagakure might very well turn its forces against them. "Keep ANBU and Root stationed in the village. For the frontline vacancies, I'll negotiate with other clans to reassign additional squads." Hiruzen made the decision, his own worries about the Uchiha growing. Strengthen protection around Kushina and her son. Even at the academy, any interaction between Naruto Uzumaki and the Uchiha must be recorded by ANBU. He then summoned Shisui and Itachi to question them about the matter while ordering Root to intensify surveillance on the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen assigned Root the toughest task, approving an expansion of 30 operatives. However, Danzo had already exceeded that limit in secret, with Root's numbers now estimated at nearly 150. This was an overwhelming force, surpassing even ANBU. Under normal circumstances, Hiruzen would never have allowed Danzo to wield such power. Power inevitably breeds ambition. Without checks, Danzo would eventually slip beyond his control. Soon after, Shisui and Itachi arrived at the Hokage's office. Seeing all the higher-ups gathered, they sensed something amiss. "Shisui, Itachi, there's a matter we must entrust to you. No one in ANBU is better suited for this task." Hiruzen sighed before slowly recounting the intelligence Root had uncovered. "So it's come to this." Shisui's heart sank. The village had indeed caught wind of the situation. Had the clan really replaced all their kunai and shuriken? Glancing at Itachi's equally surprised expression, Shisui realized even the clan head's son was unaware. Yet ANBU had uncovered everything. Were they the only ones excluded or simply overlooked? As Shisui pondered, his expression shifted slightly, enough for Danzo to notice. Uchiha Shisui, what are you thinking? Do you have crucial information? No, nothing related to intelligence, Lord Danzo. Shisui bowed slightly and replied swiftly, I was merely reflecting that, no matter what, I will prevent the Uchiha clan's rebellion. Oh? How can you be so certain? According to Root's intel, nearly 70% of the Uchiha advocated armed revolt during their last clan meeting. Even the clan head's stance was ambiguous. How will you stop that? Danzo's aggressive questioning forced Shisui and Itachi to lower their heads. Itachi, in particular, felt a pang of frustration toward his indecisive father. If father, as clan head, had been more resolute in suppressing the radicals, Shisui wouldn't be facing this pressure now. But Shisui lifted his head again, his eyes transformed. The three tomo of his Sharingan had shifted into a four-pointed pinwheel, slowly rotating. This is... Hiruzen, Danzo, and the others were stunned. Even Itachi was seeing this form of the Sharingan for the first time. Shisui's eyes radiated a power and eeriness far beyond the three-tomo Sharingan. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, an evolved form of the Sharingan. My Mangekyo possesses a unique ocular jutsu Koto Amatsukami. It can forcibly alter a person's thoughts, undetectable and nearly unblockable. Shisui stared directly at the Konoha elders, his voice steady as he revealed his ultimate power. If the Uchiha insist on rebellion, I will use this jutsu to change the clan head's will, to make him protect Konoha. Koto Amatsukami. A technique that could forcibly rewrite a person's will, with no defense against it. Hiruzen's gaze deepened with wariness. Danzo narrowed his eyes, now regarding Shisui with heightened caution. Koharu and Hamura could only gape in shock. The Uchiha possessed such a terrifying jutsu? In that case, we can rest assured. Shisui, we leave the investigation of the Uchiha clan to you. Hiruzen nodded with a smile, though Danzo knew his old friend's guard was now at its peak. A jutsu that could manipulate minds without detection, nothing was more terrifying. No seal or curse mark could compare. If Shisui sided with the Uchiha radicals, Konoha would be doomed. Understood, Lord Hokage. I will do everything in my power to resolve the Uchiha matter. Shisui accepted without hesitation. By exposing his trump card, he had secured the elders' trust to handle the Uchiha himself. With Koto Amatsukami, he was confident he could sway the clan head and prevent rebellion. After Shisui and Itachi left, Danzo broke the silence. Hiruzen, what do you make of Shisui's words? Hiruzen took a slow drag from his pipe and exhaled before answering. Shisui, your Sharingan just now. Itachi wanted to ask more about the Mangekyo, but Shisui cut him off. Itachi, I'll explain this eye to you later. But I hope you never awaken it, the price is too great. Shisui's tone was grave. Among the many Uchiha, few ever awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The cost of obtaining these eyes was always greater than the power they granted. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 234, Chapter 234. 1107 words. Kurenai, why are you suddenly being sent to the front lines? Anko Mitarashi asked in confusion. She had some vague knowledge about the war, but the first deployment list had already been finalized and Kurenai wasn't on it. Why had she been added later? Anko lived close to Kurenai, and with their shared misfortunes, the two had quickly become friends. Kurenai Yuhi shook her head helplessly. I don't know either. But it's not just me, many squads received the same orders. Familiar faces like Might Guy and Might Guy's squad had also been abruptly ordered to the front lines. Once there, they would be reassigned and reorganized based on combat tactics. Logically, they should have been part of the second wave of reinforcements. Deploying them with the first wave risked prematurely exposing Konoha's military strength. Still, it doesn't matter. We're all heading to the battlefield sooner or later. I'm just going ahead. Kurenai smiled at Anko after a moment of thought. Though there were oddities in the situation, she lacked the information to make any judgments. Given the circumstances, Anko would likely join the next wave of reinforcements. Because their orders had come late, Kurenai was still packing her ninja tools and supplies. Anko, who wasn't heading to the front lines, seemed rather relaxed, holding a plate of red bean dumplings and stuffing them into her mouth one after another. Before long, the plate was nearly empty. But Anko wasn't just eating. She watched Kurenai intently before suddenly speaking up. Kurenai, you've seemed much happier lately. Did something good happen? Huh? Kurenai blinked in surprise, then shot Anko a glare with her ruby-like eyes. I just got out of the hospital, and now I'm heading to war. What good thing could I possibly have encountered? That's exactly it. Anko swallowed the last dumpling and raised her voice, grinning at Kurenai. Ever since that day, your whole demeanor changed. You went from being an ice-cold training machine to someone who smiles from time to time. Kurenai's thoughts drifted back to the question she had asked Kushina earlier, then quickly shook her head. No such thing. Don't talk nonsense, Anko. Really? It's pretty obvious. But no matter how much Anko pressed, Kurenai refused to engage further. Eventually, Anko lost interest and left after a while. Once alone, Kurenai stood before a mirror, examining herself. There was a noticeable difference, even her mother had commented on it. Now fully grown, her appearance and presence stood out even in Konoha. Her voluminous long hair, crimson eyes, signature wrappings, and increasingly pronounced curves gave her a distinctly feminine allure, one of the few advantages she had over Kyo Hyuga. As for the change Anko mentioned, it was likely the faint smiles that occasionally graced her lips. Unfortunately, those smiles had only encouraged that nuisance Sarutobi to hover around her even more. Without him around, her mood would have been even better. Shaking her head, Kurenai dismissed the distracting thoughts. Without strength, she wouldn't even have the chance to speak to him. Though Kushina's words were likely just consolation, she was determined to grow stronger, both to close the gap and to refine her genjutsu and taijutsu. Many others had received similar orders, replacing ANBU and route operatives. Having learned of the Uchiha's ties to the Keiko Trading Company, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to keep Route and ANBU on standby in the village. Their current target was the Land of Rain, which had partnered with the Sand Federation, and the Keiko Trading Company held significant influence there. If Route hadn't uncovered this intelligence, a sudden upheaval from the Uchiha while the front lines were deadlocked. Hiruzen and the others couldn't even fathom the consequences. A civil war could very well destroy Konoha. Hiruzen, one of us must go to the front lines. You or me? Let me handle it. Danzo proposed. While Shikaku Nara was a capable advisor, with the third Tsuchikage personally leading the enemy forces, they needed a high-ranking presence to make swift battlefield decisions. I'll go. After some deliberation, Hiruzen made his decision. Both the front lines and the village were critical. But he remembered Danzo's past dealings with Hanzo, and with advisors like Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado, plus his own son and daughter-in-law still in the village, things should remain stable. As long as Shursui could sway Fugaku Uchiha's stance, even if the Uchiha showed signs of rebellion, Hiruzen could return instantly via reverse summoning. Danzo frowned. As Hokage, you should remain in the village. Let me go instead. No need. You'll stay and oversee Route's duties. The third Tsuchikage is leading from the front as third Hokage, I can't cower in the rear. Hiruzen's refusal only solidified Danzo's suspicions that he was after personal gain. Do as you wish. With a cold snort, Danzo left the Hokage's office. But the moment he turned, a faint smirk curled his lips. Hiruzen, I know you as well as you know me. I expected this. Staying in Konoha was Danzo's true objective. After witnessing Shisui Uchiha's Koto Amatsukami, he had become obsessed with claiming those eyes for himself. If not for the allure of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the front lines would have held greater appeal. But now, possessing such a power, especially one as absolute as Koto Amatsukami, was non-negotiable. Leaving it in the hands of an Uchiha, even one like Shisui who supposedly cared for the village, was unacceptable. In the Land of Rain, Keiko Samuki, busy refining reconstruction plans, received a scroll from a subordinate. Recognizing the mark, he knew it was from Uchiha Tekka, the one secret the latter had kept from Fugaku. Tekka had lingering questions, and before Samuki left Konoha, they had agreed to communicate via these letters. As Samuki picked up the scroll, he felt someone's gaze. Turning, he saw Conan pretending to sort through documents. "Interested in this, Conan?" He gestured with the scroll. "Not at all," she denied flatly. "I'm just checking your progress. I'll be leaving soon, so I'd like the plans finalized before then." "You sound confident in the war's outcome, Conan." "It hasn't even started, yet you're already certain reconstruction will proceed smoothly." Samuki chuckled, though there was no mockery in his tone, something even Conan acknowledged. "If you're not interested in the scroll, that's fine. It's just a pen pal seeking answers. I'll reply in a bit. As for the plans, I'm nearly done. One more day, and we can begin renovations." Conan scoffed, making it clear she had zero interest in his so-called pen pals. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 235, Chapter 235. 1,221 words. Where do most philosophers in the shinobi world come from? Undoubtedly, the Uchiha clan stands out. Every Uchiha possesses the potential to become a philosopher. Take, for example, Uchiha Madara of the dialectical materialism school, Uchiha Itachi pondering the meaning of life at 5 or 6 years old, and the staunch idealist Uchiha Obito. Now, Uchiha Tekka is also showing signs of awakening to dialectical materialism, influenced by Hyuga Mirai. The questions Uchiha Tekka raised were ones Hyuga Mirai strictly forbade number 18 from contemplating. Though she was gradually detaching from the mechanical network, delving into such topics too early could easily lead her astray. The Uchiha clan was once again being suppressed by Konoha, and the clan leader was powerless to stop it. The clan's emotions were running high, and he was beginning to see through the higher-ups' tactics. Their goal was to isolate the Uchiha. In their scroll exchanges, Uchiha Tekka also confided some of his doubts to Kiku Senki. Where was the Uchiha clan's future? He felt the clan leader's approach wasn't the best for them, and staking everything on a single gamble wasn't the mark of a true leader. Uchiha Fugaku never failed to disappoint in this regard. Even Hyuga Mirai held no favorable opinion of him. If your clansmen follow you into rebellion, either commit wholeheartedly or step down. Leading them toward rebellion while fearing failure, only to backtrack when tensions rise, such indecisiveness deserved no mercy. Now that his plans had failed, he was again considering rebellion. That such a flip-flopping leader still lived was a testament to the Uchiha clan's patience. Yet, Uchiha Tekka's readiness to share sensitive information with Kiku Senki made Hyuga Mirai sigh at the Uchiha's naivety. All he could do was control Kiku Senki to offer reassurance and explanations, framing the Uchiha-Konoha conflict within the broader shinobi world while subtly planting new ideas in Tekka's mind. The IWA and Konoha shinobi forces had already mobilized. With White Zetsu gathering intelligence, no matter how tight their secrecy, the Akatsuki knew their every move. Learning of the two villages' plans to target the Land of Rain, Pain ordered White Zetsu to deploy numerous clones to monitor their movements. Their exact positions were now fully known. The rest is up to you. I've instructed the others to follow your plans. 2 days later, Conan suddenly bid farewell to Kiku Senki, heading to the front lines. Though Pain would ultimately intervene to deter the two great villages, they wouldn't lead with their strongest move. Conan had already deployed rain shinobi to the border to protect civilians. Shinobi affairs are truly troublesome. Be careful, Conan. I hear dust release isn't something to take lightly. Kiko Senki spoke casually, knowing Pain's 6 paths would handle the fight. Even if all the bodies were destroyed, Nagato himself would remain unharmed. If the battle turns against you, I can request support from the Sand Federation. Given our current cooperation, deeper ties wouldn't be an issue. Konoha's intelligence gathering was formidable. The Nara clan would undoubtedly be on the front lines, and once they analyzed the 6 paths' abilities, they'd devise countermeasures. If Nagato slipped up, the 6 paths could be overwhelmed or destroyed, forcing his true body into the open. Their divided abilities left glaring weaknesses. The land of rain will not fall. Pain will not lose. Conan's voice brimmed with confidence. Having witnessed Nagato's power and his restored health, she believed him unmatched in the shinobi world. Even dust release couldn't withstand the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. This time, the Land of Rain would teach Konoha and Iwa a lesson they wouldn't forget for decades. Very well. I'll await your good news. Kiku Senki smiled, though he remained skeptical. Even with Nagato's injuries healed, the original timeline's destruction of Konoha relied on perfect conditions, including Nagato's indiscriminate Shinra Tensei catching the village off guard. On an open battlefield, once the 6 paths' abilities were exposed, they'd be relentlessly countered. But that wasn't Kiku Senki's concern. Even as allies, the Sand Federation wouldn't rush to intervene. Not scheming against Nagato was kindness enough. Helping with domestic reforms was more than most capitalists would do. After Conan's departure, Kiku Senki continued his reply to Uchiha Tekka. From various sources, he learned the Uchiha clan's recent unfair treatment had pushed tensions to a boiling point. Any spark could ignite them. Under Kiku Senki's influence, Tekka shifted his focus from the radicals to the ordinary Uchiha. These non-shinobi clansmen ran small businesses in the compound, serving mostly their own. If war broke out, they'd be the first casualties. The radicals would commit all forces to seize power, leaving these civilians to fend for themselves. Tekka, now aware of their plight, saw them as no different from other Konoha villagers, just bearing the Uchiha name. Yet both Fugaku and the radicals ignored them. Perhaps there's a way, but it'd require Pakura's approval. Hyuga Mirai saw a chance to win over the Uchiha, though it meant exploiting this body one last time. Getting some final use before discarding it was still a win. Soon, Kiku Senki drafted 2 scrolls, one for Tekka, the other for the Sand Federation. Upon receiving his reply, Tekka burned it immediately. Only he and the ninja cats knew of these exchanges, and the cats were bribed into silence. Had the clan leader not disappointed him, Tekka wouldn't have sought outside counsel. Konoha's latest suppression followed the usual pattern, tarnishing the Uchiha name while blocking their achievements and isolating them socially. While other clans fought on the front lines, the Uchiha were sidelined. This wasn't their choice, but the result was the same: fewer allies and a worsening reputation. With Hiruzen leading the first wave of troops, the Uchiha held another meeting. The agenda? Seize power while the third Hokage was away. Over 70% of attendees were now radicals, and even Fugaku endorsed the plan. With Shursue's speed and their many 3-tomo wielders, they believed the Anbu and Root stood no chance. Kill them, and Fugaku would become Hokage. Tekka, however, remained silent. Observing his clansmen, he noted the lack of planning, conflicting opinions, and Shursue's troubled expression. Post-meeting, Tekka couldn't shake the thought, were these supposed elites? He approached Uchiha Yoshiro and Inabi. Yoshiro, Inabi, tonight's meeting didn't address the civilians' safety. What happens to them if we rebel? They'll stay in the compound. Some will remain to guard them. Tekka shook his head. If Konoha targets non-shinobi, a few guards won't be enough. We need a proper plan. Yoshiro considered this. Do you have one? Tekka didn't. He'd only raised the concern. I'll ask around. If the leader summons me, cover for me. Go. Just avoid the ANBU. After the meeting, Shisui took Itachi to their training woods. Itachi, I must act now. I need your help. Create an opening for you? Itachi understood this was for the best. Changing Fugaku's mind would avert civil war. Bring your father here. I'll use Koto Amatsukami to alter his will. Shirsui's expression was grave. If we wait any longer, the clan's rage will erupt. I understand, Shisui. Itachi nodded. I'll bring him. My crows will signal you. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 236, Chapter 236. 970 words. Without a convincing excuse, Itachi Uchiha couldn't lure Fugaku Uchiha out, especially now, with Fugaku buried in clan affairs and barely returning home. Their relationship had also soured recently due to the ANBU surveillance issue, creating a rift between father and son. Still, Itachi could find an opportunity if he tried, though it would take time. Fugaku usually returned home late at night, making it suspicious to call him out at such an hour. Days later, the first wave of support troops had been fully deployed to the front lines. The Uchiha clan, confirming this through their intelligence network, began mobilizing, distributing weapons, increasing patrols, and strictly barring outsiders from their territory. These actions signaled an impending move, all under the watchful eyes of the ANBU, especially those embedded within the Uchiha compound. Before leaving, Hiruzen Sarutobi had split ANBU command into 3 parts, the largest portion controlled by his eldest son and daughter-in-law, the rest under Hamura Midokado and Koharu Udatane. With their oversight, Danzo's route couldn't cause major chaos in the village. At the Hokage's office, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo summoned Shisui Uchiha. Since Itachi was monitoring Fugaku, Shisui came alone. Pushing up his glasses, Hamura asked, Shisui, the Uchiha are growing restless. When will you act? Koharu added coldly, distributing weapons and tightening patrols are clear signs. Starting today, ANBU will suspend all non-urgent missions to focus on monitoring the Uchiha. Shisui, the village can't afford unrest. If this drags on, ANBU en route will strike first. For Konoha's sake, we have no choice. The Uchiha were formidable. Even with preparation, eliminating them would cost heavy casualties. A preemptive strike was necessary to catch them off guard, possibly requiring the 3 elders and other village ninjas to join the fight. Shisui took a deep breath. Honored elders, Danzo-sama, please give me a little more time. Itachi is watching the clan head. The moment there's an opening, I'll use Koto Amatsukami on him. Hamura exchanged glances with the others. We're not pressuring you, but Konoha can't endure conflict now. If the Uchiha abandon their coup, Hiruzen would likely seek peaceful reconciliation. I understand. I'll change the clan head's mind as soon as possible. As an ANBU member, Shisui knew their strength. But he valued the Uchiha's honor and hard-won peace above all. Inheriting his grandfather's ideals, he refused to let the clan bear the stain of treason. A Uchiha rebellion would endanger Konoha, inviting foreign invasions. After questioning Shisui further about the clan's activities, Hamura and Koharu dismissed him, but not without urging haste. The village's fragile state left no room for delay. Leaving the Hokage's office, Shisui felt a growing weight. The front lines were uncertain, but even if Hiruzen's forces had arrived, full-scale war wouldn't erupt immediately. The Uchiha wouldn't act rashly either. There was still time, yet Shisui's unease deepened. If Itachi failed to create an opening, he'd have to force his hand. On his way back, a route agent intercepted him. Uchiha Shisui, Danzo-sama requests your presence. Lead the way, Shisui replied calmly. They arrived at a secluded forest. Noting the sparse route presence, Shisui assumed Danzo wanted to discuss hastening the Uchiha's resolution. Danzo-sama, Shisui bowed. Danzo turned, his visible eye narrowing. How long has it been since you promised to act against Fugaku? Why no progress? There's been no opportunity. None. The famed Shunshin no Shisui can't arrange a private talk? Danzo's voice turned icy. Are you hesitating? Or do you never intend to use Kotoama Tsukumi? Shocked by the accusation, Shisui defended himself. I swear, I'll act as soon as possible. Act? If Fugaku remains out of reach, might you target Hiruzen or me? Kotoama Tsukumi is too dangerous in Uchiha hands. Hand it over. Unbeknownst to Shisui, Danzo had already activated Izanagi. Mid-sentence, he struck. But Shisui, the battlefield legend, reacted instantly. Genjutsu, Sharingan. His three-tomo spun, freezing Danzo in place. This won't hold you long. Stay here and reflect. Sighing, Shisui turned to leave. Danzo's radicalism and underhanded tactics were known, but Shisui never expected an attack, let alone an attempt to steal his eyes. The clan's rebellion, the elders' pressure, and now Danzo's betrayal left Shisui exhausted. Would Kotoama Tsukumi even resolve this? For the first time, doubt gnawed at him. Suddenly, Danzo's form shimmered like a mirage before him. What? Bam! Danzo's chakra-enhanced strike sent Shisui airborne, pain and shock immobilizing him. Squelch! Danzo tore out Shisui's right eye. Ah! Seizing the brief pause, Shisui retreated. Surrender the other eye. Such power belongs in my hands, for Konoha's true protection. Danzo removed his bandages, revealing an empty socket, the cost of Izanagi. Sharingan. Shisui panted, realizing Danzo's true goal. With one eye gone, Kotoama Tsukumi was incomplete. The coup couldn't be stopped now. Fire style, great fireball. A massive flame forced root agents back as Shisui fled. Staying meant death. He had to find Itachi, the only one who understood. Land of T-Base. Hyuga Mirai returned with gifts, hoping to recruit Tsunade. Her research had progressed, and he needed her help. Entering the base, he spotted Shizen carrying a stack of food containers, grinning. Mirai-kun? Quite the appetite, Shizun, he remarked, eyeing the 12 boxes. I'll see Tsunade first. She's either in the lab or training room, Shizun mumbled, embarrassed. Thanks. With 18th monitoring the base, Mirai knew Tsunade's location better than Shizun. Opening the training room door, a figure lunged at him. Unfazed, he raised 3 bottles. Last of the good stuff. Break them, and they're gone. The figure halted instantly, snatching the bottles. 3 bottles after all this time? You never let me drink properly, you brat. Tsunade's complaints were routine, but her face lit up at the familiar labels. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 237, Chapter 237. 1035 words. What brings you here? Surely not just to visit me. After saying this, Tsunade couldn't resist opening the bottle and taking a sip. The liquor Hyuga Mirai had brought was among the finest in the shinobi world, with a taste that surpassed anything she'd had before. At this base in the land of tea, almost everything was provided except unlimited alcohol. For someone like Shizun, who didn't drink, the place was a paradise, filled with games, movies, and more. But for Tsunade, it was frustrating. After training with new jutsu and soaking in a hot bath, all she wanted was to drink freely. Yet the base strictly rationed her alcohol, denying her that pleasure. Venturing outside to buy more was pointless. Nearby merchants were under Hyuga Mirai's control, enforcing strict limits on personal alcohol sales. Eventually, Tsunade gave up, unwilling to deal with the hassle. Is that any way to talk? Caring for my subordinates is part of my duty as leader. Before Hyuga Mirai could finish his self-aggrandizing speech, Tsunade shot him a disdainful look, prompting him to change the subject. I heard your new jutsu is nearly complete? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. It's almost finished, and I even developed a taijutsu style tailored for me. Care to test it? After downing the bottle, Tsunade's eyes gleamed with challenge. You seem confident, Princess Tsunade. Hyuga Mirai considered it. Watching through a screen couldn't convey the true power of her new jutsu, experiencing it firsthand might be worthwhile. Very well. If I win, you'll agree to one request. Fine. If I win, you'll answer one question honestly. Or maybe fulfill a request. I haven't decided yet, but it's settled. With their wager set, they moved to an open area outside the base. If Tsunade went all out, the fragile alloy walls wouldn't survive her punches. Give it your all. I'm coming at you. Tsunade shed her green coat, fists clenched in warning. Hyuga Mirai formed hand seals. You first, princess. As he spoke, sealing formulas flickered across his body before vanishing, signaling the release of his weighted rock seal. Tsunade knew this technique, having used it for training, but unlike him, she couldn't sustain 4 times gravity indefinitely without straining her body. Here I go. In an instant, Tsunade vanished, reappearing mid-charge, her fist crashing down with devastating force. Still as brutal as ever. Hyuga Mirai sensed her enhanced strength. Without Sage Mode, blocking this punch would be tough. He dodged, leaving a 30-meter crater in his wake, cracked spiderwebbing outward. Not done yet. Tsunade hurled 5 kunai toward him. Kunai? Hyuga Mirai frowned. Such weapons didn't suit her style, this had to relate to her new jutsu. The kunai, propelled by her monstrous strength, closed in fast. Air palm. A shockwave blasted the kunai aside, but Tsunade followed up with shuriken, redirecting the kunai toward him. Though rarely using projectiles, her aim and power were impeccable. She'd anticipated his counter. As he struck, she'd already thrown the shuriken, each trailing wires for mid-air adjustments. Similar to the Uchiha's throwing style. Princess, what exactly are you? Hyuga Mirai's words cut off as his body froze. Not total paralysis, but his neural signals were scrambled. Ranshinsho? When did she? Then he remembered the kunai. Activating his Byakugan, he spotted residual chakra dispersing from them. Found it, huh? This is an advanced form of Ranshinsho, the electromagnetic field jutsu. Within this domain, I control electrons. Tsunade smirked proudly before charging. The moment the kunai were deflected, her technique took effect. Now, the surrounding electric field obeyed her will. Hyuga Mirai entered Sage Mode. His mastery had grown, his body constantly absorbing natural energy, nearing the proficiency of Shikatsu Miyako's Sage. With Sage Chakra, he regained slight control, dodging Tsunade's punch, but the impact still sent him flying. Sage Mode resists my domain? Tsunade frowned, rubbing her chest. She hadn't sent him far. Reactivating the field, she scrambled his neural signals again. Not entirely. You briefly overpowered it with Sage Chakra. Admit defeat, even Sage Mode can't break free. Hyuga Mirai rose slowly, surprising her. She tried disrupting his electrons again, but he kept moving. My nerves are completely scrambled, yet you still control them. Switching to the Rinnegan, he cloaked himself in black truth-seeking orbs, leaving only his head exposed. His nervous system remained hijacked, Sage Chakra couldn't counter it. While bursts of Sage energy offered temporary relief, Tsunade could readjust instantly, and prolonged exertion strained his body. Why can you still move? That black cloak? Tsunade's sharpened senses, thanks to Sage Mode, recoiled at the orb's aura. Truth-seeking orbs. They nullify all ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai. I'm moving by manipulating them like puppet strings. He demonstrated, the orbs acting as chakra threads, far more precise than standard puppetry. A warning, only senjutsu and taijutsu work on me now. Then he lunged. Tsunade's earlier smugness demanded payback. Despite the warning, the orbs were treacherous. Though Tsunade activated her cursed seal sage mode, Hyuga Mirai's flight and orb manipulation left her struggling. A single touch revealed their nature, like her domain, but disrupting chakra instead of nerves. Their taijutsu clash lasted an hour before Tsunade, bound by orb chains, deactivated her techniques. Hyuga Mirai had used only taijutsu, withholding his dojutsu. Your jutsu still needs specialized tools. Kunai and shuriken are too rigid. With practice, you won't need them. Post-battle, he sat across from her, critiquing her technique's strengths and flaws. Its potential was limitless even now, few could counter it. Disrupting neural electrons left even elite medics helpless. Tsunade accepted his advice, asking him to have number 18 craft a tool for rapid chakra conduction, making her domain even deadlier. Any shinobi entering it would lose bodily control. Enough small talk. What do you want? Tsunade eyed him. He dodged the topic, baiting her into a spar under the guise of testing her jutsu. Had she not hoped to teach him a lesson, she'd never have agreed. Hyuga Mirai smiled, then sobered. The shinobi world's in turmoil. I want you to return to Konoha as the 5th Hokage. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, the highest. 1,314 words. 5th Hokage? What new plans do you have now? Tsunade asked suspiciously. She knew all too well that this person was a master schemer. Whenever an idea popped into his head, 9 times out of 10, it spelled trouble. Hyuga Mirai then explained recent events in the shinobi world, the joint attack by IWA and Konoha on the Land of Rain, as well as the impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan. After listening, Tsunade widened her eyes and stared at Mirai. Don't tell me you had a hand in this too. Don't pin this on me. Just like during the Second Shinobi World War, I wasn't even born back then. You should know very well why Konoha initiated the war. The situation now is the same, only with IWA replacing Suna. Mirai replied irritably. As for the Uchiha matter, he didn't elaborate much. While he had indeed intervened, his role was merely to accelerate the inevitable. The root cause was the Konoha elders' distrust and unwillingness to accept the Uchiha. War again. That old man really. Tsunade bit back the word scourge, sparing the last shred of respect for her former teacher. The Second War had been her rise to fame, and she knew the truth behind it all too well. Internally, Konoha spread propaganda about the Land of Rain's growing threat under Hanzo's militaristic rule, claiming his ambition to become the 6th Kage would destabilize neighboring nations. Externally, they framed it as avenging the 2nd Hokage, yet their aggression targeted the Land of Rain. Hanzo had been so wrong that letting the Sannin live was nothing short of miraculous, earning him the title of demigod for his restraint. Now, history repeated itself. The Land of Rain had begun collaborating with the Sand Federation. Though Konoha and IWA didn't know the extent of their cooperation, the moment they sensed the possibility, they moved to crush it. With the Land of Rain as the only buffer between the Sand Federation, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth, its allegiance to the Federation would escalate tensions, potentially leading to frequent skirmishes. The Hokage position is too troublesome. You must have another way, right? Tsunade turned away and muttered. She had finally immersed herself in developing new jutsu. Returning as Hokage would drown her in tedious affairs again. Unlike the third, she had no attachment to power. To her, it was nothing but a burden. There is, but without your cooperation, wars will keep breaking out. Mirai spoke slowly. In the shinobi world, economic disparity fuels warmongers. While war has its benefits, unified peace would come faster with your help. If you dislike handling trivial matters, I can assist remotely via the terminal. With the Hokage on his side, the remaining Konoha clans wouldn't stand a chance. With Tsunade signing off on policies, Mirai could dominate Konoha's economy within 3 years. Even clans with their own industries would be forced to integrate or face collapse, starving for basic necessities under economic sanctions. This war had erupted unexpectedly, but the Land of Rain bore the brunt, shielding the Sand Federation. With Tsunade's internal support, the situation would improve significantly. You're always so persuasive. Tsunade sighed, her tone softening, a tacit agreement. Compounded by Mirai's chakra influence, her resistance to his requests had weakened considerably. Thank you, Tsunade. Mirai smiled gratefully before gesturing to the curse mark on her neck. Should I remove that? It contains my spiritual clone Enin chakra. Now that your body has adapted to natural energy, you could achieve perfect Sage Mode through surgery. The cursed Sage Mode wasn't inherently flawed aside from the physical mutations from absorbing violent natural energy, its power matched the perfected version. Mirai's real concern was the spiritual clone Enin chakra, which subtly altered Tsunade's perception of him. Each activation of the cursed mark reinforced this influence. After a moment's thought, Tsunade shook her head. If I'm returning to Konoha, it's better not to change anything and risk suspicion. Fair enough. Your call. But your tailored gene therapy is ready, pick it up before you leave. Don't worry, it's nothing like Orochimaru's freakish experiments. It's the standard version. Mirai then briefed her on other matters, most of which were logged in the terminal. Knowing Tsunade's aversion to research, he summarized key points before her return to Konoha. Midway, he mentioned Jiraiya's death, a fact she needed to know, and one he'd withheld long enough. Though Tsunade's expression remained composed, the faint tremor in her eyelids betrayed her turmoil. That fool, always chasing dreams. The shinobi world has no place for idealists. Neither a tool nor a trailblazer, Jiraiya's death seemed fated, a casualty of the changing times. Their bond hadn't deepened as it would in another decade. With nearly 10 years of minimal contact, the Sanin's ties were limited to battlefield camaraderie. After siding with Mirai, Tsunade had already felt a disconnect from Konoha. Now, after all this time, Jiraiya's passing only brought fleeting sorrow for a lost comrade. Then, she dragged Mirai out for drinks, determined to drown her grief. Mirai obliged, indulging her melancholy. The sterile base lacked atmosphere, so they visited a nearby izakaya. Though the sake paled compared to Mirai's private stock, the ambience sufficed. Tsunade drank fiercely. Even with his enhanced physique, Mirai's head spun by the end. Had he not purged the alcohol with chakra, he'd have been flat-out drunk. Once Tsunade passed out, he carried her back to the tea country base before departing. Itachi, I failed. Danzo never trusted me. He took one of my Sharingan. I can't stop the Uchiha-ku now, it's up to you. After delivering this message, Uchiha Shisui leapt into the river, ending his life. Days later, the Uchiha recovered his corpse downstream. Missing both eyes and bloated from days in the water, only his clothes and weapon pouch confirmed his identity, the renowned Shunshin no Shisui. His death devastated the clan. Their symbol of strength, the unstoppable Shisui, had been murdered and mutilated. Though his suicide note was found upstream, the state of his body made suicide unthinkable. Suspicion fell on two parties, the Konoha elders and Uchiha Itachi. The elders' hostility toward the Uchiha made them prime suspects. Yet the note's authenticity was dubious, possibly forged by another Sharingan user. Itachi, Shisui's close friend and a shadowy ANBU operative, drew scrutiny. Without proof, however, the clan couldn't act against their leader's son. In a secluded forest near the Uchiha compound, a training ground Shisui and Itachi once shared, Itachi now met with the self-proclaimed Madara Uchiha. Have you decided? Shisui's death hasn't deterred the coup. If anything, it's fueled their resolve. Uchiha Obito emerged via Kamui, his masked guise ensuring none would connect him to the hero on the memorial stone. Alone, I can't eliminate the entire clan. I need you to handle the Konoha military police. Only then can this succeed. Though Shirsui's death had awakened his Manjikyu, Itachi remained cautious. Shirsui, stronger and likewise a Manjikyu wielder, had still fallen. To preserve the Uchiha's honor, he'd shoulder the darkness, but he lacked the strength. Hence, he allied with this Madara. Konoha's elders offered no alternatives, either he purged the Uchiha, or Root and Anbu would slaughter them as rebels. I've no interest in the rabble. Once this is done, Konoha won't tolerate you. Join Akatsuki. Obito needed the Uchiha's eyes for Izanagi and to eliminate future Manjikyu threats. Every clansman had to die. By the way, the Uchiha are dealing with the Keiko Trade Association. Before the coup, some planned to meet their representatives near Konoha, likely related. I see. Itachi's voice was flat as his Sharingan spun to life. No need for you to act. Just leak this to Danzo. He'll handle it eagerly. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 239, Chapter 239. 1,495 words. The Uchiha clan? After reading the scroll Kiko Sanboku had given her, Bakura was hesitant. If they could truly win over the Uchiha clan, and confirm their sincere intent to join, it would be a major asset to the Sand Federation. But the worry was that the Uchiha might not have such intentions. They were, after all, one of the two great founding clans of Konoha, essentially part of the village's foundation. To Konoha, the Uchiha held deep significance. Though the Sand Federation had promising development prospects in other areas, it still fell short compared to Konoha. After considering this, Bakura felt that recruiting the Uchiha was likely unrealistic. She called in part of the Federation's leadership, including Elder Kiko, to discuss the matter. After reviewing Kiko Sanboku's plan, opinions were divided. How could this be possible? There's no way we can win over the Uchiha. And is this intel even reliable? Lady Kazekage, if the intel is accurate, then it might be possible, but must you go in person? Bakura nodded. It would show our sincerity more clearly. I think Sanboku's suggestion is valid. Elder Kiko, what are your thoughts? To be honest, I originally planned to avoid this issue. But since you ask, I'll speak my mind. Elder Kiko spoke slowly. The cooperation with the Uchiha was initiated by Sanboku. Their exploding tags are of exceptional quality and very popular in the ninja world, so we began trade with them through the Ninja Cats clan. Those present nodded in agreement. Anyone familiar with the Uchiha knew they had been in the exploding tag business since the Warring States era. During these transactions, the Uchiha spoke to Sanboku about Konoha. Since the Ninetales incident years ago, they'd been distrusted by the village. Their clan was forced into a remote corner, constantly under surveillance. Sanboku gathered additional intel from other sources, which corroborated their story. Someone asked, confused, did the Uchiha have anything to do with the Ninetales incident? It's related to the Sharingan, but not the Uchiha clan within Konoha, Elder Kiko answered. According to the Kiko Trade Association's investigation, the Ninetales was controlled by an unknown Uchiha. The Konoha Uchiha were simply implicated. The trade association had influence across multiple major nations and supported thousands. Its intel network was considered more accurate than even the Federation's own intelligence division. Elder Kiko then provided more details about the Uchiha, subtly defending them. While some among them were indeed arrogant, most were reasonable and easy to get along with. The Uchiha valued emotion and desired peace. With decades of experience running the police force, they could be a powerful addition to the Sand Federation. After hearing this, Bakura made her decision. She trusted Kiko Sanboku most, followed by Elder Kiko. Everyone else's opinions were for reference only. Then it's decided. While I'm away in Konoha, Elder Kiko, Maki, and Gurura will manage Federation affairs, with the others assisting. Her decision was final. Part of the reason was that she believed it too dangerous for Sanboku to go to the Land of Fire with just 2 guards. After handing off her Kazekage duties, Pakura felt an unexpected sense of relief. She hadn't felt this free since her days as a Jonin instructor. As expected, admin work is best left to others. Thinking this, she gave a few more instructions, then set off with 2 ANBU squads toward the Land of Fire. Lord Kiko, this is too dangerous. You should meet with the 5th Hokage first, then contact the Uchiha. Sanboku's Jonin escort advised him. There were only 3 of them, Sanboku, 1 Jonin, and 1 Chunin acting as guards. If they encountered Konoha ninja, it would be extremely risky. Sanboku may have been the Kazekage's aide, but he was a civilian with no combat power. If attacked, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. It should be fine. The Uchiha won't harm me, they'll ensure my safety. And waiting for Pakura might cause us to miss the appointed time. Sanboku's reassurance left the Jonin escort no choice but to comply. He had only recently learned about the plan to recruit the Uchiha. Though he wasn't optimistic, both the 5th Hokage and the Kazekage aide were involved, he couldn't object. In the reformed Sand Federation, Jonin no longer held as much authority. The 3 of them arrived at the meeting point, a remote, pathless mountain hollow not far from Konoha, rarely visited. After Sanboku arrived, the Uchiha began to appear, 6 in total. Kiko-kun, thank you for coming. Uchiha Teko greeted him. Sanboku's status as Kazekage aide had been confirmed, and though he had no fighting ability, he had come immediately upon receiving the invitation. As an enemy, Sanboku might seem foolish, but as a potential ally, Teko saw only his sincerity. Think nothing of it, Teko-kun. I was worried about missing the meeting, so I came ahead. Lady Kazekage will arrive later. I ask for your patience. Sanboku's friendly attitude eased the tension among the Uchiha. Maybe Teko was right, life in Konoha had been stifling, and perhaps it was time to seek a place that would genuinely accept them. Teko introduced the others. These are clansmen who share my views. This is Yatsuda-senpai, and this is Inaho. All were influential within the clan, team leaders or sub-captains in the police force. Just days ago, Teko couldn't have persuaded them. But Shursue's death had raised suspicions, and many believed Itachi was involved. Clan head Fugaku refused to investigate, choosing instead to shield his son. This disappointed many. The suspicions around Itachi went beyond Shursue's death. He seemed aligned with the Hokage faction, not the clan. Even Yatsuda was disillusioned. Yatsuda nodded and asked, Kiko-san, Teko didn't explain everything. I'd like to hear more details. Of course. Let me go over the Sand Federation's terms again. Sanboku explained the Federation's offer and promised that the Kiko Trade Association would use special means to safely transport ordinary clan members. After hearing and confirming the plan, Yatsuda said, We understand. You and the Federation have shown your sincerity. Sanboku replied, I've told all this to clan head Fugaku before, but he seemed unwilling to accept it. Fugaku. Yatsuda was also displeased. Knowing his son had problems but doing nothing, he could have at least placed him under house arrest to calm the clan. That inaction allowed Teko to sway others. Given their influence, they could convince some to relocate. Sanboku then worked with Yatsuda and the others to finalize details and signed an agreement. Though he had planned to wait for Pakura to arrive, the Uchiha trusted him personally. So Sanboku signed as both the Kazekage's aide and head of the Kiko Trade Association. Then, Kiko-kun, for today. Before Teko could finish, his eyes suddenly turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. Not just him, the others activated their Sharingan too. Lord Kiko, watch out. Enemies incoming. The 2 Suna guards stepped forward as 8 masked attackers appeared. ANBU or root operatives. Protect Kiko-san. Kill them if we must. Yatsuda commanded coldly. The killing intent from these attackers in such a remote place made it clear they'd been followed. Kiko-kun, go. Leave these guys to us. The 6 Uchiha charged. There were only 8 attackers, not hard for them to handle. Though defeating them entirely would take time, they were all elite Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan. Lord Kiko, the Tsunegard urged. Sanboku nodded. Let's go. Leave this to them. The root ninja clashed fiercely with the Uchiha. Ninjutsu, Shuriken, and Taijutsu collided in an instant. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. Their jutsu tore through the forest. But then one root operative used a jutsu that shocked the Uchiha. Wood style, Deep Forest Emergence. The ground trembled as thick wooden pillars surged up, attacking the Uchiha. Wood style. Not only the Uchiha, even the retreating Tsunegards were stunned. Konoha has wood release again? Lord Kiko, we must report this to the 5th Kaze. Before he could finish, a root ninja burst from underground, rushing Sanboku with murderous intent. In your dreams. Wind style, Gale Palm. The Jonin guard reacted swiftly, launching wind blades at the assassin. Slice after slice hit the root ninja, but he didn't dodge, forcing his way through, kicked the Jonin aside, and charged Sanboku with deadly resolve. The Chunin guard threw himself in front of Sanboku, activating Vacuum Blade on his kunai and swinging with full force. Damn it! The Chunin realized the root ninja's intent, he'd complete the assassination even if it cost him his life. The root ninja's head was severed, but in his dying moment, he spat a poisoned sunban that pierced Sanboku's body. Once the needle hit blood, the poison activated instantly. Lord Kiko! The Chunin's panicked cry was just loud enough for Pakura, who had just arrived, to hear it. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 240, Chapter 240. 1252 words. Sanboku. Pakura instantly used the body flicker technique to appear beside Kiko Sanboku. The poison on the Sanban had already taken effect. Sanboku was vomiting blood, his face turning dark. Cough, cough. The poison is potent. That shinobi was decisive. As he spoke, his body was already failing. The root operatives had used an extremely rare poison for this assassination, one that virtually no one besides Tsunade could counteract. Even Tsunade wouldn't be able to prepare an antidote in such a short time. At the Rorin base, number 18 turned to Hyuga Mirai and reported, Sir, Kiko Sanboku's body has approximately 73 seconds before complete loss of vital signs and death. Can it be extended? Activating rescue measures can prolong it to 192 seconds. Complete detoxification is impossible. That's enough. Extend it. Through Sanboku's perspective, Mirai could clearly observe the battlefield situation. Eliminating all the root operatives would take 2 minutes, leaving 1 minute for final words was just right. 18's control, the nanomachines embedded in Kiko Sanboku's body rapidly slowed the poison spread. Otherwise, a mere minute would pass too quickly, hardly enough for meaningful last words. On the battlefield in the Land of Fire, Pakura's worst fears materialized the moment she saw Kiko Sanboku's condition. His near-death state ignited a fury within her that burned like a physical flame. Sanboku-san. The Uchiha clan members also noticed Sanboku's state. The 3 Tomo in their eyes spun rapidly, especially Uchiha Teka, who had come to regard Sanboku as a mentor guiding his life. Conversations with Sanboku had always been effortless and uplifting. Moreover, Sanboku had trusted the Uchiha clan so deeply that he hadn't waited to rendezvous with Pakura's forces, fearing delays. Had he traveled with her, this tragedy might have been avoided. Or, had their vigilance been sharper, Sanboku might still be alive. This is all their fault, the lapdogs of Konoha's elders. Teka's rage surged uncontrollably. His 3 Tomo spun faster, edges blurring toward an unfamiliar pattern. Kill them. Tekka flashed forward with the body flicker technique, targeting the root operative wielding would release. Pakura's ANBU squad joined the assault, bolstered by 7 San ANBU. The Uchiha, incensed that their guest had been struck down by Root, fought with reckless fury. Though the root operatives sent by Danzo were skilled, they stood no chance against 6 Bloodlust Uchiha and 7 San ANBU. The battle ended in under 2 minutes. Even the wood release user fell quickly, charred to a crisp by Tekka's Flame Dragon singing technique. Uchiha Hachida captured one alive, inspected his tongue, then snapped his neck with a cold expression. Danzo's dogs. The other Uchiha seethed, wishing they could return to Konoha and tear Danzo apart limb by limb. Since when had the Uchiha become so powerless to protect their own guests? What kind of disgrace was this? Sanboku, hold on. I'll get you to a medic. In desperation, Pakura slapped a healing talisman onto Sanboku, but the green blow did nothing to slow the poison spread. A San ANBU, originally a puppeteer, examined Sanboku and shook his head grimly. The toxin was too advanced. Identifying its composition here was impossible, let alone finding an antidote. It's all right, Pakura. I know my condition. Sanboku's darkened face twisted as he pulled a scroll from his robes and pressed it into her hands. Is the agreement with the Uchiha? The Federation must honor it. Tekka-san is my friend. This was an accident. Blame them. The 6 Uchiha bowed their heads in shame. Strictly speaking, they bore responsibility, failing to detect the ambush, neglecting their duty as escorts. Yet Sanboku absolved them completely, even defending them in his final moments. Even Hachida felt a pang of respect. Tekka-san, I leave the rest to you and Pakura. With those words, Sanboku's body gave out. His vital signs ceased. In Rorin, Mirai's visual feed from Sanboku cut off. 18 explained, Sir, the nanomachines will self-destruct upon his death to prevent detection. Mirai nodded. Just wished for a few more words. But this suffices. Witnessing Sanboku's death, Tekka's fists trembled. Had Miki survived, the Uchiha's alliance with the San Federation would have been ideal, a place where someone truly understood them. Though Sanboku had defended the Uchiha with his dying breath, Tekka couldn't shake the feeling that without him, their integration into the Federation would forever feel incomplete. As he bowed his head, the Tomo in Tekka's eyes merged and expanded, morphing into a distinct triangular pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kazekage-sama, I am Uchiha Hachida. Sanboku-san's death shares ties to us. This wasn't your fault. I know who the real enemy is. Though Pakura's voice was calm, her fury was palpable, directed not at the Uchiha, but at Konoha's root. The San Federation's alliance with the Uchiha was Sanboku's long-held wish, and our fortune. I'll assign Elder Mikan to oversee the agreement's execution. I hope you don't object. We appreciate it, Kazekage-sama. The Uchiha will avenge Sanboku-san. Hachida's tone brooked no argument. Failure to retaliate would stain their centuries-old clan's honor, inviting an ally only to let his killers walk free. Though this had been a private mission, the 6 could mobilize a third of the Konoha police force's strength. Upon my return, I'll expedite Elder Mikan's duties. Hachida-san, regarding war with Konoha, the Federation will support the Uchiha. For Sanboku's vengeance, and to divert attention from your clan. With that, Pakura led her squad away. Both sides departed, leaving only carnage behind. The Uchiha made no effort to conceal the evidence, they merely crushed the root operatives' skulls before leaving the corpses in plain view. They no longer cared. Rebellion was imminent, and the Uchiha had secured an escape route for their non-combatants. Tekka's priorities had shifted. His goal was no longer coup but retribution. On the return journey, the other 5 Uchiha noticed Tekka's transformed eyes. At his request, they swore secrecy. In shinobi warfare, intelligence dictated victory. Knowing an opponent's abilities allowed countermeasures, a fatal advantage. Tekka's Mangekyo was his new trump card. His left eye's ability, Okafu no Kami, healed injuries so long as the target lived, though severe wounds drained more chakra. His right Izakaga was the ultimate immobilization technique, freezing targets within his line of sight like sacrificial offerings. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. Though untested, Tekka sensed this binding surpassed the Uchiha's demonic illusion, shackling stakes by tenfold. After Sanboku's death, Mirai consulted Tsunade. He advised against her proactively returning to Konoha, better to let Anbu seek her out, or time her arrival with the Uchiha's coup. Tsunade had no objections. She had no desire to beg for the Hokage title. Were it not for her grandfather's legacy, she wouldn't even consider returning. Yet if Mirai requested it for the sake of lasting peace, she'd comply. Next, Mirai sought out Sasori. Barging into the lab, he declared, "Sasori, you're the only one who can pull this off." Mid-assembly, Sasori paused. After hearing the details, his expression darkened. "You're assigning me babysitting logistics now? You're literally the only option. I'll accompany you, but since my last Konoha visit exposed me, you'll handle the surface ops. The Uchiha's defection is pivotal for the Federation. I can't entrust this to anyone else, otherwise I'd ask Orochimaru." Confronted with Mirai's earnestness, Sasori always faltered. Pushing him away, Sasori clicked his tongue. "Just notify me when it's time. Honestly." Chapter end. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 241, Chapter 241. 1,532 words. Danzo angrily struck the ground of the root base with his cane, leaving a small crater. It was rare for him to lose his composure in front of subordinates unless he was utterly furious. After a moment, Danzo calmed down and asked coldly, "What were the results?" "The heads of all 9 targets were destroyed. However, we found traces of blood from an unknown individual at the scene. Additionally, the poison needle from Aburame's insect was discharged, so the target likely didn't survive," reported Aburame Torian. The corpses of the root operatives had been disgracefully piled together, likely because the assassination was successful, resulting in such treatment. "If they succeeded, then the lives of our root operatives weren't wasted," Danzo nodded, his voice icy. Kiko Sanmoku. That man played a significant role in Tsunagekyu's rise and their annexation of several minor nations. And that lobbyist, Bakura, unfortunately, she escaped quickly. But, Lord Danzo, Kiko Sanmoku is now the Kazekage's advisor. If he died within the Land of Fire, wouldn't that provoke the Sand Federation into joining the war? If that happens, the Hokage on the front lines. Torian paused mid-sentence, a sudden suspicion flickering in his mind. But when he glanced at Danzo through his sunglasses, he saw no signs of anything unusual. "The front lines won't face excessive pressure," Danzo replied calmly. "The village has already assembled a second wave of reinforcements. If not for the Uchiha, they could have departed for the front long ago. Even if the Sand Federation joins the war, it won't matter. A place like the Land of Rain hardly warrants the combined forces of 2 major villages." Torian considered this and found Danzo's reasoning sound. A single minor nation like the Land of Rain didn't require such overwhelming force. Moreover, Konoha had prepared 3 waves of troops, enough to counter a major village, as seen in the Third Shinobi World War. Kiko Sanmoku was also heavily involved in the collaboration with the Land of Rain. Eliminating him is equivalent to cutting off one of the Sand Federation's arms. Even if Hiruzen finds out, he won't say anything. Danzo's tone remained indifferent. Torian had nothing to add, so he stood silently like a wooden post. As for the Uchiha clan, their rebellious intentions are blatant. Inform Uchiha Itachi to act swiftly. I'll have Koharu use the Hokage's office to notify the Ninja Academy. His younger brother will be detained there for some time. Yes, Lord Danzo. Torian acknowledged the order and withdrew, preparing to relay the day's events to Itachi. The Uchiha clan no longer had any possibility of reconciliation with Konoha. If Itachi wanted to prevent the stain of rebellion from tarnishing the Uchiha name, he would have to eliminate the entire clan himself. This was Itachi's promise to Danzo. He would shoulder the infamy of slaughtering his own clan to preserve the Uchiha's honor, while sparing his younger brother, Sasuke, and ensuring no harm came to him. The demand was approved by Hamura and Koharu. All they cared about was preventing internal strife. How the Uchiha died was irrelevant. If Itachi was willing to do the deed himself, Anbu and Root could handle the aftermath, preserving the village's combat strength. To guarantee Sasuke's safety, Itachi had even revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. Due to Shirsui's fate, he remained highly wary of Danzo. Each Mangekyo possessed unique abilities. Compared to Shirsui's Koto Amatsukami, Danzo had no idea what Itachi's ocular power was. Without that knowledge, he had no choice but to accept Itachi's terms. Moreover, Root's investigations revealed that Sasuke's talent was mediocre. While he ranked first overall in the Ninja Academy, his actual combat skills were inferior to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. No threat at all. Just another Uchiha with slightly above average talent, still far from reaching Genin-level strength, nowhere near prodigies like Itachi or Shisui. Danzo acted swiftly, immediately approaching Koharu and Hamura to arrange a training exercise at the Ninja Academy under the Hokage's office's authority, ensuring Sasuke wouldn't return home immediately after school. Itachi, who was surveilling the Uchiha, saw the document and immediately decided on the time to strike. "Have you decided to act?" Obito Uchiha appeared behind Itachi using Kamui. Itachi said nothing, simply tossing the Ninja Academy's schedule to Obito. After glancing through it, Obito understood the timing. "So we'll have to finish before your brother returns to the clan compound." "No problem on my end, it's up to you to move quickly." Obito spoke casually, as if dealing with the Uchiha police force, one of Konoha's most powerful combat units, was as trivial as wiping out a school. "I won't fail," Itachi replied coldly. Though the clan members were numerous, they were ordinary. For an Uchiha with the Mangekyo, it wouldn't be difficult. "Then it's settled." Once the time was set, Obito vanished with Kamui. After Itachi bore the infamy of annihilating his clan, Obito could recruit him into Akatsuki. At 13, Itachi had already awakened the Mangekyo, meeting Akatsuki's standards for full membership. With him, the organization would soon have all its core personnel, allowing the Eye of the Moon plan to proceed. As for the Sand Federation's reforms, Obito dismissed them entirely. No matter how much the real world changed, suffering would persist. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi could fulfill all desires and end all conflict. Otherwise, the cycle would continue, just like the land of rain seeking progress, only to provoke Iwagakure and Konoha. Desires in reality were insatiable, an immutable truth. Uchiha Clan Compound. After returning, Uchiha Tekka gathered intelligence and learned that Itachi had briefly appeared at the police force. He and several others immediately confronted Uchiha Fugaku. They demanded an explanation. If the coup was to proceed, Itachi had to be detained first. The 6 of them had used a secret Uchiha passage to leave Konoha but were immediately tracked by Root. Since deciding on the coup, the police force's patrols had tightened, forcing Anbu and Root to monitor from outside the clan compound. If Root could pinpoint their movements and the secret passage's exit, what chance did the Uchiha have? Facing such an overwhelming force, they might as well surrender and accept death. There had to be a traitor, someone within the clan. Given that Itachi, who rarely attended clan meetings, had suddenly appeared at the police force, the answer was obvious. Uchiha Yoshiro couldn't accept it either. After clashing with Itachi over Shirsui's death, he had refrained from retaliating out of respect for Fugaku, despite being struck. But now, Itachi's actions endangered the entire clan. Collaborating with Root against his own people, coupled with the suspicious circumstances of Shirsui's death, even if they didn't interrogate him, he had to be confined until after the coup. "Why have you all come together? What's happened?" Fugaku asked, surprised by the sudden arrival of Yushiro, Tekka, and the others. Their grim expressions filled him with unease. "There's something we need to discuss with you, clan head," Yushiro said. Fugaku led them inside, but before Makoto could serve tea, Yashiro spoke gravely. Clan head, we ask that you confine Uchiha Itachi at least until the coup is over. Fugaku's eyes flickered. Is this about Shisui? Yashiro, Itachi is in ANBU. Not just Shisui, Yashiro interrupted. He pulled out the agreement signed with the Sand Federation and explained everything. Fugaku's face twisted in shock and confusion. How could such a major decision be made without his knowledge? They had finalized the deal before even informing him. This was my idea, Tekka cut in coldly. If we proceed with the coup, the safety of non-combatants can't be guaranteed. Expelling them under the pretext of exile ensures the Uchiha bloodline survives, even if we fail. His tone suggested little hope for the coup's success. Tekka, with our clan's strength, if we use the Sharingan to control the Ninetales. Fugaku was cut off again. Clan head, as I recall, Itachi never agreed to lead the clan in abducting the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Are we supposed to storm the ninja academy in broad daylight? The academy wasn't just home to the Jinchuriki, it housed children from every major clan. If the Uchiha attacked, they'd provoke the entire village. Even if each clan contributed just 20 fighters, the Uchiha would face hundreds of additional enemies. Uchiha Inabi tried to mediate. Clan head, evacuating the civilians is a sound plan. Tekka may have acted rashly by not consulting you, but we all agree it's necessary. Not just Tekka, all 6 of you kept this from me. Fugaku closed his eyes, suddenly feeling like a failure as a leader. Had even his most trusted subordinates lost faith in him? Before he could dwell on it, Tekka pressed on, Clan head, the matter is settled. Root already knows thanks to the traitor in our midst. The priority now is restraining Itachi, or the entire clan will suffer. Crash. The sound of shattering porcelain and a woman's gasp came from outside. Everyone recognized it as Fugaku's wife, Makoto. Then, the door opened, and Makoto's startled voice followed. Itachi. You're back? End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 242, Chapter 242. 1,203 words. The door slid open with a whoosh. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Yashiro, and others stepped out, just as Uchiha Itachi was changing his shoes at the entrance. Beside them, Uchiha Makoto flusteredly picked up a fallen teacup from the floor. She had just heard the security team discussing how to deal with her son, and in her panic, she had dropped it. Now, seeing Itachi return, Makoto was at a loss. She had retired from being a ninja over a decade ago and was now just an ordinary housewife. Father, were you discussing something? Itachi gave a slight nod of greeting, his voice calm as he spoke. His eyes chilled imperceptibly at the sight of the group behind Fugaku, but he hid it well. Itachi, I have something to ask you. Fugaku sighed, his gaze steady as he regarded this son who had grown so distant. You visited the security team these past 2 days. You never went before, what was the reason? Itachi glanced at Uchiha Yashiro and the others before replying evenly, I wanted to learn about Shisui's whereabouts, father. Was there anything else? I don't know what you mean, Inabi-senpai. You know. Inabi. Yashiro cut off the impulsive Inabi. The Uchiha revered strength, and Yashiro, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, commanded the respect of the other 5, even the eldest among them, Uchiha Yashiro. In the clan, the Mangekyo was synonymous with authority. Yashiro fixed his gaze on Itachi. Itachi, as an ANBU member, you could easily target the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Controlling the Ninetales would significantly boost our chances of success in the coup. As an Uchiha, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Itachi shook his head. The Jinchuriki is heavily guarded. It would be difficult to act. No guard detail can stop the Uchiha. Yashiro's voice rose slightly as he pressed forward. You skip every clan meeting, reject every mission Uchiha Itachi, you wield our clan's great fireball and shuriken jutsu, your eyes bear the three-tomo Sharingan, yet you. Yashiro! Fugaku suddenly interjected, turning to the group with a grim expression. Leave this to me. Elder, the plan is about to begin. Will you still keep an unstable element at your side? Yashiro thought of how he had rushed to meet his allies, only for one of their own to betray them, leading to the death of Kiko-san Moku. Now, with the uprising imminent, Fugaku still refused to deal with Itachi. Just because he was his son, did the safety of the clan no longer matter? If Itachi truly was a spy, letting him roam freely would be a disaster for the entire clan. No, we don't have proof yet. Let me handle this. Fugaku pleaded again, but this time, neither Inabi nor Yashiro were willing to listen. Last time, Shisui had said the same, and 2 days later, they were ambushed by Root. If they didn't eliminate the instability, even the coup would be at risk. Elder. Even the usually composed Yashiro couldn't suppress his frustration. Even without proof, wasn't Itachi's suspicious behavior enough for confinement? They weren't asking for his life, just a few days without freedom. This time, I decide. Fugaku's eyes snapped open, his three-tomo Sharingan morphing into the shape of a shuriken, the Mangekyo. Mangekyo. The sight of Fugaku's Sharingan dampened their fervor. As clan head and wielder of the Mangekyo, Yashiro and the others recalled Fugaku's past leadership, and their urgency to force his hand waned. But Yashiro's resolve remained unshaken. If he found proof that Itachi had leaked information to Root, he would kill him without hesitation. The others looked to Yashiro. As the only other Mangekyo wielder, he alone could challenge Fugaku's authority. Don't disappoint the clan, Elder. Otherwise. Yashiro gave Fugaku a long, hard look. Once his most trusted subordinate, his faith in Fugaku had eroded over time. Now, he held no hope for his leader. On the eve of rebellion, Fugaku had concealed his Mangekyo. Had it not been for Itachi, the clan might never have known. Yashiro had planned to reveal his own Mangekyo to Fugaku, but now, he discarded the thought entirely. With that, Yashiro left Fugaku's home, the others following. Only then did Fugaku realize how little authority he still held as clan head. The coup. The odds of success suddenly seemed impossibly slim. Even if they followed the plan, victory was far from certain. But the die was cast. The Uchiha's rebellion wasn't just known within Konoha, clans with sharp ears had already caught wind, though none dared confirm it. The village's higher-ups, however, knew full well. There was no path left but war. If the Uchiha didn't strike first, they would be offering their necks to the blade. Itachi. Father, mother, I'm tired from my mission. I'll rest now. Without waiting for Fugaku to finish, Itachi headed upstairs. Fugaku frowned deeply at his son's retreating back, perhaps he had been wrong all along. This thing. It's hideous. Sasori scowled at the contraption before turning to Hyuga Mirai. You want me to use this to pick someone up? It's an insult to my aesthetic. Anti-gravity skiff. Hard to build. With limited time, we had to sacrifice artistry for functionality. Mirai shrugged. The skiff was complex, requiring rare materials and fuel. Under time constraints, capacity and mobility took priority. And if we run into interference? Handle it as you see fit. Mirai drew a finger across his throat, grinning. War spared civilians, but Root and Itachi's actions had crossed the line into madness. Good. Sasori smirked. He hated restrictions, his puppets were art best showcased through slaughter. If he had to hold back, he'd have refused the mission outright. Are you coming too? Mirai nodded. I'll split off once we're near Konoha. He paused, catching Uzumaki Ayaka's hopeful stare, then shook his head. She needed to stay and train, her progress in astral projection was just beginning, and Sage Mode still awaited. And this thing hasn't even been test flown. When do we leave? Soon. Simulations confirm it's flightworthy. As for the actual test, Mirai grinned sheepishly. That'll be your job. You're unbelievable. Sasori pocketed the skiff in its capsule form and headed out for a test flight, which, in reality, was the mission itself. The skiff wasn't fast, slower than a ninja at full sprint. After a brief trial, Sasori stowed it and switched to puppet travel. Time was short. Back in Sunagakure, Bakura convened the Federal Council, announcing war on Konoha. Shock rippled through the room. Why this sudden declaration? But when they learned of Kiko Sanmoku's assassination by Root, outrage replaced confusion. Sanmoku had been respected across factions, even hardliners admired his integrity. That was why few had opposed Bakura's decision to appoint him as deputy. Now, with his death, dissent was scarce. Those who suggested negotiation were swiftly shouted down. Konoha's meddling in river country's affairs had gone unanswered. If the Federation stayed silent now, it might as well disband. War was no trifle, but with unity came swift decisions. Forces were mobilized, commanders appointed. Under Elder Kanbayashi's direction, logistics and reinforcements were already in motion. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 243, Chapter 243. 1,215 words. As night approached, the Uchiha police force remained on duty, doubling their patrols from 1 team to 2. Their pouches were fully stocked with kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, and they wore their combat gear. Senior Yushiro, the task of escorting our clansmen is entrusted to you. I believe the people from the Sand Federation will arrive at the designated location on time. Just as punctual as Kaneken. Uchiha Tekka issued the order calmly. Though only in his 20s and recently promoted as a squad leader in the police force, with many clansmen more senior than him, he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, the second in the clan after the clan head. Regarding the evacuation of their clansmen, they had already issued a notice through the police force. Each person was allowed only one bag. Everything else was to be left behind. The true treasure of the Uchiha lay in their bloodline, not the wealth accumulated by ordinary clansmen. Many clansmen didn't understand the order, but under the police force's strict command, they complied. Tekka scanned the area and frowned slightly. Where is the clan head? A police officer replied, we haven't seen him. Maybe he's waiting for the right time? At such a critical moment, still delaying? Not only the squad leaders but also the remaining police members felt a flicker of dissatisfaction toward Uchiha Fugaku. However, given the urgency, they suppressed their emotions. After deliberation, the other squad leaders announced to the force, until the clan head arrives, all members of the police force will follow Uchiha Tekka's orders. Beyond the specifics of his Mangekyo-S abilities, Tekka had already informed the police of his strength. In the absence of the clan head and out of respect for power, the other leaders decided to let him take command. Squad leader. A police officer reported, ANBU and Root have intensified surveillance around the compound. They've even set up barriers. One of the squad leaders sneered, his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning. Seems our thoughts align. Konoha plans to strike first. Upon hearing this, Tekka turned to another. Senior Mizukumo, lead the non-police clansmen to divert Konoha's attention. Destroy all barriers around the compound. If anyone interferes, eliminate them. Uchiha Mizukumo, a hidden shinobi of the clan, would lead those unknown to ANBU, catching them off guard. Understood. Mizukumo nodded. His mission was to ensure Konoha's focus remained on the compound, allowing ordinary clansmen to escape through secret passages. Only 3 squads were assigned to escort the civilians. Even sending 100 at a time would take too long to evacuate everyone. Konoha's barriers indicated their intent to isolate the Uchiha, preventing outside shinobi from noticing the turmoil. After Mizukumo left, the remaining police gathered. Tekka closed his eyes, contemplating. With their current numbers in Mizukumo's group, they could handle ANBU en route, but seizing power from other clans afterward would be difficult. If the clan united, capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki and leveraging Shirsui's strength, they could challenge Konoha. Unfortunately, a few traitors stood in their way. At this thought, Tekka's 3 tomo shifted into his triangular Mangekyo. In Ahoka, I recall some capable shinobi in the clan. Their duties should be over by now. Summon them. Them? Include them in our forces? Inahoka questioned. Many were neutral or pro-Konoha, having attended the ninja academy and joined mission squads. They disapproved of the coup. They were numerous and could form a combat unit, but their loyalty was uncertain. Some had been influenced by the will of fire, though not as deeply as Itachi. Take Uchiha Izumi, for example. Around Itachi's age, she had awakened the 3 tomo but was too gentle and female, hence not in the police force. ANBU and Root are targeting our civilians. Even if just to protect the clan, they must contribute. The other leaders agreed. This was a coup. Even for protection, they had to wield kunai and shuriken. Orders were relayed systematically. Both sides tacitly avoided open conflict before nightfall. Civilians still walked the streets, and premature fighting would drag other clans into the fray. The Uchiha didn't want more enemies. Konoha's leaders waited for Itachi to act, keeping skirmishes near the compound's barriers, far from the village center, unnoticed by civilians. Time passed. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku arrived. Clan head? After verifying with their Sharingan that it wasn't a disguise, the Uchiha let him in. Clan head, you've come. Tekka saluted but frowned upon seeing Fugaku alone. Where was Itachi? Detained for refusing to fight? Given Itachi's past behavior, siding with Konoha was plausible. His absence tonight was expected. But if he wouldn't join the coup, the clan head should have confined him. Though Tekka wanted to confirm, doing so publicly would embarrass Fugaku, so he let it go. Fugaku asked, "What's the situation?" A squad leader briefed him. After listening, Fugaku turned to Tekka with a complex expression. Tekka, it seems you're more fit to lead the clan than I. In truth, Fugaku had spent the afternoon meditating, ignoring Itachi. He'd nearly lost track of time. Meanwhile, atop a shop roof in the Uchiha compound, Itachi stood alone. Soon, Obito appeared behind him via Kamui. They're evacuating civilians. A miscalculation. Though Sanmoku was dead, the agreement stands. The Sand Federation likely awaits at the other end of the secret passage. Will you exterminate them all? Itachi asked flatly, how many are being evacuated? Not many. Moving them all at once would alert Konoha. Obito shook his head. But the police are vigilant. I'll have to exert more effort. If you won't pursue, start with the civilians. Itachi glanced at him. You're not the only one with Mangekyo. If you die, don't say I didn't warn you. At home, Itachi had heard the exclamations of Yoshiro and Inahoka. Though he hadn't seen his father's Sharingan, they had no reason to lie. So his targets were 1 Mangekyo and over a dozen 3 tomo users? Mangekyo, your father, Fugaku? Obito's Sharingan spun beneath his mask. This was his least favorite scenario, but to maintain his guise as Madara, he couldn't show concern. Each Mangekyo's abilities differed, reflecting the user's deepest desires. Obito had no idea what he might face. Well, 1 Mangekyo is nothing. Leave the police to me. If you're acting, focus on the civilians before they're all gone. With that, Obito vanished via Kamui. Though he spoke lightly, his wariness of Fugaku piqued. Without intel on his opponent's abilities, caution was paramount. Near Konoha's border, in a forest designated as the rendezvous point, Uchiha Yoshiro led the civilians but found no one awaiting them. Kyoki, is it time yet? Almost, Senior Yoshiro. Yoshiro frowned. Were they late, or had they reneged? As he wondered, a red-haired youth descended from above. Only this many? I expected 400 to 500. Sasori counted the group, displeased. His tasks from Hyuga Mirai were few, failure was unacceptable. This is just the first batch, Yushiro replied cautiously. Are you the Sand Federation's envoy? Sasori tossed him a scroll bearing the agreement and the Kazekage's seal. Confirmed. Yushiro relaxed but then voiced a concern. How will so many of us reach the Sand Federation? End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 244, Chapter 244. 1,256 words. Use this specially made for you by the Kika Trade Association. First, Sasori cleared an area of trees using puppets, then took out a space capsule and directly summoned an anti-gravity airship. It can carry 500 people. We'll depart once it's full. When will the rest arrive? Uchiha Hachida was stunned at the sudden appearance of the massive airship. What was this? How was it summoned? Did such a large sealing scroll exist? Hey, time's running short. Where are the next group of people? Sasori's shout snapped Uchiha Hachida out of his daze. Realizing it was time to evacuate the clan, he quickly replied, "We'll go fetch the next group now. Since we can't alert Konoha, we can only move this many at a time. You go ahead. I'll guard this place." Sasori waved his hand dismissively and summoned 20 mechanical puppets. Even in the dim night, their metallic sheen glinted ominously, clearly indicating their formidable nature. With me here, even if all of Konoha's ANBU show up, not a single person will be harmed. A puppet master from the Sand Federation? But he seems different from the ones I've seen before. Uchiha Hachida silently noted the peculiarity but suppressed his curiosity. This man was their ally, after all. Then we'll leave it to you, friend from the Sand Federation. With a bow of gratitude, Uchiha Hachida gathered the others and returned to the Uchiha district in Konoha to escort the next group. He wasn't entirely trusting of Sasori, so among the civilians, he had hidden several Uchiha shinobi. If enemies appeared, they could handle them. Clan head, Captain Tekka, a root squad of 12 has been spotted southwest. They aren't approaching the district, likely just monitoring or setting up a barrier. Another member of the security force reported the reconnaissance findings. The number of ANBU and root operatives around the district was increasing. Some surveillance teams were no longer worth chasing away, so they only left a few clansmen to watch them in return. But this root squad had to be eliminated. Their position was too close to the evacuation route. If they noticed anything, the civilians would be in danger. Clan head, let Captain Mikazuki take 3 squads and wipe out these rats. Uchiha Tekka suggested to Fugaku. Whether for personal or public reasons, he didn't want to spare these root members. After all, Sanmoko had been killed by root assassins, and their location posed a direct threat to the civilians. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement. Mikazuki, I leave it to you. Uchiha Mikazuki gave a silent nod. Though reserved in nature, he was a reliable figure in the security force. Having awakened the 3 Tomo during the Third Shinobi World War, he was a powerful shinobi, though his lack of eloquence had kept him at the rank of squad leader. With Mikazuki's departure, only 40 members remained in the security force. Who goes there? Enemy attack. Suddenly, shouts of alarm erupted outside the security force headquarters. Fugaku, Tekka, and the others instantly shined through the open windows, followed by more clansmen. Outside, they saw a masked, long-haired figure with only one eye visible standing before the security force gates. 2 guards lay dead at his feet. From the first shout to their arrival, barely 10 seconds had passed, yet both guards had already been killed. Who are you? You don't seem like one of Konoha's. Fugaku's voice was icy. The man's attire, mask, and weapons didn't match Konoha's shinobi. I'm just a nameless Uchiha ghost who remembers only vengeance. I was invited by Uchiha Itachi to help him exterminate this rotten clan. Though I see the security force still has some strength left even after sending out so many squads. Obito Uchiha's exposed Sharingan scanned the area. Over 30 security force members had gathered, likely drawn out by the commotion. His gaze eventually settled on Fugaku. The only thing left to ascertain was his Mangekyo's ability. 3 Tomo posed little threat to him. Invited by Uchiha Itachi? Tekka and the others paled at the masked man's words. Fugaku's fury surged. You dare try to sow discord? Do you think such a cheap trick will work? Whether it's a trick or not, you've already made your judgment. In fact, he tasked me with dealing with the security force while he handles the civilians. Obito swung the chain in his hand. In the silent night, the glow of distant fire jutsu painted the sky red. Yet the security force ignored everything else, dozens of Sharingan eyes locked onto Obito, demanding answers. Though the numbers are a bit high, I doubt ordinary civilians could stop Uchiha's so-called genius. What damn genius? One enraged squad leader lunged at Obito, drawing a short sword that burst into flames mid-swing. Some believed the masked man's words, others didn't. This impulsive clansman was among the former, and one of the dead gate guards had been his friend. The flaming blade passed harmlessly through Obito's body. The attacker froze, had he struck or not. There had been no resistance, as if slicing air. Impulse leads to death. Though your swordsmanship isn't bad. Obito's chain lashed out, looping around the man's neck. A sharp tug severed his head with a sickening crunch. Santai. Another security force member, also a friend of the dead man, watched in horror. His Tsutomu Sharingan spun wildly, as if a third was about to form. Obito flicked the blood off his chain. Enough warm up. Now, it's your turn. Kamui made him untouchable. With his own Mangekyo, only other Mangekyo-level Genjutsu posed a threat. This was why Obito dared to face the security force alone. Thanks to the security force's warning, nearly all Uchiha civilians had received word of the potential evacuation. None were asleep, instead waiting at home for further instructions. Staying up late might delay tomorrow's work, but the security force's unusual seriousness unsettled them. The elderly, drawing on decades of experience, sensed something amiss. Yet without connections to shinobi affairs, they had no way to uncover the truth. In one home lived an elderly couple. Their son, a shinobi, had died in the war. The clan had helped the old man open a wagashi shop to support them. The wife finished packing and scolded her husband, "Stop reading yesterday's paper and check if you've packed properly." The old man grumbled but set the paper aside. No need to pack too much. Mikazuki said we'd be compensated for losses. Take as little as possible. Don't you know how much pressure the clan head is under? Go pack. Decades of marital dominance prevailed. With a sigh, the old man shuffled upstairs to gather more belongings. Sighing, the wife went to the front room. Normally, she'd be open, serving snacks to patrolling clansmen. But lately... Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed in the silent night. She turned and smiled warmly. Itachi, still on duty this late? I have some dango left. Thunk. A dagger pierced her heart. The old woman's face twisted in confusion before she collapsed, dead. The sound drew her husband downstairs. What happened? Oh, Itachi, are you here for the security for? Thunk. The old couple died without understanding why. Next. Itachi's expression remained blank as he moved to the next house, a fishmonger's family, then a florist's. All for the Uchiha. Our name must not be tainted by rebellion. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 245, Chapter 245. 966 words. How strong was Uchiha Itachi, who became an ANBU captain at 13 and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Among the Uchiha clan, few could defeat Itachi without him resorting to the Mangekyo Sharingan. His well-rounded abilities left him with almost no obvious weaknesses. His only shortcoming was perhaps his limited chakra reserves. Ordinary Uchiha clansmen stood no chance against Itachi's slaughter. Each strike claimed a life. Many of the victims were people Itachi knew. Whenever he walked through the streets with his father, Uchiha Fugaku, nearly everyone would greet him, not because he was the clan head's son, but because he was an Uchiha. Uchiha Haruna had once given him flowers to appease his mother after he returned late from training, sparing him a scolding. Uchiha Rinjin's family would carefully clean every fish they sold for their customers. Did you already pack your things? Itachi flicked the blood of his clansmen off his tanto and noticed the neatly packed bags inside the house. It was clear this had been a planned defection. Recalling the Uchiha police force's collusion with the Sand Federation, Itachi decided to accelerate his mission. He couldn't allow the Uchiha to bear the stigma of betraying the village. Given their hatred for Konoha, joining another nation would inevitably spark war. With this in mind, Itachi sheathed his tanto and moved to the next house. His killings were swift and silent, leaving no trace for others to detect. Uchiha Anna. As Itachi reached the house with a nameplate and prepared to push open the door, several sharp whistling sounds cut through the air. He sidestepped slightly, his Sharingan's 3 tomo spinning, instantly identifying the 5 shuriken hurtling toward him. Drawing shuriken from his pouch, he flung them in retaliation. Clang, asterisk. The shuriken collided midair, intercepting the attack. Against the Uchiha shuriken jutsu, dodging was ill-advised. It only played into their traps. Moreover, the attacker was clearly a clansman skilled in shuriken jutsu. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Yashiro's voice burned with fury. Discovering the murdered clansman, they had initially suspected root operatives. But tracking the trail led them to Fugaku's own son. Haruna, Rinjin, and dozens more, all slain by this traitor. It's this bastard. Captain, he's the only one here. No doubt it's him. Give the order, Captain. Even if the clan head comes, we must execute this monster. Yashiro's team swiftly surrounded Itachi. After discovering the bodies, they had scoured the area, finding no one else but Itachi, his tanto stained with blood. Avoid large-scale ninjutsu to spare innocent clansmen. If we can't break his limbs, kill him on the spot. Yashiro's rage was palpable. He had no intention of taking Itachi alive, only considering capture so his crimes could be exposed before execution. Where are the clansmen you sent away? This betrayal tarnishes the Uchiha name. As one of Konoha's founding clans, defection would be a disgrace. Before Itachi could finish, an enraged officer cut him off. You traitorous kinslayer! What nonsense are you spouting? The officer drew wire-wrapped shuriken. If large-scale ninjutsu was forbidden, they'd rely on taijutsu, genjutsu, and weapons. But Itachi's Sharingan tracked every movement. Even in its 3-tomo state, his ocular power had grown stronger since awakening the Mangekyo. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Before the officer could throw his shuriken, he was paralyzed by a binding illusion. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Yashiro formed seals and spat fireballs at Itachi, shouting a warning. 2-tomo users, don't meet his gaze. This traitor's had 3-tomo for years. He excels in genjutsu. Anyone close to Shursui, the clan's top genjutsu master, would be formidable. The fireball struck Itachi, but instead of cries of pain, they dispersed into a flock of crows. Crow clone genjutsu. Yashiro frowned. This was Shursui's signature technique, nearly impossible for fellow 3-tomo users to see through. Ah! Itachi materialized behind an officer, driving his tanto through the man's heart. Forming seals, he unleashed fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson to scatter 2 others. In the brief chaos, Itachi lunged at another. His seamless blend of ninjutsu and taijutsu left even Yoshiro struggling to react. Helpless, he watched Itachi slaughter another officer. Uchiha Itachi! Yoshiro roared, but then Itachi turned, his three tomo merging into a new pattern. This is Tsukuyomi. One of Itachi's Mangekyo abilities, trapping victims in an illusion where days of torture pass in an instant. Guh. Yoshiro staggered, his mind shattered by the ordeal. Exploiting the opening, Itachi blurred forward and pierced Yoshiro's heart. Pant. Using Tsukuyomi strained Itachi's newly awakened eyes, blood trickling down his cheeks. Captain! Yoshiro! The remaining officers howled in fury, charging recklessly at Itachi. Now, it's your turn. Itachi forced his bleeding eyes open, tomo spinning rapidly. The night's lovely. Hope I'm not too late. Hyuga Mirai had set out late, arriving in Konoha long after nightfall. Kai. Veins bulged around his eyes. While Konoha's outer barrier hindered the Byakugan's vision, Mirai's ocular power rendered it ineffective. Yet Root's additional barrier around the Uchiha district blocked both sight and sound. Mirai could see the rest of Konoha clearly except the Uchiha district. A new barrier? Fine, I'll force my way in. He knew the Uchiha's secret passage, but detouring would waste time. Given Konoha's current chaos, any intruder would be secondary to the Uchiha crisis. The moment Mirai flew past the barrier, the sensor team detected him. Though they reported the breach, as Mirai predicted, Koharu and Hamura couldn't spare manpower to investigate. The Uchiha unrest was escalating. Not only could they not divert ANBU, but they also needed to rally clans for suppression. The barrier was failing, nearby clans already sensed the disturbance. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 246, Chapter 246. 1,235 words. In front of the Uchiha Police Force headquarters, only 17 members of the force remained alive. Against Obito Uchiha's elusive spacetime dojutsu, they had paid with dozens of their clansmen's lives just to uncover the details of his abilities. Even with this knowledge, effectively countering him was still incredibly difficult. The news that Itachi Uchiha was slaughtering ordinary clan members had enraged many in the police force, giving Obito the perfect opportunity to exploit their emotions. Every member of the police force had a family, and their loved ones were likely being massacred by Itachi. Under these circumstances, many were frantic, desperate to quickly eliminate the enemy before them and rush to their families. I didn't expect Itachi Uchiha's intel to be wrong. There's actually another Mangekyo Sharingan user, this truly surprised me. Obito Uchiha's right arm had been pierced by 2 kunai, nearly severed, and a long gash stretched across his chest. These injuries were inflicted when another Uchiha suddenly activated a Mangekyo technique. If not for that clan member's sealing jutsu, Obito could have used Kamui to drag Fugaku Uchiha into his dimension, gaining another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan as backup. His ability is roughly understood now, a spacetime intangibility. While intangible, even my dojutsu can't affect him. But when he attacks, his body solidifies, making him vulnerable. Tekka Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan also bled slightly. Seeing the Sharingan beneath the mask, Fugaku and the others were stunned. They never imagined an unknown Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan existed. Many clansmen had died instantly, leaving Tetsu no time to use his dojutsu to heal them. Don't worry. He's severely injured too. From now on, cover me. Even if it costs my life, I'll kill this man to avenge our clan. Fugaku Uchiha glared at Obito with his Mangekyo. This man had conspired with his son to slaughter their clan. After tonight, no matter how great his past contributions, he would forever be branded a traitor to the Uchiha. Understood. Clan leader. Tekka gave Fugaku a complicated look. Truthfully, upon hearing of Itachi's massacre, his first instinct had been to kill Fugaku himself. But Fugaku's injuries had been sustained while desperately protecting the police force. With his strength, he shouldn't have been wounded so quickly. Obito had prioritized eliminating other members before engaging Fugaku directly. Still, as clan leader and father, Fugaku bore responsibility for Itachi's actions. Your dojutsu is indeed troublesome. It seems the Uchiha haven't completely degenerated into caged birds. Wounding me to this extent is commendable. Obito gestured dismissively with his uninjured left hand. Fugaku's Mangekyo abilities were now clear to Obito. One countered Genjutsu, rendering even his own Mangekyo illusions useless. The other ability remained hidden, but based on Fugaku's actions, Obito guessed it was ninjutsu related. Despite his injuries, Obito maintained an air of indifference. He was impersonating Madara Uchiha. He couldn't show weakness against mere juniors. Besides, his wounds were on parts of his body composed of white Zetsu cells. With rest, he'd recover fully. Trying to escape? Impossible. Fugaku formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his throat before exhaling a massive fireball. Fire release, great fire annihilation. 100-meter wide inferno erupted from Fugaku's mouth, then compressed to 30 meters under an unseen force. Such a large-scale fire jutsu was meant to prevent Obito from escaping via space-time ninjutsu. By continuously spewing flames, Fugaku ensured Obito couldn't solidify and flee. Sacrificing Uchiha buildings was irrelevant. Nearby residents had already been evacuated. Impressive fire release for a clan leader. But this won't keep me here. Let's take a break. I'll return for you later. Obito's body gradually faded, vanishing within the flames. This time, his intangibility lacked the usual spatial distortion. Fugaku frowned deeply, continuing his assault until he was certain Obito had truly left. He's gone. But there was no spatial distortion when he disappeared. He was holding back during the fight. After stabilizing the wounded with his dojutsu, Tekka approached Fugaku. A mysterious Mangekyo user. No Uchiha has gone missing in the past decade. Fugaku noticed the blood streaming from Tetsu's eyes and warned, "Don't overuse the Mangekyo, Tekka. The more you rely on it, the worse your vision becomes. Eventually, you'll go blind. Right now, finding Itachi is more important." At the mention of the name, the surviving police force members seethed with hatred, their Sharingan burning with killing intent despite exhaustion. I understand. If Itachi truly committed these atrocities, I, as clan leader, will kill him myself. Fugaku took a deep breath, solemnly addressing his remaining clansmen. Massacring their own, even if it was his son, was unforgivable. No clan leader could overlook such betrayal. After consuming soldier pills, the exhausted survivors split into 4 teams to survey the clan grounds. 3 others were sent to recall clansmen fighting ANBU at the borders. An unknown masked Uchiha with Mangekyo lurked in the shadows. If they didn't regroup, they'd be picked off one by one. Against such a spacetime dojutsu, even elite jonin stood little chance. Elsewhere in the clan district, Itachi Uchiha stood drenched in blood, all from his own kin. Not a single wound marred his body. Even the police force led by Yashiro Uchiha had failed to harm him. To end the battle swiftly, he'd resorted to his Mangekyo twice. In one area, several families had recognized his name, but none escaped their homes alive. Here, some clansmen had sensed the danger. Unless identified as police, intruders faced desperate resistance from ordinary families armed with kitchen knives, pots, or sticks, pitifully ineffective against a shinobi, yet their only means of defense. Creak. Itachi pushed open a door, recalling this household held only a mother and child. Die. A blade flashed in the darkness as the woman lunged at him with a kitchen knife. Against Itachi, the attack was laughable. Clang. He deflected the blade and seized her throat, lifting her off the ground. His Sharingan swept the room, no one else. The child must be hidden. Such houses often had secret compartments. Without Byakugan, the surest method was collapsing the structure with earth release. Itachi tightened his grip. The woman's strangled cries echoed clearly, audible even underground. "Did you drive them away?" A child's whisper came from a closet, followed by rustling. The woman thrashed wildly until a blade pierced her heart. Silence fell. The boy emerged, fumbling in the dark before lighting a lamp. "Big brother Itachi? Where's Mom?" The light revealed Itachi in full armor and his mother's body on the floor behind him, pooling blood. "Kid, your mom's dead. Stay away from him if you want to live." A voice spoke beside Itachi, startling him. Someone had approached unnoticed. Pale eyes, dark hair, faint blue markings at the corners of his eyes, a Hyuga with an effortlessly disarming smile. Even Itachi felt an instinctive lack of hostility. His presence naturally disarms suspicion. "Mom!" The boy's wail snapped Itachi back to his mission. This Hyuga's appearance here marked him as an enemy. Swish! Itachi lunged at the child, but the floor liquefied, forming wooden barriers that deflected his strike. Thud! The ground rippled, carrying the boy to the window. As Itachi moved to intercept, blade-like protrusions forced him to retreat to the roof. He escaped outside via Crow Clone. Reforming, Itachi frowned at the Hyuga. "Hyuga Shinobi, this is Uchiha territory." End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 247, Chapter 247. 893 words. I know, and I'm not a Hyuga ninja. Hyuga Mirai lifted the rescued Uchiha boy and examined him. The boy had awakened his Sharingan due to the emotional shock of witnessing his mother's death. His left eye bore a single tomo, while his right had two. However, as he hadn't attended the academy or learned to condense chakra, he fainted immediately after activating his eyes. The Uchiha's talent is truly unreasonable. A child who hasn't even trained in chakra can awaken a two-tomo Sharingan. Don't you think he should thank you, Itachi? Mirai smirked as he asked, if he enrolls in the academy, he might surpass even you as a genius, all thanks to your help. If killing his mother counted as help. Uchiha Itachi's expression darkened. Recalling classified ANBU documents, he coldly demanded, "Hyuga Mirai, why are you in the Uchiha compound?" "I was commissioned by the Kiko Trade Association to protect and evacuate Uchiha survivors. Unfortunately, I arrived too late, you'd already slaughtered so many." Using his Byakugan, Mirai saw that Itachi had killed over 100 Uchiha in this area alone. Among the dead bodies in another battlefield lay members of the police force, including Uchiha Yashiro, whom Mirai knew well. "Your noble work ends here." In an instant, Mirai gathered chakra in his left palm and unleashed a devastating strike toward Itachi. The sheer force felt like a collapsing mountain, leaving Itachi no time to react, much less use his Crow Clone technique. Susanoo. Itachi hastily activated his Mangekyo Sharingan's third ability, barely forming a skeletal ribcage and arm before the shockwave struck. The impact obliterated Itachi and the building beneath him, sending debris flying as the deafening explosion echoed across half the Uchiha district. Mirai's Sage Mode-enhanced vacuum palm could flatten a mountain. He had checked with his Byakugan, no living souls were in the blast radius. For dealing with insanity, fists worked better than words. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones appeared beside him. One took the unconscious Uchiha boy, while the other organized rescue efforts for the surviving non-combatant Uchiha. Impressive. Surviving my vacuum palm puts you in a league of your own in Konoha. Mirai clapped mockingly as his Byakugan spotted Itachi crawling from the rubble. Pushing aside debris with his Susanoo, Itachi coughed blood before standing. His expression turned grave as he reassessed Mirai. Classified ANBU files had never mentioned such monstrous strength. This traitor allied with the Uchiha would become a dire threat to Konoha. He must die here. Itachi's confidence stemmed from his Mangekyo's ultimate genjutsu and fire jutsu. His tomo spun rapidly, black flames erupted where Mirai stood, only for him to vanish. Body flicker? Impossible. Even the Sharingan barely tracked Mirai's movement. Before Itachi could react, Mirai closed the distance. Susanoo won't form in time. Blood trickled from Itachi's overused eyes. Just as Mirai's strike neared, a hand grasped Itachi's shoulder. The ground shattered into a crater dozens of meters wide, flattening nearby houses. Space-time ninjutsu? Perfect timing. Mirai dusted his hands and smirked at the masked Obito. This man was a blessing. Had he not interfered, Mirai's reputation would have suffered. Obito's disguised voice asked, as a Hyuga traitor, what brings you back to Konoha? None of your concern, fellow Uchiha traitors. Mirai formed hand signs. Under Sage Chakra, inorganic matter beneath Obito and Itachi morphed into razor-sharp spikes. Yet the spikes phased through Obito harmlessly. Spacetime ninjutsu is such a nuisance, you and Minato both. Mirai sighed. Obito's intangibility required 5 minutes of sustained attack, 10 if he still had both Sharingan. Obito released Itachi from Kamui. I'm in no condition to fight. Your intel failed to mention 2 Mangekyo in the police force. Call reinforcements or I'm extracting you. Though Obito's injuries spoke for themselves, Itachi noted the revelation about the second Mangekyo user. Half the police force and civilians survived. Tonight's operation failed. No. The Uchiha problem must end tonight, or Konoha will drown in war. Obito's exposed eye narrowed. Just another pawn, like Nagato. What's your plan then? I'll extract you if things go south. Root and ANBU. Itachi launched a signal flare, the call for full mobilization. He'd never intended to use it, but tonight's variables and extra Mangekyo user and Mirai's overwhelming power forced his hand. At the flare, Root and ANBU at the Uchiha outskirts withdrew, not retreating, but regrouping. The police hesitated. A trap? Unclear. We hold position. A messenger arrived. Captain, the clan head orders all available units back to the compound. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo received ANBU's report. Hamura sighed. So ANBU and Root must intervene. Koharu agreed. Even a genius can't solo the Uchiha police. Not even Shursui could have managed it. Hamura turned to Danzo. Handle this. We'll rally other clans if needed. Danzo nodded and left with 2 Root operatives. Outside, he asked, where's the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Training ground behind the academy, Lord Danzo. Bring him. Something's amiss. The Ninetales may be necessary. Shocked, the operative protested, unleashing the Ninetales is too dangerous. Kushina is nearby. Danzo cut him off. I have full control. If Kushina interferes, eliminate her. Darkness nurtures true shinobi. Without Root, Konoha is but a rotting tree. End of chapter. Equals 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 equals. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 248, Chapter 248. 1033 words. Why hasn't school let out yet? How long is this damn drill supposed to take? Kushina's face was filled with anxious frustration as she complained. The academy teacher accompanying her forced a nervous smile, trembling under her presence. Only by standing this close could one truly feel the intensity of Kushina's anger when provoked. Unfortunately for him, he'd been assigned to keep her company. Lady Kushina, please remain calm. The results of this exercise will be recorded. I know. You've said it 100 times already. But it's already dark, shouldn't there at least be an estimated end time? Something felt off to Kushina. Although the entire grade was participating, how could an exercise for 6 and 7-year-olds take this long? Lately, she had been personally escorting Naruto to and from school, unable to shake her unease. If he wasn't back on time, her anxiety would spike uncontrollably. That's it, I'm going to see Naruto. She couldn't wait any longer. The thought of not seeing him made her feel like she might tear the school apart in frustration. But the moment she made to move, the academy teacher paled and blocked her path. Wait, Lady Kushina. Outsiders aren't allowed to interfere during the exercise, doing so would invalidate the exam. I'm just going to watch from a distance. Kushina snapped. I won't disrupt anything. Even so. It's not allowed. The teacher grimaced under her glare but held his ground. Please don't make this difficult for me. Just wait a little longer, it might end soon. Though the pressure from Kushina's anger was suffocating, he refused to step aside. Move. The more they resisted, the more suspicious Kushina became. Even before arriving, she'd noticed something strange. Shops that usually stayed open late had closed early, as if under a curfew. Had she not spotted the enforcers delivering the orders, she might have assumed the owners simply wanted an early night. Lady Kushina, please understand. I said move. When the teacher still refused, Kushina shoved him hard against the wall with a thud. Had she not held back, her raw strength would have embedded him into it. Try stopping me again, and I won't be so gentle. She stormed forward, only for several more teachers to block her way. Lady Kushina. Shut up. In an instant, golden chains erupted from her body, binding and knocking them unconscious. The more they resisted, the clearer it became, something was wrong. Normally, would they stop her from simply checking on Naruto? Their excuses were flimsy, too. Disrupting the exercise? How would watching from afar interfere? Did they really think second-year students could sense her chakra? After incapacitating them, she rushed toward the academy's training grounds. It wasn't far, and she arrived quickly, only to spot several masked ANBU emerging, one carrying an unconscious blonde child. Give me back Naruto. Rage exploded within her. Chakras surged as 6 golden chains lashed out, striking toward the 4 root operatives. Damn it, it's Kushina! The squad leader barely dodged, his team narrowly avoiding the chains that cratered the ground where they'd stood. A direct hit would have been fatal. Captain? Proceed with Lord Danzo's secondary order, capture Kushina. Call the perimeter squad for backup. Understood. In seconds, they enacted their plan. One fired a signal flare, summoning reinforcements as the squad leader vanished with Naruto. You're dead. Had the Nine Tails still been sealed within her, its chakra would have erupted from her fury. But even without it, crimson flame-like markings spread across her skin as she entered Sage Mode, her power skyrocketing. Return Naruto to me. Just as she moved to pursue, her body froze. Glancing down, she saw her shadow pinned by another's. Shadow imitation technique success. The masked root member strained as her chakra flared violently, resisting the hold. I can't keep her restrained. Another root ninja formed hand signs. Got it, insect jutsu, swarm. A black cloud of venomous insects surged forward, their bites inducing paralysis. But Kushina's markings intensified, horns sprouting from her forehead as her skin paled, lips darkening to purple. Her chains transformed into serpentine wings, radiating an eerie aura. Die. Her chains struck twice as fast, coiling around 3 root members like constricting snakes. With a mere flex, she crushed their bones, killing them instantly. By then, 2 more root squads arrived, Danzo's contingency plan to capture her. Without the Nine Tails, he saw no threat in her. Had it not been for Hiruzen's interference, he would have dealt with the former Jinchuriki long ago, 4th Hokage's widow or not. In his mind, dragging the Nine Tails host into darkness was simple, just like awakening a Sharingan. Trauma-bred obedience. Bonds were a fool's delusion, all a ninja needed was the will to complete the mission. Elsewhere, a foreign signal flare erupted over the Uchiha compound. The surrounding ANBU and root forces briefly withdrew before returning in greater numbers, nearly 30 squads. The Uchiha clan has rebelled. Enter the compound and eliminate all targets. The order bore the signatures of the 2 elders and the Hokage's advisor. Uchiha Fugaku exhaled deeply before issuing his own command. Split the police force. Half will follow me to engage the enemy. The rest will evacuate the clan under Uchiha Tekka's leadership. If I fall, he succeeds me as clan head. With only 4 squads, Fugaku marched toward the advancing ANBU, resolved to die slowing them down. I understand, clan head. Tekka immediately began organizing the evacuation. Fugaku, meanwhile, confronted the ANBU head-on. Outnumbered, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. A deep blue chakra cloaked him as bones, muscle, and armor rapidly formed a towering, half-armored Susanoo standing over 10 meters tall, its presence awe-inspiring in the night. Is that? Captain, is this our target? The ANBU faltered at the sight of the colossal chakra construct. Fugaku's eyes burned with pain, but he pushed onward. Forming a complete Stage 3 Susanoo was taxing, but necessary. Even if it cost him his sight. Yasaka Magatama. His Susanoo drew the massive bow strapped to its arm, knocking 10 glowing arrows. The ANBU's instincts screamed danger. Scatter! The arrows loosed, homing in relentlessly despite their evasion. Boom, asterisk. 10 ANBU and root members perished instantly. Before they could recover, Fugaku's Susanoo knocked another 10. End of chapter. Chapter 249, Chapter 249. 1,177 words. The deafening roar of the Susanoo instantly echoed throughout the Uchiha compound. A fleeing ANBU member was struck mid-air by Amaterasu, his chest torn open by the chakra arrow, which then pierced through him and crashed into the barrier at the edge of the Uchiha territory. Though the barrier had been jointly erected by over 20 people, it couldn't withstand the might of the Susanoo. After several attacks with his Susanoo, Uchiha Fugaku had eliminated more than 30 ANBU operatives, but the toll on him was immense. His chakra and ocular power were nearly depleted, leaving him unable to sustain the 3rd stage of Susanoo any longer. Ha! Fugaku gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot and tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. He had slaughtered nearly all the ANBU in the vicinity, and the survivors had fled in terror. His Susanoo flickered, on the verge of collapse. With the barrier shattered, the residents of Konoha heard the explosion. Fugaku's chakra arrow had demolished a building, though fortunately, no one was inside. As soon as Fugaku unleashed his Susanoo, a root operative reported the news to Danzo. Danzo's eyes glinted coldly as he listened. So the Uchiha clan head has been hiding his strength. Even Itachi didn't uncover his Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo, the 3rd ability of the Mangekyo. He frowned at the description of Fugaku's divine-like power, wielding a pair of intact Mangekyo Sharingan. Though their specific abilities remained unknown. Where is Naruto Uzumaki? He's been brought near the Uchiha compound. However, Kushina is proving troublesome, her curse mark grants her extreme regenerative abilities, and she's skilled in medical ninjutsu. Keep pressing the attack. Capture Kushina at all costs. The rest of you, follow me to the Uchiha compound. No one escapes. Danzo's voice was icy. The shattered barrier meant the chaos in the Uchiha district could no longer be concealed. Though some clans might have already suspected, once the truth was laid bare, his plan for complete eradication would face resistance. Under the 3rd Hokage's influence, Konoha's policy leaned toward mercy. Moreover, the Uchiha hadn't actually rebelled, they hadn't even gotten the chance. Exterminating them wholesale would alienate other clans. Danzo could force the issue, but the consequences would fracture Konoha's leadership and strain relations with the clans. ANBU recruitment would suffer, wartime mobilization would falter, and even frontline battles would be affected. That was why Danzo had ordered Root to bring Naruto to the Ninetales frontlines. From the start, he'd planned to pin the blame on the Uchiha. 6 years ago, the nine tails that ravaged Konoha bore the Sharingan's mark. This time, the fox's rampage was again linked to the Uchiha. With 2 attempts to destroy Konoha via the nine tails, no one would protest if Root wiped out the Uchiha. What's your plan? I advise against engaging him directly. Both of us are heavily injured, we should retreat. Obito Uchiha spoke to Itachi. He had recruited Itachi for the Akatsuki, and losing him here against Hyuga Mirai would be disastrous. Finally securing a core member, Itachi's inclusion meant the Akatsuki could officially begin their plans. There's still a chance. Itachi's voice was calm. He still had his trump cards Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Either could turn the tide if landed. Mangekyo techniques? I'll cover you, but that's it. Obito had just used Izanagi against Fugaku. Though he'd replaced his eye, full integration would take minutes. Without Hashirama's cells, frequent eye swaps would require medical ninjutsu expertise. Until his left eye was ready for Izanagi again, he couldn't afford mistakes. Itachi's Sharingan morphed into the Mangekyo pattern. A chakra giant materialized around him, bones, muscle, then armor. Despite only recently awakening his Mangekyo, Itachi had already mastered the 3rd stage of Susanoo. As expected of the Uchiha prodigy who became an ANBU captain at 13. To wield Susanoo at this level so soon. Obito's tone was flat, but inwardly, he considered reclaiming Kakashi's Sharingan. A single Mangekyo was a liability against elite shinobi, he'd nearly fallen to Fugaku, let alone Mirai. But now wasn't the time. Destroying a section of his mask, Obito weaved hand signs, combining Kamui with his signature technique. Fire release, blazing wild dance. The fire serpent, amplified by Kamui's spatial distortion, surged toward Mirai at twice the speed of standard fire jutsu. 8 trigrams, air palm. A single palm thrust unleashed a massive chakra shockwave, scattering the flames into harmless embers. The undiminished force carved a 10-meter wide trench, barreling toward Obito and Itachi. Yada mirror. Itachi's Susanoo manifested the legendary shield, said to repel all physical attacks, a unique ability of his Susanoo. The air palm crashed against the shield, its force nullified. Itachi then formed another technique in the Susanoo's other hand. Yasaka Magatama. The chakra orbs hurtled toward Mirai, but the ensuing smoke didn't hinder the Byakugan. Mirai had already shunshined away. In Sage mode, his speed eclipsed even the Mangekyo's tracking. The Magatama obliterated everything within 100 meters, clearing the battlefield. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito's flames cleared the smoke, but Mirai was already gone. Above. Obito shouted. Mirai's descending punch hammered the Susanoo's neck. The impact rattled Itachi inside, his legs buckling with a sickening crack as he collapsed. The Susanoo fractured under the assault. Even the 3rd stage couldn't endure such force. Mirai's knuckles bled slightly, proof of the Susanoo's durability, but the wounds healed instantly. One more. Mirai felt no sympathy for Itachi, who'd attacked him first. He pummeled the downed Susanoo relentlessly. The Susanoo shattered under his fists. The moment it dispersed, Itachi clutched his eyes, agony overwhelming him. Compared to his broken legs, the Mangekyo's strain was the true torment. Damn it! Obito couldn't afford to lose Itachi, not his Mangekyo, not an Akatsuki asset. He lunged at Mirai, banking on Kamui's intangibility. To save Itachi, he'd have to suck Mirai into Kamui's dimension. Even the yellow flash would have needed spacetime ninjutsu to evade. Yet Mirai didn't dodge. His faint smirk remained, infuriatingly calm. Just before contact, Obito's instincts screamed danger. Gentle fist, one blow body. Boom! Chakra erupted from Mirai's Tenketsu, the force surpassing explosive tags. Obito was blasted back, coughing blood mid-air before phasing out. Itachi was hurled aside, crashing meters away. Seems rescuing Itachi is impossible today. Let's call it here. Obito stood, keeping Kamui active as he retreated. Only at a safe distance would he risk vanishing fully. Now then. As Mirai turned toward Itachi, Uchiha Tekka arrived with the Konoha military police. A dozen Uchiha surveyed the devastation. Happened here? Tekka blinked at the ruins. They'd heard the explosions but prioritized evacuating civilians. Spotting Mirai, Tekka stiffened. You. Tekka-san? The situation's handled over there? Mirai smiled. That was my shadow clone. The commotion here was from my fight with Itachi and a masked Uchiha. Sadly, the Uchiha in this area were already killed. My apologies for arriving late. Too similar. Tekka barely processed the explanation, fixated on Mirai's demeanor. In every way, this Hyuga reminded him of Sanmoku, an inexplicable, instant rapport. Chapter end. Chapter 250, Chapter 250, The 997 words. Tekka-san? Hyuga Mirai called out again, snapping Uchiha Tekka out of his daze. Uchiha Tekka shook his head. For a moment, he thought he had seen Kiku's Sanmoku. But earlier, from Hyuga Mirai's shadow clone, he had already learned most of the details. Still, seeing the scene firsthand left Tekka and the others stunned. Thank you for your help, Hyuga-kun. Though Tekka still harbored some unease about Hyuga Mirai, the latter's shadow clone had just saved many of their clansmen and stopped the deranged Uchiha Itachi and the masked man. Regardless, Mirai was now a benefactor to their clan. As their benefactor, the Uchiha clan owed him gratitude. As for past matters, they could wait until after this crisis. Itachi is severely injured, Tekka-san. Do you want to deal with him yourselves? Hearing Mirai's words in the familiar form of address, Tekka felt as though he were speaking with Kansuki again. Without thinking, he voiced his thoughts, let him live a few more minutes. We'll execute him before the entire clan. The other police force members had no objections. Two in particular glared at Itachi with pure hatred. Their relatives, who had lived in this area, had died by his hand. Were it not for Tekka's authority and the need to execute the traitor before the clan, they would have torn Itachi apart on the spot. Over 100 clansmen had been slaughtered by one of their own, a son of their leader, no less, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. They had witnessed the terrifying power of the Mangekyo. If the Uchiha had been united, with 3 Mangekyo users, would they have ever feared Konoha? At Tekka's signal, 2 police force members roughly twisted Itachi's arms behind his back, ignoring the sickening cracks of bone. Tekka-san, given the clan's current state, continuing the coup would be. Mirai left the sentence unfinished, but Tekka understood. The coup is hopeless now. If not for that masked man, with Mai and the clan leader's power, controlling the Nine Tails might have been possible. Roar! Before Tekka could finish, a deafening beastly roar echoed in the distance. The sky darkened with an eerie red haze, unmistakably the result of immense chakra. A clan member hesitantly asked, "Squad leader, is that the clan leader's chakra?" How could it be? Tekka's expression darkened. This chakra felt eerily similar to the one that had caused the chaos 6 years ago. But they hadn't targeted the Nine Tails. No Uchiha had even left the clan district for the village center. They didn't even know where the Jinchuriki lived. Hyuga-kun. Yeah, that's definitely the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Your clan leader is facing it, but his chakra is nearly depleted. He's in danger. Before Tekka could finish, Mirai activated his Byakugan, reporting the distant situation. His Byakugan could see up to 10 kilometers, but after the Jinchuriki appeared, Danzo's root had erected a one-sided barrier, likely to shield the village from the Nine Tails' attacks. Even Mirai's Byakugan couldn't penetrate it. The Nine Tails? Tekka and the others were stunned. They hadn't even planned to target the beast, yet Konoha had unleashed it first. And wasn't the Jinchuriki less than 7 years old? At that age, even a brush with the tailed beast's chakra would be fatal. Squad leader, we. Kaze, Aoki, take a squad and escort Itachi back to the clan. No matter who demands it, don't release him. If anyone tries to interfere, kill them immediately. Tekka's tone was firm. His last warning referred to Fugaku's wife, Makoto. If she saw Itachi in this state, she might plead or even attack to free him. But the traitor had to die, even Fugaku's orders wouldn't stop it. If Makoto tried to intervene, she would share his fate as a clan traitor. Understood, squad leader. The assigned members nodded. With Tekka's orders, they could act without hesitation. The rest of you, come with me to support the clan leader. Tekka turned to Mirai, who smiled and spoke first. I'll join you. My mission is to bring the Uchiha clan to the Sand Federation, after all. Then we're in your debt, Hyuga-kun. Speaking with Mirai felt as effortless as talking to Kensuke. Tekka quickly dismissed the thought and led the group toward Fugaku's location. Along the way, Mirai used medical ninjutsu to heal them. Even before his defection, the Uchiha had heard of Mirai's reputation as an unrivaled medical saint. His treatment left them nearly unscathed, their chakra replenished. This earned Mirai even more goodwill. Soon, they arrived at Fugaku's position. Clan leader. Tekka appeared beside Fugaku in a flash, quickly briefing him, the clan is safe. Others are guarding the evacuation. We're here to help. Fugaku could barely maintain his Mangekyo now. Even the three-tomo Sharingan strained him. Across from him, the Jinchuriki had unleashed three tails and lost all reason. Had he been sane, the Mangekyo's Genjutsu might have worked. Tekka, the clan is yours now. I never thought Danzo would use the Jinchuriki. He's insane. Fugaku coughed blood weakly. He's not insane, Tekka replied coldly, his eyes shifting into the Mangekyo's triangular pattern. He placed a hand on Fugaku. Mangekyo. As the ocular jutsu activated, Fugaku felt his body miraculously restoring, not healing, but reverting to its original state. Seeing blood trickle from Tekka's left eye, Fugaku urged, Tekka, stop. I'm fine now. Apart from his drained ocular power, Fugaku felt as though he'd never fought. Clan leader, have you seen Danzo? Tetsuka reverted to the three-tomo Sharingan, his voice icy. Root ninjas surrounded them, likely waiting to capitalize on their exhaustion, but Danzo was nowhere in sight. As the mastermind behind Kensuke's death, Tetsuka wouldn't let him escape. The old fox is hiding well. And we don't even know who cast the Sharingan Genjutsu on the Ninetales. Before Fugaku could finish, Naruto's Ninetales chakra surged violently. Roar! A thunderous roar unleashed a chakra shockwave, stronger than a B-rank Winjutsu. Buildings dozens of meters away were torn from their foundations. End of chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.